When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happy 250th birthday, America. From the Great American State Fair, I'm Robert McNeely. It's a joy to be with you back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm the Director of Broadcasting and Grassroots Engagement over with Tea Party Patriots, and I'm joined by Christian Hodges, who was on the mall here yesterday. Christian, how much hotter is it today, or was it worse yesterday?
I think it's just as bad today as it was yesterday. I think we're pushing 106 today like we were yesterday. But it's great to be here. This is historic, 250 years, and they're expecting 2 million people to show up. I guess that'll make it a little hotter. But I think we can take a little lap around, Bobby. What do you think?
Let's check all of it out. As you can see, we are by some of the swing states, the Midwest down into the South and Southwest United States of America, smack dab in between that gorgeous Ferris wheel and, of course, our Capitol building and some of the media tents as well. On this 250th anniversary, we remember what makes America so unique and so special right here in the nation's capital with that brisk 98 degrees, as Christian was talking about, but also in New York City. As of roughly 2 hours ago, Vice President J.D. Vance giving a riveting speech, reminded me of President Ronald Reagan, and 53 different warships and tall sail ships going in New York Harbor, over 50 nations joining in that as well. So our friends and allies around the world truly here to celebrate what is a star-studded event from Philadelphia, PA to right here in the nation's capital, and of course New York City, both former capitals.
Yeah, I think we're looking at some of the original 13 colonies right here on the left. My home state of Delaware, the booth is right over there. And I think we actually had a lot of states who declined to even participate because the governor's office was so liberal. So I think we should take a look at those states and embarrass them a little bit.
Yeah, we might have to go with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, given that Senator Fetterman and Senator McCormick, in a bipartisan way, saved those booths. But let's go talk to a couple of folks who are just relaxing right now. Ladies, how are you enjoying the state fair so far? Ohio State University, some Buckeyes here?
Absolutely not. We're from Florida.
Okay, all right. How's the Florida heat compared to nation's capital right now?
I feel like it's a little nicer, a little more breezier than this.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we had a bit of a breeze going on, but how long have you been here at the fair, and what has been roughly the greatest sight that you've seen so far?
All the people coming together.
Right.
Probably.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to you to reach this time, to live in such a time as this, to be born in such a time as this, as we reach America's 250th?
It means a lot.
Yeah, special.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies, enjoy this brisk and hot day, but it's going to be fun celebrating our birthday.
Yes.
And as we continue to celebrate, let's go see really what's going on here. Thousands are outside already, so the entrance just due west of us here, really having lots of people already enjoying the festivities, a lot of smiles on the faces. If you have not been here for the State Fair yet, just near the Capitol building is the FIFA fan zone as well. Our friends in the North, Canada and Morocco, also competing at the moment in the round of 16. Did you know that Canada's GDP, now that less than the state of Alabama, the Yellowhammer State, doing better financially than our friends to the north. So perhaps that 51st state will be added in due time. I think Christian has a couple of folks to speak with about this great birthday celebration.
250 years. What does that mean to you?
It's amazing, especially to be in the city and for the first time and to look at all the monuments and the history. And thank God we have the right person in the White House for this to happen. And I just want to say thank you to all the Democrats who stole the 2020 election that we were able to do this with Trump in office, because it'd be a different look if it was, rainbow flags everywhere. So,
yeah,
amen.
You can say that on this network. Did you vote for Trump in 2024?
I voted for him 3 times and hopefully 4. So we'll see.
You want a third term?
If possible. I mean, I'll take Vance or Rubio also.
Yeah. Which one? Vance or Rubio 2028?
Great ticket together, so let them fight it out.
Thanks for being here.
Of course. Thank you.
Let's go check out one of these booths. Let's go walk in, catch some AC, I think. I think that's the best idea.
Flyover any second.
Yeah. Where's flyover coming from that way?
Any minute.
Yeah.
See it.
Yeah. What do we got? Which booth do we want? Pennsylvania?
So the flyover you're about to witness here is the United States Coast Guard helicopter group. So we're also awaiting the Artemis II crew, these famous astronauts who will be up on the fan zone main stage right next to where you can catch all of the FIFA action. So this is really a state fair unlike one that we've had in a long time. It really harkens back to those great expositions and reminds us of really that great novel, The Devil in the White City, in 1893 when Chicago had that exposition. And of course, this isn't necessarily the size and scope of that, but it harkens back to the 19th century, the Industrial Revolution, our journey together, as President Trump reminded us last night in a star-studded speech at Mount Rushmore. And talking about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, these unalienable rights bestowed to us from God, not from the government, and that the challenge before us is to defeat communism and fascism once again. Because as President Trump said last night, it represents death, it represents tyranny, it represents the antithesis of what those 56 men did, putting their names, that parcel of paper 250 years ago today in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, 250 years ago today. And that's when they decided that they could put it in paper and our rights do come from God. I think the sad thing is, if we were to ask most people here, what percent do you think would actually know and believe that our rights come from God?
I would say close to 90+%. I have a feeling with this group that it's not necessarily one party, it's not necessarily one ideology or background. It's been people. I was here at the beginning of this great American State Fair, and they all talk about these ideals that have made this the greatest constitutional republic for 250 years. The thing about it, Christian, is we're relatively young as a nation. But the French Revolution, which came roughly 20 years after that of our own revolution, that led to complete bloodshed, 15 different constitutional governments and parchments over the course of our 250 years. And the average amount of time that a government will last under any said documents, 17 to 19 years. Our constitutional republic, our declaration, our constitution, and those Bill of Rights from God have lasted now 250 years. It's a remarkable thing.
I think that's the best thing about this fair is that if you walk around and talk to most people here, they're all wearing American flags, but they're all united around the flag. If you drive through your development back at home, your neighborhood, and you see someone with an American flag, most people would say, oh, he's got to be a Republican, right? He's got an American flag. Nowadays, an American flag means that you're a Trump supporter. But here, people have gathered not because they like Trump or they don't like Biden. They've gathered here because they love America. That's the best thing to see. I don't think I've seen this level of patriotism in my lifetime. I don't know about you, but I think this is the highest level of patriotism I've seen.
It's a reclamation of the country. There's no question about that. And as they're going into, which state booth is that? I just want to take a quick peek at that to see where people are running into. They're going into, this is the New York line. So some are longer than others, and a lot of that has to do with just how good the booths are. Yeah, sadly, 8 states not participate, whether through their governor's offices or their tourism offices, but most are just outstanding. Florida has a huge line, really an amazing exhibit. It looks like you go into a museum when you go. Arizona, your Grand Canyon state, they're doing a thing where you can scan the QR code and actually see Antelope Canyon and the Grand Canyon right up close. So that's fun. Let's talk to the people in line for New York, the Empire State. Hello there. How are you enjoying Freedom 250?
Great, thank you. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. This is
Happy 4th.
Happy 4th. It's amazing. I love that hat, sir. Well done on that. You're in the Empire State line for New York. Is this your home state?
No, it's not. I walked out of California immediately because that's my home state.
What has been your favorite attraction so far with this Great American State Fair?
Well, we just got through the gate so far, so we're going to do every booth that we can.
Okay, wonderful.
Don't know yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, and this is your first day here?
Yes, it is.
Okay, wow, so the big 4th of July. And so you came all the way from California, are you still there now?
Yes, we did.
What can make California great again? Is it getting Mr. Hilton out there elected the next governor?
It's getting the right leadership in there. And if it's a Hilton, let's go Hilton.
And is it mostly a thing about Californiable, not so much Republican versus Democrat, but whether or not the Golden State can really be that anchor of the nation? Because we know that people, those 49ers rushed out there all those years ago in the middle of the 19th century for a better way of life. It brought us Hollywood, it brought us the tech world, but sadly, many of those industries leaving the Golden State.
That's right, because we need better leadership. It's all about the leadership in there. We have the right industries,
Right.
but if it's not represented well, it's going downhill. So we need something new in there that's happening.
Definitely need something new, and I think a lot of it boils down to leadership. What's been your favorite booth so far today?
This is my first booth.
Oh, the
actually.
first one?
Yes.
Okay. I'll let the surprise happen. It's a good spot to be today with some great patriots from that beautiful state of California. I'm originally from Illinois. I've now made my adopted home in the great peach state of Georgia. It's a great booth.
Great, I'm looking forward to that.
And you can find the Waffle House menu in there, among some peanuts and the Vidalia onions, those sweet onions coming from the peach state of Georgia. Very proud of it, and an original 13 colony. Some people forget about that, so that's good. Right, exactly. How long are you staying for this celebration?
We're here until the 7th.
Okay, fantastic.
Yes, making sure that we get everything in as much as we can.
Right.
It only happens once, so we're here.
250 years. Sir, what does it mean to you to celebrate in the freedoms that we have here that are from God, not from government?
Oh, from God, not from government. Yes, I think living here in the United States is a blessing in itself.
It really is. Absolutely. Well, from California, we'll see you in New York in a moment as we enjoy some of Billy Joel's classics. So you hear, absolutely. And the Artemis 2 crew, they will be here moments from now at 2 o'clock to 2:45. So as you see under the media tents and the tunnels there, they have celebrations and great speeches of people happening at this moment. What'd you find for us, Christian?
Well, I think we're still awaiting Artemis 2, the crew to come up. I think this is, in the last 5 years, one of the most patriotic things that our nation has done, I think. And seeing them actually go back to space and go back and circle the moon, I haven't seen that in my lifetime. I don't think that's happened since the 60s, right, Bobby? Since the 60s? Yeah. I think everyone's looking forward to hearing them for the first time in a while.
Well, and it was sad, too. You had an administration, especially during the Obama years, that depleted NASA. And now you have SpaceX and Elon Musk and NASA rebooting. And this president's been very clear, like JFK has, to really go at space, to put someone on Mars and to return to the moon. If you can see behind us, Washington Monument, the Ferris wheel, and the arch that is really going to be a replica of what's going to be over the Potomac in a few short years, thanks to President Trump's leadership. What you're about to see is helicopters from the United States Coast Guard. Just moments from now, it's 1:44. This is the time marked, and we're going to have flyovers all day, which we will highlight right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're the only network that's going to be with you throughout this entire festivity. So as you're grilling your hot dogs and burgers today, and maybe a kosher item or even a vegetarian item, crack open that beer and enjoy what is perhaps the greatest birthday party in the whole of human history.
Yeah, and I think don't forget that this is journalism. We're out here talking to Americans, asking them what America means to them, and we're all celebrating America like you are back at home. But freedom of speech is free. You know, it's not. Journalism is not free. That's why we need people like you to come out and support us. Go to RSBNnetwork.com and text 801-801, text RSBN, and come support us and help us come out here for the next 250 years. But I think we're about to witness this flyover. As you can see, the helicopters just on the horizon coming over. These are from the Coast Guard, you said, Bobby?
Yes, sir. They're from the Coast Guard. And these are the first helicopters today. Oh, we did have some earlier that were from the NASA F-5 flyover and then the NASA Fleet Review. So this is now the United States Coast Guard flyover review. You would usually see those if you were in some disaster on the water. That's the crew that would come in and help save the day. Also patrolling our seas and our shores, our coastal areas, and also those bases to any ports around the United States and abroad. So we're grateful for our 6 branches of the military, and especially today in this hot summer sun of 98 degrees in the swamp of Washington, D.C., a big thank you to our Army National Guard, our paramedics, the military, and also police, and anyone in law enforcement, making sure that it's all safe and fun for everybody today.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here without the people like you who have served our country. We want to celebrate you today. You're the reason why this country is still here after 250 years. We fought 2 world wars, a number of other wars, and we're still here. And we want to just thank you for your service. And hopefully we can find a couple veterans here, maybe a couple wounded warriors to talk to about their stories overseas and their stories defending this country.
Oh, yes. And I had the opportunity last week running into Joey Jones, Johnny Joey Jones of Fox News, a good man, and who also paid the sacrifice with his own legs, and countless other veterans who fought in Iraq and Afghanistan to bring freedom to countless people who never experienced it in the past. And now, as a result of President Trump's actions and what's happening in Iran right now, we do have a safer Middle East. We do have people that we weren't necessarily friends with a few short years ago, now doing amazing deals with, especially when it comes to the military. So we're grateful for all of those people who have made those efforts happen. We're also grateful for our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, especially Mike Lindell. MyPillow.com. We're excited for his race in Minnesota, running for governor as well. The great support over the past year, they want to make 2026 the best year ever. So, as a thank you, MyPillow's giving you free shipping on your entire order. That is wholesale pricing happening, and they are bringing back the mega sale. And so the classic MyPillows, which regularly go for $49.98, now down to $14.98. Turn any mattress into the best mattress ever as we look to save you money. Get a seat of the or set of the MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets for as low as $29.98 right now, or the 6-pack towel set only $34.98. Thank you to mypillow.com/RSBN. Promo code RSBN. Easy to remember. Also, Tax Network USA. If you have any issues with your taxes, any back taxes, things of that nature, tnusa.com/RSBN. The Patriot experts over there can help you with any of those issues, as we're going to talk to a Patriot over in the corner here. So, it's America's youth that's making a major difference in 250 years. Little lady, what are you excited about being here today on perhaps the greatest birthday party that we have ever seen right here on the mall?
Well, I just love seeing all the states and their booths. I'm so grateful that I get to be here and that I was born in America, and I'm just so happy to be free.
Amen to that. And what's your favorite booth so far?
I'd say maybe North Carolina.
North Carolina. And what was in there that was super exciting? I heard they have a race car.
Yeah, I went in the car and I got to take a picture and thought that was really awesome.
Oh, that's great. Where are you from?
I'm from New York.
Okay. So your New York line is nice and long right now. Have you been able to see the booth yet?
No, I haven't, but I've heard some really great things about it.
Yeah, there's some. I'm hearing good things from the folks in line there. What makes you proud to be an American?
Probably just being able to have free speech. And just being able to be here too is really special to me.
You're very articulate for your age. There's no question about that. And you have a love for America. Is there a future perhaps here in Washington, D.C., a job that you want to have as you seek to serve the great people and your community?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about my job yet.
Well, you have time for that. I mean, some people my age don't know what they want to do.
Yeah, but I just I want to thank the security for being here today. They are really helping keep us safe today.
I think a broadcaster maybe in the future. Are you here with your fam today?
Yes.
Excellent. Mom, dad, brother?
Yeah.
And is there one last message you have for the American people watching today on this America 250?
Probably just thank you, Trump, and happy America's 250th birthday.
Mr. President, you have a fan. She's watching. Have a great one. Enjoy. Christian, that's what really inspires me. It's the young people, it's the families. And for those of you who have not been out here, you have to July 10th to come check out Washington, D.C. A lot of people making it their family vacation, and really all smiles through the heat.
I think almost every group here is a family. And, I mean, like you said, the next generation is what the hope for this country is. If we do want the next 250th, we need older people. We need people like Bobby. I need people like Bobby to invest into us so that we can learn how you guys kept it for 250 so we can keep it for another 250. But I love seeing even younger people than me. I just turned 21 this week. But, I mean, America is worth preserving, and it's worth not giving up on.
Right. And happy birthday. And many of those founders, those 56 men that signed their names, their lives, their treasures, their sacred honor, knew they were signing that death warrant. And many of them had been quite successful in what they had done in diplomacy, in battle, as our General George Washington, our first president, the father of our country, young Washington, debuting overnight. You should see that movie, really detailing his early times as in the British Army in the French and Indian War. And we saw how, at the time, I think about this, Christian, our country was very divided in the early years. I think it's apt to reflect upon that today, because you had 1/3 that was for revolution, 1/3 against it, another third could care less at the time. So when you think about, are we divided today, think about times of Vietnam, of the Civil War, of the Revolution, of those difficult moments which really became hyper-focused here in the nation's capital. And I think about this today as well. As we're walking out the hotel door, a gentleman, a veteran, shook his hands and thanked him for his service, because he said, you know, it's hot today, but Desert Storm was a lot hotter.
Right. I think he definitely experienced that himself. But you mentioned the founding fathers. Aaron Burr was 18 years old. I believe Thomas Jefferson was 21. Right. Benjamin Franklin, though, how old was he? He was older than 60. And you said they were super divided back then. One where they were actually united is they were united generationally. They had a multi-generational effort to found the country. Right. They had super young people, they had old people, they had everything in the middle. That's exactly what we need now. Right. And we don't need just old people to help save this country. We don't need just young people. We need all of them together, because, I mean, you need the energy of the young people. I need advice of you. Right? That's what I need.
Amen to that. And Thomas Jefferson, 33, when he wrote those immortal words with the Committee of Five that came together. What you're seeing now is another United States Coast Guard fleet coming overhead, right over the Washington Monument and the Ferris wheel. And it's been a real, every few minutes you have these flyovers, and everyone stops to check this out. You have the phones out watching, getting video and photos of what has been some very exciting flyovers. President Trump mentioning last week to kick off the Great American State Fair, as you hear the cheers at our United States Coast Guard. Well done, gentlemen. President Trump mentioning last week of the B-2 bombers that went into Iran, and with countless other F-35s, F-15s, and other military airplane coming overhead, said that if you see them with our modern technology and you're an enemy of the United States of America, it's too late. So we're fortunate enough to view it as veterans, as private citizens, as patriots alike on this gorgeous mall. And what a sight it is to see here. So I behoove you, if you can, get down to Washington, D.C. to see this great American State Fair.
Yeah, for the first time ever, I was able to witness a B-2 fly over yesterday. And I think that made me more proud to be an American. When President Trump went into Iran and bombed them last June, just seeing them take off from Missouri, basically bumping to Toby Keith as they took off, that's one of the most patriotic things. You can't not support that when you hear Toby Keith and B-2s. You can't not support that. And like you said, if you see B-2s, you're an enemy, you're in trouble. But if you see them and you're in America, you have to just love your country even more.
That is very true. As we see some people dumping some water overhead and just trying to stay cool on this hot day in Washington, D.C. Believe it or not, though, not the hottest one I've experienced with RSBN. Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines was It was so hot last year, July 3rd of 2025 to kick off really America 250 as we know it today. I can't believe it's a whole year ahead. We'll get to all those famous things from July 2nd, that Lee resolution, to July 3rd, where John Adams wrote really an eloquent, beautiful letter to his wife Abigail about what this means, the celebration, that for generations to come forevermore, it should be celebrated with prayer to our sovereign God and honoring the person who bestowed this liberty upon us. Of course, it's the Judeo-Christian belief system, and whether or not they were Anglican to Catholic to Jewish to several different denominations to even the deists of the time, something the modern far left wants to say that the deists are actually atheists. No, that was Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson were deists, and they questioned the divinity of Christ, but they believed in one sovereign God. So there was that recognition that the God of natural law, of nature's law, as written in our Declaration, bestowed these Bill of Rights upon us. And I think about the Federalist and Anti-Federalist arguments at the time. The Federalists ended up really being correct in it. And actually, the great Senator Ted Cruz of the Lone Star State of Texas argued in his dissertation at Harvard Law School that all of them would have been on the same side now, enshrining those first 10 Bill of Rights because of how far left the progressive movement has taken us in the last 100 years. So if you have a chance to read that, a great argument by the amazing senator from Texas.
Yeah, there's one thing liberals don't want you to know. And just ask them a simple question. What was the number one source of the Constitution? What was the number one most cited document in the whole Constitution? The whole Declaration, every founding document. What was it? Do you know?
I don't think I do.
It's the Bible.
Oh, there you go.
It was the Bible. Liberals don't want you to know that the Bible was the number one most cited source of all the founding documents, the Constitution included. And I was able to go out to Glenn Beck's Artifact Museum out in Dallas a few months ago. I was able to see one of the original constitutions and one of the original actual drafts of the Constitution that Thomas Jefferson wrote with his own hand. In that, liberals also don't want you to know that he actually penned in there he wanted to abolish slavery at the founding itself. And they edited the slavery part out of it. But here we are today in a free country where we have equal opportunity. That's what freedom is.
That is. And Glenn Beck doing an amazing job teaching us that history, the opportunity to be with that gentleman on D-Day on the USS Midway out there for Moms for Liberty, celebrating that amazing organization. So thank you to Glenn Beck and those who are keeping the history alive. Come to our museums. So many of them are free here, but that Museum of the Bible as well. That's my favorite new museum here in Washington, D.C. that really highlights, as Christian was speaking on, the foundational principles of this great nation. It's really only a moral and righteous people that can self-govern. And at the time they said, Christian, that these ideals were self-evident. But you know what's ironic about it is it was anything but self-evident. In the Western world, you had constitutional monarchies. We were rebelling against that. In fact, King George III, as he started to suffer from what we now know as dementia and Alzheimer's, really said that George Washington twice shocked the world, letting go of his military commission, resigning from that, and then ultimately only having 2 terms as president of the United States, and then called back in those times to lead the Constitutional Convention as well as its president. So the indispensable man, the man who truly was the father of the country, showed us that really that road and that way to lead our nation through selfless service.
Right. And I think if you don't understand the history of the founding, a simple way to go dive into it is to go to Philadelphia or go to Dover, Delaware, my home state, and go to the first Capitol building of the U.S. You can see that right in Dover. They'll let you in, and you can take a look at that and see where people like Thomas Jefferson, Caesar Rodney, these people met and decided the fate of our country.
And that, the first state, Delaware, only 3 counties. I think you drive through it in 90 minutes, so a great spot to visit as well. Well, we're going to a quick commercial break. Before that, to give you an update, some more flyovers. The Artemis II crew is going to be on that main stage. A lot of patriots running to that stage to see those American heroes. And we'll go into some of these booths here and talk to the amazing people who have come out to the Great American State Fair. And it is 250 years of American independence. Maybe we have 250 plus more as time capsules now being buried with a number of different items, some secret, so for the future, on this semi-quincentennial. We hope you're having a wonderful time, safe with family and friends. It's a hot one on the East Coast, east of the Mississippi. Make sure you're consuming a lot of water and plenty of calories on this day. We had a big breakfast, lots of coffee, and also lots of H2O before coming out here to the Great American State Fair. But in the meantime, I'm Robert McNeely, Director of Broadcasting Grassroots Engagement at the Tea Party Patriots. Honored to be back with you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is Christian Hodges, my co-host today. We'll go to a quick commercial break. Stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we bring to you live America 250, Freedom 250 from the Great American State Fair.
It's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Parents, America's big birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeUSAgift.com. That's freeUSAgift.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're in one of the booths that the governor did not choose to participate in, but nonetheless, California, the Golden State, you can win a trip here on one of their kiosks to go out there, and there's a little bit of air conditioning in these as well. So nice to get some reprieve from that hot sun where it's 98 degrees outside the Great American State Fair. I'm Robert McNeely with Christian Hodges. What do you find fun about these booths that are all set up?
I find the AC fun. I don't know about you. I think anyone here would find the AC fun as well. But I think it's interesting to see how some of these governor's offices refuse to even participate and refuse to say that our state is patriotic. We want to love America in the state capitol on the 250th. My home state decided to not participate as well. It's baby Delaware, baby California, I mean. I was actually out of California about 3 weeks ago. First time I've been there in about 10 years. But, I mean, as Republicans, we love to hate on California and say that it's so blue, it's so liberal, and it's a lost cause. But, I mean, when was the last time you went out there and just saw how beautiful it was? If you're in LA or the San Diego, Southern California area, within 1 hour, you can be within an hour of deserts, within an hour of cliffs, within an hour of the Pacific Ocean, within an hour of cities, within an hour of snowboarding, all within 1 hour of each other, all within the same area. Tell me one other state, one other place, really even in the world, where you could be 1 hour within all of those places.
Hypothetically, if you get started early enough, you can ski or snowboard and also golf and surf all in one day. And that's thanks to the great state of California. All the natural resources you would need. And if it was on its own, it goes between number 7 and 8 in the world GDP as a country on its own. Of course, it was once the California Republic. We know the Golden Bear is that of Jack Nicklaus, the great golfer, but also of this gorgeous state out west. So we hope you have a chance to visit it. I really want to go see those Joshua Tree, one of our great national parks, as well as we celebrated Teddy Roosevelt and President Trump in Medora, North Dakota. In case you missed it, of course, July 1st marked the anniversary of the charge on San Juan Hill in the Spanish-American War, where the Rough Riders not only accompanying President Trump to the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library the other day. Secretary Burgum there, very proud as the former governor of North Dakota, but really gave a national prowess and a heroic nature of Teddy Roosevelt. One of the highlights of that the other day, Christian, that the Medal of Honor of Theodore Roosevelt and his son Theodore Roosevelt Jr., who died in battle storming the beaches of Normandy and Omaha and Pointe du Hoc during World War II, those Medal of Honors now together. And President Trump delivering that via Air Force One, I think really the highlight marker of that visit just the other day.
Yeah, and if I haven't shown you well enough on the actual, just how beautiful California is, you see the Golden Gate Bridge right there up in Northern California, but something else that I think Republicans will all love is going to see Reagan Ranch just outside of LA, about an hour and a half outside of LA, and going and seeing where Ronald Reagan, during his presidency, went just to get away from the world, and just went to ride horses and take some time away and spend with his family. I mean, Young Americans for Freedom, YAF, has really turned that into something beautiful. They have a lot of conferences out there. Even if you're in high school, you're in college, they'll fly you out to come hear great speakers. One of my mentors from Newsmax, Tom Basili, I was just speaking at their conference a few weeks ago, but highly recommend going out there to see Reagan Ranch.
A wonderful organization. Thank you to former Governor Scott Walker, running the show there now at Young Americans for Freedom, who really started off that youth movement to help make America great again before it was a slogan. But we know Ronald Reagan used that, let's make America great again, and we're doing so 40 years after his presidency. As people come in, we might take a quick jump over to, and you know, every booth is great, whether there's 8 of them where the states didn't officially participate from their government, but that's okay because then you have some of the tourist groups or other private entities come in. We know in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Senator Fetterman and Senator McCormick getting together when Governor Josh Shapiro kind of failed to really get it together. So we'll show you a fun one here. Actually, right next to California is State 48, and Arizona has a really interactive pavilion. And you can actually take a picture with their QR code and see the Antelope Canyon to the Grand Canyon taking place there. And some of those features just have a longer line. It looks like Arizona's pretty long, so we'll sneak into one of the other 4 corner states, New Mexico, and check out what's going on the inside, because some of the booths are just more colorful. A real case, especially in the Southwest, Native American culture and what that meant, the indigenous peoples who really helped shape this country. Of course, you know Arizona, the Navajo base there, and still living there on the border with Utah. And without their wind-talking code and their native language, perhaps we would not have won World War II. So we have some lovely patriots here, including this lovely lady here. Tell us about your time here with America 250 and the New Mexico booth.
The New Mexico booth has been a great time, for sure. The photo booth's great. Okay. We love chilies. The hotter, the better. Oh, yeah. Right? Absolutely. So it's a great time. The air conditioning is actually superior in this state as well. So
it's better than California.
Yeah, some of the booths have stronger air conditioning than others. Are you a New Mexico native?
I'm not, no.
Where is your home state?
Arizona. And that booth is equally impressive. It's worth taking a look at.
Tell us about that, because there's a little interactive thing. You can be right in the middle of Antelope Canyon.
Yes, it's very interactive and realistic. I've been to Antelope Canyon. Absolutely beautiful place to be. So
an amazing wonder that rocks, minerals, water created that. It's really the artistry of God.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Enjoy your time in D.C. And as we continue through here, throughout the booth, you can see some of the natural wonders of the great state of New Mexico. So you have a photo booth. You have the Land of Enchantment and some really great food out in New Mexico if you have a chance to enjoy all of that. And yeah, it's a big crowd today, regardless of 98 degrees. I'm thrilled by that, Christian. A lot of patriots out here today.
Yeah, there's a lot, and a lot of them indoors and loving the AC. And New Mexico is actually one of the few states left on my bucket list that I've yet to go to, but I think I'm going out there in August, so hopefully we'll check that off the bucket list and see how beautiful this is with my own 2 eyes, because I think these rock statues and just the landscape, the geography that they're showcasing in here is something that I think everyone needs to see in their life. But I think everyone has got to see New Mexico. But are we going to go see Arizona? Yeah. Let's go check out Arizona. See if we can get in. Yeah.
You know, I worked as a trail guide in New Mexico for 3 years. And Yes, Mr. Producer telling us about his times in New Mexico, a trailblazer in his own regard. And actually, it looks like we'll be able to kind of sneak on in here. Excuse us real quick. Thank you so much. We'll let on everybody in with the camera. And we are going to check out State 48. This will be a lot of fun to see all of this. And I could show you here where you start your journey. And scanning the QR code, you will see Antelope Canyon. And as the lovely lady from the New Mexico booth mentioned, it is something to see in real life. But this AI that is here, and we can show Mr. Producer the QR code that you scan with your phone, and you're right in Antelope Canyon. How has it been in Antelope Canyon in this great State 48?
I mean, it's amazing. I'm from Arizona. I'm so proud of Arizona. I'm so proud of this booth experience. We really wanted to do something different for the visitors.
Right.
Instead of like a museum of the state, we wanted to do something that really encapsulated the light of Arizona. The light is just different in Arizona. We're always featured in calendars for our sunsets, so we took that idea, ran with it, and this first room is the beams coming down of Antelope Canyon in the very northern area of the state. And then in the next room, we show the canopy light of the Ponderosa Pine Forest of Flagstaff. And then in the very last room, we shot that in Saguaro National Park. It's a dark sky room, and it's one of 20 designated dark sky areas in the state where people can take their car through and actually look at the stars and look at how the light comes all the way down to the floor of the earth, because our light pollution and elevation just make our stars that much brighter.
It's amazing. And it's not just desert in Arizona, it's all these different elevations.
Yeah, it really, really is. I mean, all the way up to the northern part of the state where your elevation's super high, and then it drops down the further south you get. But I mean, there's pine forest and snow in Arizona, there's desert in the southern part, and then you got the Grand Canyon up north, so there's all sorts of different climates and topographies in Arizona.
Spectacular place. Thank you so much. Absolutely. And it's a great volunteers in these booths. As George O'Keefe once said, Antelope Canyon's light beams are nature's brushstrokes on canvas. And you could just be in here. If it wasn't so busy of a day, Christian, I think I'd just hang out here and listen to the natural wonders of Arizona.
I think this is the most peaceful part of the fair that I've seen. No one yelling, no sun beating down on you. Just, you get to hear the beautiful nature, you get to see it with your own eyes. I was just out in Arizona, actually last week, and I never seen this part of Arizona. I've never seen actual trees in Arizona, I don't think. But wherever this is, I've got to go there next. I think the only quote-unquote trees I've seen in Arizona are cacti. So I don't think those are really trees. But there's a lot of beautiful just geography in Arizona. Have you ever flown into Phoenix?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That flight in at sunset, just beautiful.
There's nothing like it, and I try to get a window seat for those adventures where it's home to Turning Point USA as well, and was adopted home of our great late friend Charlie Kirk, who made his home out in State 48. But what you might find here too, Sonoran desert tortoise, the cactus wren, and the Gila monster, the coyotes, and also the long-nosed bat. Yes, the amazing animals that can traverse this, as Christian was mentioning. Is the cactus a tree? Is it a weed? It's amazing how it can retain water, but same for these animals who go out there and hunt in the desert, which can become very cold at night. So as you see my towel and other things really bright with the white in here from the UV, the desert also becomes very cold throughout the year.
It does, and I think it's also a little baffling that America's so large that we could have such a wide array of geography that we can have a state that is almost entirely a desert like Arizona is. I mean, I haven't seen red rocks like this in Delaware unless I'm missing it. I don't know about Alabama or Georgia, but maybe I'm missing it. But this is absolutely beautiful. There's nothing like this on the East Coast. It just really, truly spectacular. I see why Charlie made this his home.
Oh, no question about that. Make sure you get your merch. It's wonderful as well in every booth. And why not? I think I'll just throw on an Arizona sticker because it's America's 250. You can't go wrong with that as we celebrate this amazing country. Let's go talk to the Patriots outside.
Let's see, who do we have?
Okay. grab a couple of our great sponsors here at the network. We want to thank Birch Gold, who is leading the way for us, so we could be on for you and talk about this amazing experiment known as America. It's not just a place, it's an idea, as we have more flyovers, and it looks like those paratroopers coming in, that might be the Army Grand Knights, who are known for diving in. And again, you don't want them to dive in on you if you are the enemy. But buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. I know what you're thinking. Everything's expensive right now. And how can you have that hedge against inflation? Well, this is why buying gold can pull your head out of the sand and give you financial opportunities that are truly second to none. Does not cost you anything out of pocket, diversifying your retirement savings, so Birch Gold Group can help with your 401k and the diversification of such. Whether it's a physical IRA in gold, you know something that's a hedge against inflation is, again, gold, gold, gold. Listen, right now, Birch Gold is going to give you a special on America 250, a 1 ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 10th. Purchase $10,000 in that, you get the 1 ounce of the silver. That is going for a limited time right now. So think about this. 10 years ago, an ounce of gold was about $1,200. Today, it's around $4,500. Where will it be 10 years from now on America's 260th? Text Trump to 989898. Take advantage of this from the Birch Gold Group. That is texting Trump to 989898. Also, we'd like to thank All Family Pharmacy. They're an amazing group to get all of the life-saving medications for this America 250, whether it's ivermectin to mebendazole, NAD+, methylene blue, the stuff that Secretary Kennedy talks about, and the stuff that has been FDA approved for a number of years now. So be sure to visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for all of those life-saving medications as we continue to watch the flyovers, talk to the Patriots, and enjoy this great American State Fair.
I think just on the point of gold, I just ask a simple question to myself when I'm thinking about investments. Not that I'm a financial advisor whatsoever. I just got my degree in finance, but I ask one simple question. If I had $1,000 and I put $1,000 into my bank account and left it for 10 years, or I put $1,000 into gold and I left it for 10 years, which one's going to be worth more over the course of 10 years? Like nearly every single time, gold will be worth more than simply keeping your cash in the green dollar bills. So if you haven't already, highly recommend going and getting yourself some gold and silver from Birch Gold. But I think we've got a couple more people to talk to here, a couple more booths to run into. Let's see here. You guys here in line for Arizona? Arizona? You guys from Arizona?
Yes. I'm excited about Arizona. Paradise Valley.
Paradise Valley?
Yes.
How long have you guys lived there?
6 years.
6 years.
Mm-hmm.
What made you move to Arizona?
Papa, and the climate and the taxes and the freedom there.
What? So I was just out there last week. It was about 115 degrees in Phoenix. And this is what, maybe 100 degrees right now? I've got to say, this feels hotter, don't you think?
Yes, it's a dry heat in Arizona.
It is. It is. What's been your biggest takeaway from the fair so far?
The amount of freedom that we have.
What? Right. What's the number one reason that you guys came? Just to celebrate America, or?
We came to celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk, the turning point. And we came for a Founders Ball.
Yeah, Charlie was a friend of mine. Just signed on tour of Turning Point to do exactly what Charlie did. But I think Charlie was an absolute martyr for the faith. That's what he wanted to be known for. Wanted to be known for the courage for his faith. What's one impact Charlie had on your life?
How he has changed the lives of the younger generation and how he's opened them up to the Lord.
Anything for you?
Well, I think he's also opened the eyes of people just in worldwide, whatever, in regards to the Constitution and what it means for Americans. Just, it's important. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for being here. Charlie's a hero, and thank you guys for honoring his life. But I mean, Bobby, like you heard them say, mean, Charlie is a hero. Charlie's the reason why they're here, and Charlie's legacy, honestly, post-death is bigger than the impact he made during his life.
He's more alive than ever. Think about him every day, and we love you, Charlie. Let's keep it up right outside of his adopted home booth of State 48, Arizona, home of Turning Point USA. And moments from now, you'll see an Army helicopter flyover, so be sure to tune into that. Miss, you have just an amazing get-up for this America 250. Let's walk with you and talk about what you're most excited about here.
You're my second interview today, and that's hilarious.
Well, but we're your best interview, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course. So tell us about coming out here. Where's your home state? And you're out here in some hot weather.
Yeah.
I hope you're getting enough H2O.
Well, we are. My husband's loaded with water.
Okay.
And we're from Houston, Texas.
Oh, love it. Oh, you're used to the heat then.
No, we couldn't miss this for the world because we love our president and we love our country.
Everything's bigger in Texas. We look forward to a convention coming to Dallas in September. So that's going to be an exciting thing for the Republican Party and such. But what have you enjoyed most about this Great American State Fair?
Absolutely everything, because we've never been here before. And I'm not exactly a spring chicken.
Well, ma'am, enjoy your time. Happy America 250. God bless you and God bless Texas. Yes, sir. Are you a Texan?
I was born in Texas, but I live in Virginia, and I just absolutely love Virginia.
The Commonwealth is fantastic. So hop, skip, and a drive for you to the district today?
Well, we came from Virginia Beach, and we've been up here now. This is our 4th day. We said it's a lifetime experience. It only happens in my lifetime once, so why not come up and soak it all up?
Oh, exactly.
Absolutely.
Semi-quincentennial coming just once, and we're excited to see what's in those time capsules. They'll be open in another 250 years from now, God willing. It's, as Mr. Franklin put it, I gave you a republic if you can keep it, as such, and we are thoroughly into that experiment. What have you seen as some of the great successes and the things that still need to be worked on as we go into another 250?
Well, there's always an ebb and a flow depending on who's here, and I think the best line is if you can keep it, and right now it seems like we're in a fight to keep it, from people who are not educated about what this country truly means and where we're going. And it's not a lot about free. We weren't founded as a communist nation, and I hope we can stay that way. We need to stay the course and keep being what made America great. I saw yesterday a kid's shirt said "Greatest Country Ever," and that's the best sentiment I can leave you with. Absolutely. So that was awesome.
God bless you, sir. God bless Virginia, and enjoy the fair.
Absolutely. God bless you. Thanks for being here.
And as we continue to talk to amazing patriots here, that's what it's all about, the 250. Faith, family, freedom, and upholding the very constitutional Republican ideals. Again, not the party, but rather our form of government, our way of life, that we are endowed by our Creator with these certain inalienable rights. Again, that they are life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Our Constitution does not guarantee you happiness, does not tell you the government will provide this, that, and the other outside of the general welfare and protecting one another. That comes to the forms of those in military uniform and also our first responders. So again, thank you for protecting us today, the National Guard out here with the DC Metropolitan Police, amongst others, to make sure these American patriots enjoy what's rather, again, a warm day, 98 degrees. If you're coming down here to the Great American State Fair, then make sure to hydrate, make sure to stay fed, and make sure to prepare for all that. There are some good water stations and some cooling stations. We're now up to 100 degrees today, but we are enjoying and having some fun. Let's yes, sir, it is hot. Let's talk to this duo over here. I'm enjoying the get-up. Sir, I love the glasses and the America 250. Father-son duo, enjoying today?
Yes, we are.
What state are you from?
Houston.
Keep running into the Texans. We love the Texans. It's a good group of people. The Lone Star State, which really is a pioneering spirit down in Houston. But you're used to this heat.
Say it again.
You're used to this heat.
Yes, this is normal.
This is nothing.
Yeah, it's hot, sweaty. You just got to prepare for it.
Absolutely. First time to DC, or what sites have you enjoyed thus far?
Second time. The little one's first time. Yeah. We've enjoyed the monuments. We've only been here for a couple of days. We got another couple of days to go.
Good, yeah. Wonderful time this time of year for a family vacation to Washington, D.C. What do you hope to share with your son on this America 250? And from generation to generation, we know President Reagan told us that it's not passed through the bloodstream, but rather we have to pass it down to our posterity. And you seem to be doing that with your family here.
Yes, we are. I think the biggest thing that I've noticed when the first time I came is how much the founding fathers were all Christians.
Right.
And a lot of the monuments, they quote the Bible, they owe everything to God, even the Revolutionary War. So just passing that on to that this nation is a Christian nation. It is based on Christian values, and it probably needs to get back into that.
Right. I think we do have to get back there, and the founders are very clear, the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence, that self-governance is for a whole and moral people, and without that, we want not have the opportunity to continue on for 250 years. So thanks for what you're doing, and please give our regards to the great state of Texas.
Thank you.
Enjoy. We got another gentleman here, lots of Trump supporters out here, and I mean, really, are they any better? It's these MAGA patriots who've made a vast difference over the course of our movement dating back to 2015. What's been your favorite part, sir, about the Great American State Fair as you are dressed for the occasion?
Oh, yeah. I just enjoy it. Had to wait in line an hour. Waited in line an hour and a half yesterday, and they closed it up. But we've had a great time here. And we're going to keep coming back. We're watching fireworks tonight and watch everything go on. I love America. I love this country. And keep going, Trump.
There are a lot of people for 100 degrees outside in the sunshine that's beating down on us.
Oh my gosh, it's beating down, and we're just pouring. I've never poured so much sweat off in my life. It's like, I'm not going to say what you don't have to use, but you can drink as much water you want to, but there's no porta potties being used. They're just pouring out.
I think it's just absorbing into our systems here. What state are you from, and how long will you be in the district?
Well, we live in Florida, but we came from North Carolina. We live half the year in North Carolina. That's my kids and grandkids live there, but originally from Illinois, but we got out of that hole.
Same with me. Wonderful place to grow up, but not so much anymore. Have you had a favorite booth here at America 250?
Not so many. I've hit the first day. I hit a lot of them. I don't know. I liked North Carolina because they said they weren't going to have it, and the people put it on themselves. I liked a couple of other ones. One that said they wouldn't put it on. Pennsylvania I want to hit, but my Florida was a favorite one.
Oh, it's great.
It was nice and cold. Plus, they gave us little stuffed animals for my grandkids. So
it almost looks like a museum in there.
Oh yeah. It's a great place. People said, "Oh, nobody's coming to this thing." Are they nuts? They haven't come down here. This has been a great time.
What I'm noticing is that the ones with the longer lines tend to be the better booths.
I assume. I saw this line here, and I said, "Oh, let's walk into Texas." Like, nope, that's the Texas line down a block long. But it's cool. I wish I could have had the rodeo on, but I understand without the animals and that. But everybody's been so nice here. I mean, it's been amazing.
It's just like a Trump rally. For RSBN, we are the Trump Rally Network. But again, just like a rally, tonight everyone's so kind and patient and nice. And a huge shout out to our National Guard in full uniform, mind you. It's hot for us, but they have layers on.
Yeah, I keep thinking, I said, how do you guys do this in the heat? And they said, it's just what we do. You know, and it's so good to see that and proud. Flyovers coming over tonight and everything else like that. We're going to be on a boat watching the fireworks. So, yeah, it's going to be fun.
Can't go right on the Potomac. Is there something you caught from last night's speech, President Trump at Mount Rushmore, talking about the antithesis to our Constitution, our founding documents, the Declaration, written 250 years ago today? It's communism as it stands. And as he said last night, it represents death, tyranny, and truly evil, and we stand against it here in 2026 to ensure another 250 years of this great constitutional republic.
Absolutely. I watched the speech in our hotel room last night, and I was like, holy cow, it put goosebumps on me. I mean, the guy was so great talking about it, and we went to the Holocaust Museum the first night we were here, and I tell you what a somber thing to see, and we can't have communists take over this country. We got to educate our young people and quit sending them through these crazy institutions that they're getting indoctrinated against the country. America is the greatest place, and we just need people to stand up for it, and let's not take it back.
We're going to do another flyover right now. Sir, thank you so much. God bless you. God bless America.
Yeah, God bless.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. As we get this other flyover, I'm going to pull this up real quick to see what is on the list. In the distance, I can't see as much. It looks like the Army flyover right now. So at this moment, everyone stops to get video and photo of these amazing aircraft that we have of all 6 branches here of the United States military. This is the Army helicopter flyover. So that's all the United States Army. And if you're this close to them and an enemy of the United States of America, not a good location to be in. But right now, as great patriots joining in this celebration, we are safe and sound under the mighty might of the United States Army. Can I get an Army hoorah? Hoorah! There we go. USA! 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 Christian, it's just like a Trump rally, but even better.
It's just like a Trump rally, but it's all organic. Everyone's here because they want to be here. They're all here not because they love Trump or they hate Biden, but because they love America. That's why they're here. I mean, in just using your eyes right now, you could probably see 100 American flags if you really wanted to count. And that's what we're here for. And we see the Artemis II crew is now on stage talking about their journey to space, to the moon a few months ago. I think people are really enjoying them. And why are you guys here at the Great American State Fair?
To celebrate the 250th birthday.
250th birthday.
Yes.
What does that mean to you guys?
It's something to be very thankful for.
Yes, very thankful.
Yeah. Do you have any service members in your family?
Yes, both of my grandparents, both of my grandfathers served, yes.
And they produced this 250 years.
Yes, we're from Colorado, and it's our 150th in Colorado, but we came here to celebrate the nation's 250. Yeah.
Is this your first time to D.C.?
Heavens, no. No, not at all. No, I enjoyed coming here.
What's been your favorite part about the fair so far?
The heat. Just kidding.
You almost had me fooled.
I think it's all the people
It's just
that come from all over, everywhere, and everybody's super friendly and just willing to engage. And I just haven't experienced any partisan attitudes. It's been really good. I think everybody's just coming together because they just want to be happy that we're all free.
Yeah, I've only been on this planet for about 21 years. Is this one of the most patriotic, united times you've seen in your life, or am I wrong?
No, I think it really is. Yeah.
I think it's more patriotic and united than 9/11. Is it rivaling it?
I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that one. That's a totally different vibe.
Yeah. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for loving America. That's why we're here. And I think Bobby's got another interview over here. Do you have another interview lined up? No?
Not at the moment, but I'll keep finding some folks. So, sir, I like your style here. He's got the Greg Norman shark, and he's keeping cool right now. What's been your favorite moment here at the Great American State Fair?
Oh man, it's been so many things to share and admire and look at. But have you seen the jet planes?
Amazing every few minutes.
Wow, amazing. But the heat is quite intense.
Oh, it is. It's 100 degrees outside today.
It feels like 120 or something.
Everyone's got a smile on their face. What makes you proud to be American and to be born in such a time as this?
Oh, this is amazing, man. We have the best country in the world, and you can share the vibe, and you can share everybody who's feeling happy. It's just amazing. It's 250 years.
Oh, it
wow.
is.
Wow.
Remarkable.
Remarkable.
No question about it. Enjoy your time out here. Stay safe, and we'll see you at the fireworks.
Absolutely.
Looking forward. It's going to be the biggest fireworks show in American history, if not world history. It's going to break the Guinness World Record. At 40 minutes is the ultimate goal. So we'll see how that all goes. Multiple locations tonight. They'll be all around the mall after President Trump's speech. 850,000 fireworks? My goodness, Mr. Producer, that is a crazy number as we look forward to putting the bets down. Kalshi.com/RSBN. If you like soccer right now, it's the FIFA World Cup. We're by the FIFA fan zone. Canada and Morocco playing right now. Ma'am, what do you think about Canada and their GDP? It's less than Alabama right now. Maybe should they be the 51st state?
Oh my God. I don't know. Whatever they want. That's a funny question.
They need our help.
I'm going for Canada for the World Cup. And
Okay.
I think we're losing right now.
Yeah, they have a good team that they put together, so we'll see how they do against Morocco.
But USA is better.
Yes, they are. USA really putting it on everybody, including the game the other night. What did you think about that red card? I wasn't too thrilled about that. That was clearly not of malintent, but our star player being kicked out of the game as a result.
I think it was a mistake. I think eventually the VAR realized that they made a mistake. But we still won, and hopefully Monday we'll kick Belgium's butt.
Rarely have we seen such a celebration of the Great American State Fair, Freedom 250, America 250 all across the nation and in specific municipalities meeting the FIFA World Cup right here at home to the College World Series. What's been your favorite aspect this summer as we celebrate America 250?
I love that we're coming together and seeing sports, people, independence. It's a real good mix with all this heat as well. And people are coming out, so I love that. I love the mix.
Do you have a favorite booth thus far?
I just went to Texas, and I love it. I live there currently, so I enjoy that. For now, I'm just enjoying every unique ability of all the states and everything we have to offer in the U.S. I'm proud.
Well, God bless you and God bless Texas. Oh, these guys are walking away. I never seen that before. Just walking away. Christian, did you scare them or? Yeah. You know what's? We are the free speech. we are the free speech network, and we like to tell people how it is. Right? We're not afraid to listen to people and what they have to say on the network.
Yeah, he's wearing a Yankees jersey, and one of them said he's a liberal. So down in Alabama, they call that a synonym. So, Yankees and liberals. Hey,
buddy, how you doing?
Doing good. Why are you
guys,
at the Great American State Fair?
Why not? Great place to be, right?
Why do you love America?
I love America. I don't know, man. A million reasons, I guess, right? I mean, free, you can do whatever you want to do, no problems, nobody bothers you, have a great time.
What does freedom mean to you in the 250th year this year?
Geez, I don't know. Kind of tough to answer, man. I'm not really good at that. But I mean, it's just, it's a great place to live, right? I mean, do what you want, and nobody really restricts you from anything. Just, I guess, that's it.
Yeah, thank you for loving America. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I mean, once again, point proven. If they don't have anything to say, they have one thing to say, and they can say that they love America, and that's honestly just beautiful. And this is honestly something a lot of people have been praying for, that we can get patriotism back in this country, get patriotism back in the youth, even though a couple of them walked away. But
and you know what helps with that is American Financing, because they sponsor us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we're blessed to have them in today's uncertain economy. America Financing can protect you when it comes to helping families find a way to stay out of the high interest trap. We do have that issue as we look at inflation, as we look at things that are costing a lot. Affordability, a big issue in the campaign, whether right, left, or center. We're heading into this summer, but the economic clouds aren't clearing for most middle-class families. So between persistent inflation and the cost of living, American Financing has you there to make sure you have more equity than you realize in the summer surge of America 250. It's an exhausting cycle, but American Financing understands what matters most, especially when it comes to home ownership and living that American dream. That's why they have salary-based mortgage consultations for you. So talk to my Patriot friends over at American Financing. With mortgage rates in the fives, their customers are saving an average of $800 on each payment cycle. So if you're trapped with wiping out high interest debt, you want to get rid of all that. That's money that stays in your pocket to fight back against rising costs. No upfront fees, no pressure. And if you sign up today, you could delay 2 or more payments. So that's a saving of $1,600 right off the bat. 888-402-0299, 888-402-0299. It's AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. A great group. Thank you for sponsoring us as we continue to enjoy 100-degree weather out here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I think American Financing is a great choice as young people like myself look to go buy their first home. And it's very discouraging looking at the job market and the housing market and trying to get something that's affordable. The average age for a first-time home buyer has now hit 40 years old. I don't know when you bought your first house, Bobby, but I guarantee it was before 40 because you're not even 40 yet. So it's just something we got to get back in this country. It's the pinnacle of the American dream, home ownership. It's exactly what the WEF wants to erode from this country because they want us to own nothing and be happy, which is a paradox in and of itself.
And we're watching that housing bill right now. If you look back at policy on the docket, if the president does not veto that bill, it will become law. And it's Senator Elizabeth Warren's backing, really her law when you think about it. Some are supporting it on the right, a lot are not. So we'll watch all of that. But the president wants the Save America Act passed. and attaching it to that bill if necessary. And if you've been a policy wonk at all, it's been really an amazing summer to watch House Speaker Mike Johnson navigate the difficulties of what's coming about with Democrats and some weak Republicans, sadly including Senate Majority Leader John Thune, get it together, pass the Save America Act. Now, the nice thing is, if you come on over to the Great American State Fair, some spots of shade where people are enjoying, and a water station right behind me as well. So be sure to stay hydrated, get those electrolytes, make sure you get some food in you as well. We saw some folks there that had to take a break from the heat, but regardless has not scared the Patriots away to enjoy today, including these two lovely people here enjoying the Great American State Fair. Are you from the area or visiting from afar?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, fantastic. Commonwealth, not too far. Not too far, depending where you are. If you're in Pittsburgh, it's a little bit of a drive or even a flight. What's been the highlight for you here at America 250?
I like the state tents.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're super nice.
Yeah. The stickers.
Yeah, the stickers are great. We have been collecting.
Lots of collections, yes, absolutely. Is there one that you're going to highlight, maybe perhaps make a memory board?
You really like Montana?
I love Montana.
Yeah.
Never been there, but I love the state. And I really liked the exhibit that they had with the dinosaurs and how you could do that for the kids. That was really cool. And the free travel pack they were giving out, that was really nice. So.
Yeah, very interactive. Yeah. So you got to get, especially this time of year, Montana, great to explore. Great for those mountain states, really nothing quite like it as we reflect on the life of Teddy Roosevelt and his library opening in Medora, North Dakota, just the other day with President Trump on the anniversary of storming San Juan Hill, the Battle of San Juan Hill in the Spanish-American War, which made Teddy Roosevelt a household name. And I don't know if you caught that, but President Trump was speaking to an AI version of President Roosevelt, and that was something to see living now in 2026. So much technology.
That's pretty crazy, yeah. That'd be an interesting. I didn't see that, so I'll have to look that up.
I didn't see that yet, no.
So give us a lay of the land. What are you planning to do next? You're getting a little bit of some reprieve here as we enjoy the building across from us, a Greco-Roman really architecture. Reminds me of the Pantheon in Rome, just the way it's styled out there, which so many buildings are like that here in Washington, D.C. Yeah. But tell us what is the next step. You're visiting the booths. You're enjoying some shade right now. Will you be here for the president's speech and the fireworks, as well as these amazing flyovers happening?
I think we're going to go to the museum now, and then, and then we'll probably come back for the fireworks. Yes. Yeah.
It will be the largest fireworks spectacle, not only in American history.
850,000.
Not only world history, Guinness history. It will be 40 minutes long, approximately. 850,000 fireworks. So for the fireworks lovers out there, get here to D.C. as soon as you can. It's going to happen tonight. Look forward to it on America 250. Lots of the museums as well are on the house. They're free, so come and visit if you have not been to our nation's capital. Has there been a favorite museum you've been to thus far during your trip?
I mean, we just got here yesterday. It was really looking forward today. Okay. So we've only been doing the state fair so far, but she wants to go see the Smithsonian because we live in Europe. We actually don't live in America, so she's from Spain.
I'm from Spain. Wow. Yeah.
I'm the local resident here, so taking her to all the museums and having a day for the 250th. So.
And Spain's an amazing country in its own right. So thank you for being with us on our birthday, and safe travels.
Thank you. Appreciate
Happy 4th.
It.
Happy 4th. And that is what it has been here at America 250. Lots of smiles, lots of love, lots of celebration, and people making new friends on a daily basis as you see this great fair underway. Sir, come on in the shade. Let's get some cooling down going on. It's a hot day here. How are you enjoying America's 250th birthday celebration?
I am loving it. Absolutely loving it. To think, a son of an immigrant, I spent yesterday with a congressman and was actually touring the Capitol. So it's just a wonderful experience and shows you what America's about.
Who was that congressman?
Well, I'm not going to tell you. I forgot his name.
But it's been special to see even their spirit. Sometimes you can get to Washington, D.C. as a policymaker and somewhat forget about the people back home. But some of them, I've watched them walk these grounds, and they really have that spirit, that sense of a child again, of the beauty and the gift that is this country.
Yeah, it almost brings you to tears. Right. You know? Absolutely. And the great thing is when we were online, which took hours, everybody was watching out for one another, giving them, water, hydrating them, and if somebody got ill, they took them out of line immediately. So
We're seeing again another flyover by the United States Air Force. Really remarkable, watching every 5 to 10 minutes. Great flyovers by all 6 branches. Here we go, some more. God bless our United States Air Force and all in the uniformed services. Our National Guard out here as well. We're going to wear shorts today, but they're not doing that.
No, they're not, and just a great service to us. Anyway, God bless you. Enjoy the 4th.
Thanks, sir.
Happy 4th, everybody.
Happy 4th. God bless you. So we're going to try to catch some more of the flyover for you right in the middle of the mall here. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm Robert McNeely. I'm with Christian Hodges. We are covering the Great American State Fair. And I think a lot about the different fairs out there and the great attire.
I'm actually a member of Trump Party.
Are you?
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Trump lines are great.
Did you vote for Trump, right?
How
many times?
Pretty sure. 3 times.
3 times.
3 times.
Why'd you vote for him?
Because he's America first.
Right.
When he announced his candidacy back in 2015, I was like, he's going to win. And sure enough, he did. And I
bet on him early.
Yes, and I became a delegate, and when they shot him, I put 45 and 47 on my arm.
What state are you from?
California.
Which part of California? Which part is conservative? Tell us about California. Can it be saved?
Whittier, California, where Richard Nixon had his home, is fairly conservative. Orange County, California, is too. We're trying to save it with Steve Hilton. We have to. Trump's going to back us, and I think we have a shot.
Do you think he can beat what's his name? Becerra?
Becerra.
Yeah, Becerra.
Well, yes, he can, if they don't cheat. That's the problem.
What did you think about Spencer Pratt in L.A.? Was that robbed from him?
It was taken away. The last-minute votes that came in. It's like, claiming the Detroit Lions won a game because they got mail-in points.
Right.
They cheat on everything.
Right.
In California. They do.
Right. I love the overalls. Where'd you get them?
Well, these are Amazon, but hey, we wanted to support America, so red, white, and blue is the color of the day.
And what's the American flag mean to you? I think I've seen more American flags here than I've ever seen in my life, and all combined. But what does the American flag mean to you?
To me, it means hope. It really means hope, and it's an icon of our freedom and liberties. And to all of our service members who are celebrating today, without their sacrifice, we wouldn't be standing here right now. It's hope and liberty.
Do you have any service members in your family you want to shout out?
Many service members, including my nephew from the United States Navy. Thank you. Go America.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for loving America and voting for the president and keeping America first.
We love President Trump. If I could vote for him again, I would.
If you had one message to him right now if he was watching, what would you say?
Donald J. Trump, our president, thank you so much for this amazing party.
Well, you've got one more supporter right here who would love to meet you one day. If you're watching, he's probably he might be a little busy right now. Yeah, I think he's a little busy right now. But once again, that's the resounding message that I've heard, that freedom is hope. It's hope to the rest of the world, but it's hope to the next 250 years.
Yes.
You think we'll make it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much for talking to us and for being here in this amazing event. It's incredible.
One last question. Young people like myself are either going to make or break, preserve the next 250 or end it tomorrow. What's your message to my generation to preserve the next 250?
Well, I'm a baby boomer, so I used to hear that in the 60s coming out of World War II. Our generation brought it to where we are today. Your generation will continue. America will succeed.
What did you guys do that we're not doing that we can do better?
I think you have to understand both parties and stop the negativity on the left. The left has been very negative. You need to embrace differences.
They're very violent. Like Charlie said, when speech ends, violence begins, and sadly, Charlie's life and his death is proof of that statement, of that quote from Charlie. So thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Happy 4th.
You want to go? You want to do one? No? Okay. Well, once again, that is the resounding message that freedom is hope, and we actually do have hope for America, and it's not time to give up quite yet, or I don't think America's something we can ever give up on. And if we do, I don't know where Americans are going to go, and I don't think anyone knows where the rest of the world is going to go, as even the world who comes here, who claims that they hate America, still refuses to leave this country. So it's something that we've got to preserve.
And we'd like to thank our sponsors, as everyone is in the shade right now enjoying America 250. So catching up on their relaxation today on a very hot day in Washington, D.C. Thank you for all the parents watching today, all the kids as well, the families. It's what it's all about, family and faith and this great country of ours. Now on our 250th birthday celebration, it's no secret that kids often are fed with incomplete or inaccurate histories when it comes to the background of our incredible journey. With America's 250th birthday upon us, it's more important than ever to raise the next generation of informed American patriots. And they're doing that right there with the Kids Guide. Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together this great guide called The Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, giving kids the inspiring truth and the facts that made America great and continue to do so. It's the perfect keepsake souvenir for kids, and they're giving it away for free at freeusagift.com. So please request your copy today, The Kids Guide to America and America's 250 at freeusagift.com. Right now, the best way to celebrate America's 250. Now, Christian, do you ever fall back on your taxes? Is that too much of a personal question?
Well, I don't know if I want to say if we're in D.C. the government's going to come after me, but I think everyone does, don't they?
Right. We got to find a way to live without that income tax. Some states have chosen to do that, but regardless, if you're back on your taxes, haven't paid them in a while, Tax Network USA is the place to go. Those great patriots can help you out at tnusa.com/RSBN, and there you can find just about everything you need to come to saving those back taxes. So no judgment, but make sure you get those in so the government is not breathing down your neck. You don't want that as part of your America 250 celebration. So again, Tax Network USA, great patriots watching out for us, not only here at the network, but these wonderful people out here enjoying America 250. tnusa.com/RSBN. They are patriot experts. They know what they're doing. They've, in many cases, worked for the IRS, so they know how to handle all of those issues. Don't fall behind on your taxes. Get ahead of it with Tax Network USA. Ladies, how has your America 250 been? When they take videos and photos, I come and I embarrass them. So I do enjoy the American flag get up and the cross. Oh, don't get up, don't get up. It's tell us about the festivities today and what you've been enjoying the most.
So we got these passports, and we kind of like collecting stamps, stickers, everything. It's pretty cool, and we kind of are the American flag.
We represent, yeah. We try.
Yeah.
Red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
It's tell me about these passports. Where'd you find them for those who are still not here yet but wanting to enjoy the fair through July 10th?
They are kind of like in every state stand. You can just get them for free and collect stamps and stickers and everything. You just stamp that you've been there.
How did you decide the attire between the red, white, and blue? Did you have to rock, paper, scissors, or?
No, I think we just kind of independently went with a color, each of us. So, yeah.
It's our first meetup.
Yeah?
We never met before.
Really?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, Belgium? Where are you from?
Germany.
Germany, okay. Excellent. So we've had a lot we're talking about the German fleet that was actually up in New York Harbor today with some of the American ships and the tall ships and 50 countries joining in 53 warships up in New York. So it's a party all over the place. Are you enjoying the FIFA World Cup and everything America has to offer right now?
I mean, not a big soccer fan, but I'm enjoying the fourth, so yeah.
And how long are you in the States?
We're actually au pairs, so we're living here. I'm from Ohio, Columbus, so it's like a whole year here.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I live in Montana currently, so yeah.
I live in Virginia.
Commonwealth. And Germany is a gorgeous nation. I mean, you can see with these lovely ladies here. But tell us, what are perhaps the biggest differences between American culture and German culture as you see it? Air conditioning has been a big theme lately, and we're happy to have it today. There's no question. Well, welcome, enjoy, and we will let you get back to the festivities today. We have a few gentlemen back here, actually. I'm just going to kneel down. Some good USA guys. Are you guys twins? Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Tell us about what the American flag means to you.
So it really means
means that you like the America and you're watching like the jets fly through the sky. Last time it was practice and today they're skate time. Okay.
What has been? Oh, we got some more coming overhead. Have you had a favorite jet so far today?
Blue Angel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you have a favorite branch of the military? Do you like the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force?
Air Force.
Air Force? Yeah, they're pretty cool. That's what's going on right now. Over us are the Air Force right now. So, what do you guys hope to do when you're grown up? Stay young. But when you're all grown up, what do you hope to give back to the greatest country ever?
Whatever I would give the country an American flag.
I love that. Yeah. Fly it proud. Make sure it doesn't hit the ground, right? All right, dudes. Have fun today. It's America 250, and that's what it is all about. It's about family, faith, freedom, and the greatest party that we've ever had. I think it's a good time, as some folks are getting some shade on this. Is it over 100 degrees right now?
And it feels like, I don't know what the official number is. I don't really care. It feels like 100. Yeah. I can tell you that. But I think these two little twins are complete opposite of what you would see in a Germany pride rally, pride parade over in Germany. Complete opposite. This is a family event. I think it's very clear by, you just look at who's standing over here in the shade. It's all families. All families, one after one after one after one. All families, all young people. And I think that's even inspiring in and of itself. Seeing the young people come out, you don't have to drag them here. I don't see anyone being dragged and being forced to be here.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure the liberals are going to claim that afterwards when they see the record numbers of attendees that get released after this. But do you see anyone being dragged here, anyone being forced?
Really enjoying their time and smiles on their faces and everyone being very jovial. As again, you'd see this at a Trump rally. But we're at the ultimate birthday party in the history of our country. And again, everyone really enjoying themselves.
We have someone we got to interview over here. Melania shirt?
I love it. What's up, y'all? Happy America 250.
Why'd you come out to the fair today?
I drove all because, like, this is my country. I love it, and I'm proud to be here. I don't know.
Why do you love America?
Because I came up out of nothing. I went in the Air Force like everything I want to do. It's true, the American dream. I came like, God is good and I love Trump. I don't know.
That sounds like an American to me. And thank you for your service. Why'd you vote for President Trump?
Because I seen our borders invaded. And my Bible says that the first judgment is you're invaded by another country, and I knew something was wrong. No, I don't know. Don't put that on the news.
I think we're live right now, so thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you for being here. You want to go? No, you don't want to go? All right. He did it. You got to do it. All right. Well, I mean, once again, you hear many veterans out here celebrating the country once again, something they fought for, they bled for, and now they're sweating for.
Yes, well, it's St. Frassati Day as well for the Catholics watching, and I'll share some of the Catholic prayers that are coming across for America 250. Even the American Pope, he was sending his good well wishes and blessings to the United States on the 250th anniversary of this great nation. But also, as St. Francis once said, spread the gospel. If necessary, use words, and sometimes gentlemen have no words for the greatness of this nation, and that's okay too. So as we go along, I think we have to go in the corner over here. I saw some dancing happening, and we're going to go put this, we're going to test this theory out, because sometimes people like to get our attention, and they don't realize that we're watching. So I was noticing some awesome Trump dances over here. Can we get some on display real quick for the good people watching on Right Side Broadcasting Network? That looks huge and tremendous, quite frankly. Well done. That was good stuff. Are you looking forward to, sir, what's been your highlight thus far for the Great American State Fair as we celebrate 250 years of America?
Well, it hasn't been as hot as I thought it was going to be, so
yeah, that's good, right?
Been better.
Yeah, I know, right? It could have been worse.
Yeah. Highlight the Ferris wheel, and
It's your first time in D.C.?
No, it's my third.
Third time?
Yeah.
Okay. What are some of your highlights here when you come to visit?
I like just looking at all the monuments and like going to the museums.
It's a beautiful time to enjoy. Many of those museums free as well. Tell us about where you're at in life, what you're studying, and what you hope to accomplish here in America, as it is the land of the free, home of the brave.
What I'm studying?
Yes, sir.
I'm not in college yet, but I study all the school subjects.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
That basic stuff, yeah. Well, one day, do you want to hold something here in Washington, D.C.? Does it attract you professionally?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to be when I grow up, but maybe. I don't know.
Well, you got time to figure it out. I'm still trying to figure it out. So enjoy the time with your family. Happy 250. Yeah. And stay safe out there. And again, if you're coming here for this awesome fair, make sure that you're hydrating and getting those calories in beforehand to make sure to remain hydrated. Sometimes I feel like I'm lecturing too much, Christian, but I want people to be safe. We're enjoying the Great American State Fair. I'm Robert McNeely. I'm with Christian Hodges, and we're talking everything freedom to the birthday party and everything in between. Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Stick with us here as we celebrate America's birthday.
And joining us once again is the owner of All Family Pharmacy, Michael Kunzler. Thanks so much for joining us, Michael.
Hey, Matthew. Thank you for having me.
Definitely. First of all, happy Independence Day from our family to yours as we dive into not only the history of our country this July 4th, but also the history of All Family Pharmacy. So tell us again, how did you get your start?
Yeah, so we started in 2020, right at the pandemic, and we are a nationwide pharmacy, family-owned, non-corporate entity. We started helping people with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and different types of antibiotics and rescue inhalers throughout the course of the pandemic. When their and their pharmacists said no, we said yes, and that's kind of what built up the brand, is helping the average American achieve medical freedom, the rights that they were taken away from in 2020 through 2022, 2024, all over political nonsense and this vaccine.
Yeah, so it sounds like that's something that is continuing even in 2026 to continue that medical freedom with you guys. So can you tell us about this all popular buy one, get one free sale? And then also, are there any new products added to this year's BOGO sale?
Yeah, the buy one, get one free sales. We do that once a year. It's the biggest sale of the year. You buy one capsule, you get one free. Essentially, it's 50% off. Anything ivermectin capsules, mebendazole capsules, the combination of ivermectin and mebendazole. We have hydroxychloroquine. We've added a compounded ivermectin cream that we make in-house. We make it a little bit stronger, so it's better for you. And we've added this year the NAD Plus injections. We added that because essentially we think that is one of the best medications out on the market for most Americans. I mean, it is the battery that drives our cells. It's natural energy. And a lot of data is coming out that a lot of these neurological problems that people are having is a decline in NAD plus levels. And so we want the American people to know that we can provide medications for their longevity, to keep their brain going, to keep their mind going. It's okay to get old. It's part of the process, but let's keep your mind young. Let's keep it sharp. And we can do the same thing with the body. That is what NAD Plus is for. And so what a great opportunity now to try a drug like NAD Plus when you can get it on sale for a buy one, get one free sale. If you've never had it, give us a call. We can answer questions. We can go over it with you. Keep in mind, it is an injection. It's a sub-Q, so it's right into the fat, just above the skin. It does not hurt at all. And we have pharmacists on staff that can walk you through the process. It is amazing. It's definitely something I highly suggest trying out.
The thing that's wild about NAD Plus is it's growing in popularity. I mean, this is something that we hear from RFK Jr., you hear it in pop culture, but even outside of all that stuff, it's really something that I'm hearing about not only on RSBN, but a lot of places now.
It's everywhere, and it's been everywhere. It's just we were never had access to it. Hollywood has had access to it, the rich, the elites, those who could afford $1,000 IV flushes every week. They were putting NAD Plus in there. They were boosting these actors and actresses up so that they can do 14, 16-hour shifts, 3-4 days in a row, a week in a row. And those are the ones that were taking advantage of it. All of a sudden, we got wind of it. Some other pharmacies got wind of it, and we brought it to the public. because it's something that those people have been using for years successfully. And it's just kind of brought them into a younger state of mind. And so why can't the American people have access to it? And now they do. And we sell it at a very good rate. It's not expensive. It's not a $400 IV flush. These injections will last you 30 to 45 days.
The thing I like about All Family Pharmacy is it's not only maintenance, but it's also preventative medicines. You guys have, figuratively speaking, a 1-2 punch, don't you?
Yes, everything we do is to help the American people, whether they really want to prevent something, they want to have it for a sickness or a treatment, something that they want to prepare for. That is what we are for. Our regulators do not like what we do. They don't want you to be prepared for the flu. They don't want you to be prepared for a sinus infection. They want you to wait till you get sick to then show up at your doctor's office, for them to finally prescribe something, to go to the pharmacy, to fight with your insurance carrier to cover it, fight with the pharmacist to dispense it, and then finally get it. At that point, how many days have gone by? How much stress have you endured? With us, it's stress-free. You order it online, you get it in 1 to 4 business days. You have it in your medicine cabinet, it's ready to go. We encourage people to stay prepared. You don't know what is next.
Exactly. You guys seem to be really evolving with the times because everything out there seems to be just more and more streamlined. And what better way to have a streamlined effect is to work with a pharmacy with something that is so serious too. You know what I mean? There's a lot out there when it comes to situations people run into with symptoms and all of that. And to be prepared is also another key that you guys really drive home, don't you?
Yes, we're all about that. We are all about we're all about preparedness. We're all about fighting these symptoms, overcoming them. And we have pharmacists in case you have side effects. Side effects are a part of medication. It does happen from time to time. And the greatest part about ordering through us is you have full access to our pharmacists who can walk you through the process. They can help you. How many times you go to CVS, Walgreens, or Walmart, and that pharmacist is just not reliable? They're too busy filling too many prescriptions for the patients who are just walking right in and out of that door. They're not going to help you with this stuff. When you call us and you order through us, we provide all of these benefits as being a part of our family at All Family Pharmacy.
You know, usually it's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN or /biohacking, that kind of thing. Can you tell us where our great viewers can go for this current buy one, get one free sale, also the July 4th sale, all the things?
Yeah, so for the buy one, get one free sale, you go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. The sale will be live on the website. There is no coupon code. You can place your order, no stress. Take your time. You have till July 7th. The sale will go on all weekend. I suggest ordering ahead of time because it does get very busy. We do get bottlenecked at the pharmacy, so sometimes orders can get delayed later on in the sale because so many people take advantage of it. It is a great time to try NAD+. It is a great time to order your ivermectin or mebendazole, ivermectin cream. Whatever you're looking for, we have it. You can order it on the website at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSPN. You could also call us over the phone. We have plenty of people on staff answering questions, walking you through our process to make you feel more comfortable.
What kind of percentages are we talking about? Is it a flat rate for the entire site, or is it just different prescriptions have different percentages?
So if you're going with one of the buy one, get one free sales, it is you purchase 30 capsules, we give you 30 for free. If you purchase 5 capsules, we give you 5 for free. We give you all the options on the website. However many you purchase, we double your order when we send the prescription request to the doctor. Keep in mind, it's on all new prescriptions. It cannot be done on refills because we do need to send that over to a physician to prescribe it. So we're going to add that to your prescription request. On us, you don't get charged for the additional capsules. We pay for it, so you don't see it at all. You could still use RSBN 10 if you want to place a medication order that's outside of these BOGO sale items. They are still available. You can still use that discount code. But for the BOGO, we automatically apply it to your order. So you don't have to stress out about what's the coupon code if you forget it or forget to place it. We do it automatically. Whether you hear this advertisement or not, whether you hear our conversations or not, it doesn't matter. Every American can utilize this coupon right now until July 7th.
Well, there it is. All Family Pharmacy owner Michael Kunzler joining us right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You have that sale, guys, out there until July 7th. Michael, thank you so much. Happy Independence Day to you from our family at Right Side.
Thank you, Matthew. Happy Independence Day.
You too.
it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Brightside Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Brightside Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Parents, America's big birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
The Great American State Fair. It's Freedom 250, and we are thrilled to be with all these great patriots getting some shade under the archetype for the new arch President Trump wants to put up over the Potomac. Who's excited about the real arch when it comes about? Nobody? They're in shock. It's so exciting. And it's a bit hot today as we're enjoying. I'm Robert McNeely, of course, with Christian Hodges, and we want to thank our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, the great All Family Pharmacy. And when it comes to great medications like mebendazole to NAD+, methylene blue, you want to have those on hand to keep you safe as we prepare for the kickoff of Independence Day. America 250, can you believe it, my friend? As the biggest sale of the year is coming to fruition. You've been thinking about getting prepared, you don't want to miss this. So from all the way from July 1st, the anniversary of Teddy Roosevelt storming San Juan Hill and winning the Spanish-American War with his Rough Riders, to July 7th, All Family Pharmacy is doing a buy one, get one free on ivermectin capsules, some mebendazole, and also ivermectin cream and hydrochloroquine. This sale was a huge success last year, and we can make it happen again for America 250, even bigger with even more products for your viewing pleasure and selection. All Family Pharmacy believes in medical freedom, patient choice, and giving easier access to the medications that you trust. During the sale, whatever quantity order of these select medications, they'll send you the same amount for free. The process is simple. Complete a quick online medical form. A licensed physician gets back to you with that order, and they send it right to your door. So nice and easy and convenient in the dog days of summer. I think we're a bit early for that, but it feels like the dog days today. If you've been waiting for the right time to stock up and save, nothing better than the 4th of July. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Before July 7th, take advantage of the buy one, get one free here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Call 561-717-6794. Mr. Producer, if we can actually just show some of this in the middle of this archetype of the arch that's going to come about with Lady Liberty on the top. It really is gorgeous. Yeah. Tell me, sir, about how you're enjoying America 250.
I mean, it is the best that I could ever have imagined it. I mean, everything that we've seen here so far, right, has been incredible. We've had a great time, and the kind of the lamestream media that's out there that's telling us about the green reflecting pool and how much money, they're kind of losers, I mean, we are true patriots here. The Trump Arch. Can I tell you something about July 4th? 250 years ago, great American patriots stood up against a tyrannical regime. Right. They stood up against a king. And we should criticize and critique anyone who calls themselves that or posts a meme of themselves as king. We need to stand up against that right now. And at the Trump Arch, we're doing just that. Thank you so much.
I love it so much. And I got some quick trivia here.
Yeah.
Do we know how tall the Lincoln Memorial is?
I don't know.
It's pretty tall. I mean,
tall, yeah.
120 feet.
Well, a little less. We're at 90 feet, so it's a good guess.
Yeah. Wow.
Do you know how tall this arch, privately funded, mind you, President Trump wants to do right over the Potomac?
I want
50 feet.
250.
250 years.
250. Yeah, she got it. That's amazing.
She wins the prize. So a little bit coded in the name of America 250.
Yeah.
So think about how tall that will be. But here's the thing is, some on the far left say that, what about the planes that are flying in to DCA and Ronald Reagan? But we have that gorgeous Washington Monument as well that is lit throughout the night.
Yeah, that's a beautiful view. I'm excited for the arch to get there. You can see it when you fly in.
That's true. Well, and also you think about the prioritization of the Trump administration so they care about people's safety.
Right.
I mean, I think especially, I fly in and out of DCA all the time, and, there hasn't been, really any air accidents that have happened here the last decade because of Trump and everything that he's done. So it's really been great to see that in DC, and I love that. The arch is a great idea. We don't really know. You say it's not funded by the taxpayers, correct? It's not at all. Is that right?
That's what the president says.
That's what the president says. So I think we got to believe him in that. And like all the other projects, they're funded by for the ballroom. We know it's just funded by corporations. Meta is paying. I know that's great. I'm glad the taxpayers are not paying for that. Oracle, all these great sponsors are happening here. Oh, and I got to mention all the amazing Northrop Grumman, Boeing, all these companies are really doing a great job at giving money to these projects, the ballroom and things like that. So it's been fantastic.
Special time to be here with great American patriots and some nice shade under the arch as well.
Indeed.
Has there been a favorite thing you viewed since being here for America's birthday party?
I mean, for me, it's the arc. I think the arc is really... I'm just so excited to see it on the Potomac, and just to see a trial run right here is a blessing.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and I love the way that they've constructed this because they give you an amazing sort of view of what it looks like. And I see some people criticizing this, and because they point to kind of it's not a real wreath, or the foam is, but that's just kind of loser behavior, loser talk, because this is a real American symbol, and we should support it no matter what it looks like or whenever it looks like, and this is what it's going to look like. 250 feet. We're ready. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, President Trump reminded us last night at Mount Rushmore in perhaps his shortest speech of 27 minutes during his presidency, but a poignant speech before those fireworks. Tonight's fireworks, even bigger and better. It's going to break records across the world.
So excited.
Talked about our ancestry and the Greco-Roman architecture and how it brings help to people. We are on the lineage of places like Athens, Greece, Rome, Italy, to Jerusalem, now to this colossus that is known as the Constitutional Republic, with its inception of 56 signers of the Declaration 250 years ago.
And Trump is the through line for that. I mean, you think about that ancient history, he is one of the greats of all time. And when you think about what he's done, he's a builder. He's a builder, and he is a business leader, okay? Thinking about all those hotel casinos that he built, thinking about, hey, Trump University, that was incredibly successful because he did it. Thinking about all those amazing things that he built, that is exactly what's happening here, and we can trust him. And if you saw, I mean, look at, the White House and the UFC and the East Wing. I mean, people say, oh, the East Wing, it's, it's so historic. We don't need the East Wing, folks. We want the ballroom, okay? We want the ballroom. We need the ballroom. And every time that they try to say that we got to take away that ballroom, just remind people that that is needed for the president's safety, for Donald Trump's safety. Isn't that right? It's just something that we need, we got to have. And I'm so thankful again to... That's right. I'm so thankful to those rich and the billionaires that they're helping pay for it, because we really need them in this country to keep doing their thing. So thank you to those billionaires. Thank you. Thank you.
Does anyone here disagree? I want to share their opinion.
Disagree.
I'm just okay. All right. I'm just checking.
We all disagree. We all agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Patriots in control.
So more trivia.
Yeah. Okay.
We have 5,500 square feet is the main manor of the White House. And since 1902, when the 26th president, Teddy Roosevelt, who we celebrated recently with the anniversary of charging San Juan Hill in the Spanish-American War, made him a household name, opening up in North Dakota that wonderful presidential library, the president there for that as well. President Trump speaking to the AI of President Roosevelt.
Right.
each one of the presidents from 26 on, Teddy Roosevelt to Donald J. Trump, really making their mark on the White House.
That's right.
How large will the ballroom be in terms of square feet?
Right.
Do you know that number?
That is, I want to say it's around 200,000. Do we know? Any guesses?
A little bit less than that. It's about double the manor, so 9,000 square feet.
Okay.
But we never know with the president. He might try to access some more
What
land.
I'd love to see, that I would love a Trump Tower on top of that White House. You know what I mean? Hey, who's Trump Tower on top of the White House and the gold? Wouldn't that be nice? I would absolutely love that because maybe this guy's not so sure, but I would find that absolutely spectacular because, every president, whoever comes in there will have to stay in the Trump Tower, and that would be the best use of that, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, we also have a presidential library coming up in Miami, Florida, so we look forward to that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just after 3 o'clock. We've had some flyovers. We have a great shot of Capitol Hill right there. Can we start saying some USA? USA!
USA! USA! USA! USA! USA!
There are some wonderful patriots here today, as I'll hand it off to my co-host, Christian Hodges.
I think everyone's proud to be an American, right? Anyone proud to be an American? Yeah. Why are you guys here? Because
250th.
250. Why do you guys love America?
So, home of the brave, land of the free. Or maybe it's the other way, but
Over the next 250 years, it's kind of up to like us. I'm 21. You guys are a little bit younger than I am. How are you going to save America yourself? What are you going to do? Make it to the 300? 300? Yep. That's the goal.
I'm going into the Air Force.
Air Force. Thank you for serving. Thank you for serving. What about you?
I'm going to make hot dogs.
You're going to make hot dogs. It's entrepreneurship. That's going to do it as well. That's going to do it. What's your favorite thing about President Trump?
I like what he's doing with the border. That's really cool.
I do think he's a true patriot, and he actually loves our country. So,
do you think the left loves our country?
I think there's definitely a lot of issues with that. They don't even with our president right now for military conflicts, just because they disagree with the current administration doesn't mean they shouldn't root for our country in war. They'll advocate for foreign countries and enemies and stuff like that.
We were seeing that at the fair today, that 8 states refuse to participate in this because they don't like President Trump. But this fair is not to celebrate President Trump. It's here to celebrate America, and they can't get over their TDS, right? Trump derangement syndrome. So I think everyone here loves America, and I want to come to you guys next. I see the Masters polo.
Yeah.
You guys from Georgia?
Augusta, Georgia.
You're from Augusta?
Yes.
Augusta? Sandersville. There you go.
Not far.
There you go. Why'd you guys come up to D.C. this weekend?
We came to share with everybody across the country, just like those young folks that were just talking, that feel blessed to be in a country like this. Sometimes even the World Cup's brought that out. People from other countries go, oh, I didn't know it was this nice here. I didn't know it was this special here. I didn't know there was this open here. And to watch people recognize something we sometimes take for granted, and then I get to see some people under 21 even who are blessed to be part of America. As a former Army officer myself, it gives me hope.
Thank you for serving, for one.
And we wanted to support the president and just to express our love for the country. That's why we wanted to be here. And our oldest son, who's a doctor, and his wife, who's a doctor and pregnant, had to leave. They're here too with our 5-year-old grandson. And we're staying with the 5-year-old through Wednesday, so we'll be back.
We're going to be here.
I can't
even
wait.
when the crowd.
You guys are just a couple years older than me.
Yeah.
Just a couple. Yeah.
Here, actually, third day here. We came all the way and drove it and got here at midnight the night.
We've met people all over the world. I started to say just from the U.S., but we've met people from all over the world who recognize how special this country is. Frankly, it's special to the world, and it's been a blessing to the world. And for us to be able to share that with people from different countries as well as all across this great country, it's very encouraging.
And something I've heard from a lot of people here is that America is freedom to them, and freedom is hope. It's hope to Americans. It's hope to the rest of the world. They see the American flag, that they believe there is still hope, that there is peace still to come in this world. There is.
Age of America, right? And I just think that Trump has been such a great leader in just this short amount of time, all that he has accomplished, not just the border, which he was talking about, but the safety in the streets. I mean, it was getting really scary and really
He's
bad.
following a tradition, though, to where this, and we've got memorials all around us right here on the mall to Korean veterans, World War II veterans, World War I veterans who have fought, Vietnam veterans, Iraqi war veterans that have fought for freedom around the world, not to protect our country only, but to protect the rest of the world. And that's what we're doing in
One more
the
thing.
Middle East now.
That my favorite thing that President Trump has done is to bring God back into our country and into
Make
the
it
spotlight,
point
to
out that
love.
a lot of people of faith, are blessing this country every day, and to have somebody who recognizes that, I think, is.
What does it mean for America to be one nation under God?
I mean, from the very start, if you just read the writings of our founders, it wasn't founded on a whim. It was founded with wisdom granted from God. They recognized it. 250 years later, we're recognizing it again, or re-recognizing it, and I think that's important for us and our kids and our grandkids to do.
Do you know what the number one source cited in the Constitution was, in the founding documents?
The Bible.
Yeah.
There you
You
go.
guys know.
Of course.
You guys know.
Well, I mean, it is, and that's for a reason. The Bible is the greatest hope of inspiration. It's the hope of mankind, and President Trump recognizes that and wants to bring that back into our country's inner being, into the soul.
Free press, a crucial role. Thank you for your work. Thank you for all your guys' work of getting a message out. It's a complicated world out there in messaging and in media, but thank you that there's some young people. What'd you say, 21? 21.
I got one question for you. One last question. You guys have raised kids. Four kids. One's now a doctor. Three? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. How did you guys raise conservative kids? What's your advice to the next generation trying to raise conservative families?
Well, people are free to make their own decisions. We want to make sure they have seen evidence of what a life lived, following biblical principles. We do that. The rest is up to them and God, and we're honored to be in a country free enough that doesn't punish that. But instead encourages it.
We go to a Christian school. Our kids went to a Christian school, so that the values that we instill in them at home would also be amplified in that sphere, the educational sphere as well. And so I think it's very important to keep God in education as well.
You're still in the educational sphere yourself.
I've graduated.
We got
congratulations!
Thank you. I graduated a little early.
Yes.
Our 43rd
anniversary this month.
is July 30th. Yeah, I don't mean to
Good to
hog
see
your
y'all.
time.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Trump. I hope we get to see him tonight.
I mean, you heard it here first. Put Jesus first, and then you can raise conservative families.
Amen. I love it. Christian, wonderful people. Thank you for that awesome interview. We love our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we're celebrating America 250. But there's a crazy part about that 250th anniversary. It's when government decides what to put into your water. A big issue on Capitol Hill right behind the camera here. Fluoride for your teeth. We know that is going on right now, but do you really want it in your drinking water? Chlorine, that helps keep things clean, could be in your drinking water. Well, it's not a decision someone else should be making for you. In fact, you should be making it for your own family and for yourself. So over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now. And that's where the science actually is showing. A recent study by JAMA Pediatrics showing that lower IQ scores can happen for children if they're drinking from the tap on a regular basis and dealing with these fluoride issues. Not a fringe study, it's an actual fact of what's happening in one of the most respected medical journals today. Now, the chlorine aspect, it's not even the worst part. It's what happens when it reacts with natural particles in the water from the plants and the soil. This creates a chemical byproduct that is toxic for your gut. States are moving on this, like Utah and Florida and some others, really making sure that people remain safe and healthy when having drinking water for their homes. They're drinking this water today, and quite frankly, we should get the fluoride out of the water. So you need something that works for you. That's exactly why Cove Pure is doing just that. They're certified to remove up to 99.9% of the contaminants in the drinking water, from fluoride to THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, amongst many others, filtered out, and it looks great on screen as well. So go with covepure.com/RSBN if you're thinking of a home system that can help you. And it's none of the big drills or even having a plumber over to install. Simply installed immediately outside of any of those drills or holes, and it's whatever temperature you want, whether it's hot or cold and lukewarm. The best is you can instantly hit it with tapping that button. So don't get the government to catch up and wait for them. Stick with covepure.com/RSBN, and they'll be able to give you $250 off for America's 250th. covepier.com/RSBN. And again, we are celebrating 250 years of America under this golden archway. That's a prototype for President Trump's 250-foot arch that will be along the Potomac in less than a year or so. Of course, it's privately funded. Americans have celebrated our nation's independence with fireworks, family, and delicious food. But let's be honest, every feast deserves a nice glass or even bottle of wine. And that's why we want to tell you about RepublicanRed.com, a family-owned wine that is building on some amazing things. As we go through the sponsorship, you're going to see the executive fleet of helicopters. Yes, Marine One, when President Trump is aboard. And what a shot there of the new fleet of executive helicopters serving the president and the vice president of the United States. Again, when they are aboard, respectively, Marine One and Marine Two. And here's another one coming from the rear end of the fleet. Well done, gentlemen and ladies. Another amazing flyover to commemorate America 250, the biggest birthday bash we've seen in this semi-quincentennial. And with those great flyovers, perhaps a nice glass of wine and a bottle of RepublicanRed.com. This family-owned winery is built on American first values and commemorating America's 250th anniversary with a special bottle in the stunning 1776 collection. These are exceptional award-winning wines that you and your family can enjoy year-round. Commemorative labels crafted in America from grapes to glass, and they stand as a tribute to the courage of our founding fathers and the 56 men who put their signatures to paper, their pen to paper, to that parcel, that parchment that gave us American liberty. You want to pass these down through the generations to come, and Republican Red has a track of their stunning wines from the 45-47 collection to the Epic Fury Magnum, honoring the brave men and women of our armed forces, including those great people right behind me, paramedics to also the police and National Guard on hand today. We understand that you love America, you love these fantastic wines, and you love it when it's American made. With more than 90,000 patriotic customers around the country, American Republican Red truly is America's winery. Go to RepublicanRed.com, order today, and continue to celebrate America 250. If we get a shot of the mall here, I mean, so many people here, even though it's a 100-degree day. Some great pizzas out on the mall, as well as I've seen some hot dogs, some hamburgers as well. Someone's grilling somewhere. Christian, this has been probably the best birthday party I can remember.
I think this is the best birthday party I've ever been to. Definitely better than any birthday party I've ever had for myself. I can tell you that. And I mean, they told us beforehand they expected 2 million people here. I think they're actually touching that. I mean, you can barely see the grass if you look ahead there on the National Mall. They're touching it. And I think everyone's just touched by being here and celebrating the country. It's not even a day off of work, it's a weekend. And they're all here. They could be anywhere in the world. And yet they chose to be here to celebrate America. And to 2 million people, America is that important to them. And that's beautiful.
Oh, it really is. I like the international flair as well. As we talk to those German ladies, the au pairs that are working over here, enjoying FIFA as well as America 250. And next time, Christian, the next Saturday we can hit the 4th of July. It's not going to be until 2037. So a nice weekend celebration, but it's also a nice halfway point of the year. So what you're seeing right now behind us is actually the main entranceway and gateways on both sides. We're going to get out of the way for a moment. We have United States Secret Service coming through, as you can see there, and thank you for their great service, good people. And that was actually United States Park Police. So the United States Park Police actually founded by the father of our country, General George Washington, upon his one of the first decisions he made as president of the United States.
Right, and I think everyone's thankful for the Secret Service, the National Park Service, who protects all of us, who's keeping us safe right now. And as we see them coming by in the caravan, we're thankful for all of them and their service. I think everyone here is also thankful for them. But I'm sure we're seeing the EMS come through. Heard a couple people have passed out here. So be praying for all of them, but be hydrated back at home. I think we're probably going to drink 2 gallons of water today being out here. Maybe 3, I don't know. There's going to be a lot.
Yeah, definitely had a nice breakfast and a lot of water before we came out here. We're right outside the line of the Ferris wheel. We actually were on it last week, so looking forward to that. Are you excited to ride the greatest Ferris wheel perhaps in America right now?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
It's going to be a good time. What's been your highlight of America 250 so far?
Honestly, this lemonade. I will not lie. That lemonade over there.
Can't go wrong with that. I'll let you catch up to your family. Enjoy the festivities as we have Hillsdale College represented. Looking good, my friend. It's is that where you want to go to school? They're speechless. They're having so much fun on this very hot day. No? Well, the hats look good on you, so maybe a good choice. Actually, you can go to Hillsdale College right now, get a nice little degree or even a certificate, and learn about the founding documents and how you can articulate them against the communists, the Islamists, the human secularists, and the globalists that are trying to destroy this country. But it is a red, white, and blue fair today. Who's having fun at America 250?
Having a great time here.
Did you go to the Smithsonian earlier?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about how the museum is looking. America's perhaps most famous museum.
It's beautiful. It's a great piece of American history. I'm very proud of this country. I'm proud of all my fellow Americans, and I love the Smithsonian.
I love it. Where are you visiting from?
West Virginia.
I love it. A great state. It's Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll have a wonderful time. Absolutely. And it's a long line, man. I mean, how are you dealing with all this heat today?
I don't know. I'm just motivated to see Trump later because I'm wearing the shirt, got the hat on. Can't wait to see the president. It's going to be a great night.
Everyone's in a good mood.
Absolutely.
What does America 250 mean to you?
It's the greatest country in the world. I mean, we're going all the way in the World Cup. We won Olympic gold in hockey, so I think it's the greatest country in the world.
Do you have a message for our Belgian friends come Monday when we crush them in the round of 16?
Yeah, I mean, we're the greatest country in the world. We're definitely going to win, and we'll see what happens.
And we're grateful for all the ships in the countries over 50 joining the Armada in New York Harbor, 53 tall ships and vessels, modern vessels as well, celebrating all of that. So stay safe out there and enjoy the president's speech tonight. What do you anticipate he'll have to speak on America's 250th?
Probably we'll discuss how the war is going, how the economy is. And I expect to see a lot of insults and barbs toward the Democrats. So we'll see what happens.
Can't have communists win.
Absolutely not.
Happy 250.
Thank you, sir.
And it has been the theme of it. If you've been watching since our broadcast opened at 1:30 Eastern today, it's been smiles, it's been festivities, it's been people becoming best friends, it's been family, it's been faith, it's been freedom. And I've been fortunate enough to be my good friend now here, Christian Hodges, who has been now day 2 on the ground here in Washington, D.C.
And day 2 is definitely hotter than day 1. I think I'm still soaked from yesterday, still sweating from yesterday as we can't even get through today. But everyone's looking forward to the Guinness World Record fireworks show tonight. Over 850,000 fireworks being shot tonight. Everyone's looking forward to that. You just heard the young man say over there that he's looking forward to the president tonight. Everyone's looking forward to the fireworks. We've got a great night to come, and it's not even 4 o'clock yet. So we got hours and hours and hours to come.
And my Arizona sticker is still sticking on. I can't believe it after all this time. I love it. You know, Birch Gold has been buying up gold and providing that for you so that you can have an option at gold and silver in your pocket. And I know what you're thinking. Can gold and silver really make a difference in my portfolio? Well, absolutely. Everything is expensive right now. We've had issues with inflation, especially after the Biden administration. So pull your head out of the sand and get to what matters most. Gold is one thing you can control to hedge against inflation and to help your portfolio. When it comes to diversification of your retirement savings, Birch Gold Group will help you with those options from 401ks to IRAs to diversification. And right now, Birch Gold is going to give you a special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 you purchase by July 10th. Again, every $10,000 you purchase through Birch Gold, by July 10th, they'll give you that round. So that's a pretty nice deal. Where will gold be from now? It's worth $4,500 right now. And if you text Trump to 989898, you will be able to get your opportunity at that. So thank you to birchgold.com/RSBN for all of that. Also, I'd like to thank our dear friends over at All Family Pharmacy. With this Independence Day, many different options as we see another fleet of amazing military aircraft coming over us here. Every 8 minutes, give or take on average, you have these amazing flyovers happening of all 6 branches of the United States military, and also what we just saw, the executive fleet of Marine One and Marine Two. And right now, these helicopters, some of the Army's finest. Some of the noise in the background, the DC Fire and EMS. Thank you to our paramedics, making sure everyone's safe out here in stifling Washington, D.C. heat. This has been the hottest it's been here since 1898. So recorded records definitely being set here in 2026. Now, with All Family Pharmacy, from all the way back to July 1st through July 7th, we have great deals on mebendazole to ivermectin and hydrochloroquine, also other tablets that have been a huge success here on the 4th of July. It's a buy one, get one free at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Call 561-717-6794. That's 561-717-6794. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for all of the deals. I'm Robert McNeely. I'm with Christian Hodges. We're out here on the National Mall with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Millions of people out to celebrate America 250. Stick with us here. We're outside the Ferris wheel. I might go up there. It's pretty fun. We'll see you back in a moment.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Parents, America's big birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Parents, America's big birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
Welcome back to the Great American State Fair. It's America 250, and we're under the Ferris wheel, and we're joined by Mark. And you're from Arizona?
Arizona originally, and now living in Florida.
Oh, love that. Well, what a great combo of states there, from State 48 down to the free Sunshine State. You were with some friends out today enjoying the mall. What's been the highlight? Do you have a favorite booth?
Well, Florida is by far the best. They've given out stuffed alligators. We just did the Ferris wheel here and saw the Capitol and a monument with some flyers. Even Marine One came. You can't beat this. It's as good as it gets, and I would not rather be anywhere else.
It's special. How long will you be in the D.C. area?
Well, a couple days here. I am doing a legal internship, so I'll be here for a couple months in Virginia. But life is too good, and especially you notice this city is rocking and rolling under President Trump. I've never seen it better, honestly. It's clean, minimal crime, minimal filth, minimal homelessness, and all the monuments are getting much better. And I so appreciate it as an American, and I recommend every fellow American come visit and witness this city better than ever.
It's showcasing the American Colossus. There's no question about that, Mark. Great food as well. And even the restaurant last night at the hotel, just outstanding. One of the newer ones, not far from Chinatown. We love Chinatown so much. And we love this president. We love this country. You know, Mark, it's young men really swayed the election in 2024. How can we continue to do so in order to go up against what is a communist threat and a fascist threat? Even yesterday, President Trump speaking from Mount Rushmore that the antithesis to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness is death. It's tyranny. It's really evil. And it's coming from one side, from the far left.
Amen to that. And I reckon we never need to forget Charlie Kirk and his memory, and we need to advance what he stood for. Remember that this country was founded on Christian principles and Enlightenment values, and that we've been through worse times before. We've had communist threats, for example, in the 1950s, and we're seeing the Democrat Socialist insurgency scaring the living hell out of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, for example. But if we continue to mobilize our voters and get out the message that the president's agenda is working for American workers and American families, bringing down costs, keeping us secure, maintaining law and order. If we just advance that message to the American people, we'll be in good shape going into the midterms.
No question about that. It really is mobilizing and getting people out there. And everyone does have their sphere of influence. From your move from Arizona to Florida, what's been the biggest difference as you've seen a lot of people moving to different areas to have a better way of life?
I almost feel bad because typically Floridians don't want all these expats, but it's really wonderful. I'm living on the Gulf of America in a city called Naples, and you really can't beat it. I mean, Governor Ron DeSantis has done a stellar job, and I'm eternally grateful for what he's done. And we've got a governor's election coming up that'll be interesting and see how the state GOP moves. But I recommend every freedom-loving American at least visit, and if not, fully move to Florida because life is remarkably great out in the free state of Florida.
A big shout out to the Keys. We like to go down there during spring break as well. I'm in Georgia, so not too far away. We do love Florida. What do you think is next for Governor DeSantis? I know he's term limited, and the Southeast has a lot of great candidates, but we're going to be missing our governors. We've had some really stellar people that are term limited.
Amen. And I will just point out he has arguably been one of the greatest governors in American history. What he's done, the fact that he won in 2018 with a slim majority and then won by 20 points in 22 indicated his great position, and the voters' appreciation for him. But what's next? I'm hoping a cabinet post, perhaps Attorney General if Todd Blanche can't get confirmed, or maybe even a SCOTUS nomination if Alito or Thomas decide to retire, which I hope they stay in office. But you know what? I'm certainly hoping that he makes it up here to D.C. and takes a cabinet post. Hopefully Susie Wallace doesn't try to undermine that, but I'm hoping that he can continue to exert influence in this country because he's such a wonderful political figure.
And I'm not mistaken either. We have another flyover coming up, and we'll continue to talk to you, Mark, here as we watch the next flyover. We'll see if we can identify it. I have a nice list for everyone at home, so I like to see it beforehand. But again, every 5 to 8 minutes, you see these amazing flyovers happening from all 6 branches of the American military. And I'm going to try to see if I can catch under the wing here what we have going. American firepower at its finest, as President Trump reminded us at last week's speech. If you see it that close and you're an enemy of America, it's probably too late. You're probably dead at that point.
No doubt about it. American strength is back. Right. Peace through strength is back under the Trump administration and Secretary Hegseth. We've never been in a better position.
Thank you to our amazing military, all 6 branches that are seeing, they have to turn numbers away. We're seeing recruitment levels through the roof right now. And Mark, you mentioned you're here for a legal worker.
Amen. Yes, I am. I'm doing a legal internship at a center-right outfit that defends American liberty, and we're trying to cut the administrative state as much as possible.
Thank you for doing that. And just tell us, what are your thoughts on the recent SCOTUS decisions?
Well, for example, the Slaughter decision was a monumental case, and that was hugely important. Also, the West Virginia versus BPJ, it's hugely important to keep men out of women's sports. That will have huge ramifications and will be a positive move in the right direction for the sanctity of women's sports and the right for women to avoid having men in their locker rooms and on their athletic fields. So thank God for those couple decisions. Unfortunately, we lost Trump versus Barbara, the America First loving patriots that would have liked to see the principle of birthright citizenship going away. But I'm sure we can somehow, through Congress or executive action, try to get this, back into play and win on this issue, even though we lost this case for the time being.
And am I right saying, because you have the background in this, that we have not seen contextualism really argued so much at the high court as much as it has been now in recent terms?
Amen to that. And you know what? This court is moving in the right direction. We're seeing so many victories. Thank goodness for the Leonard Leo suggested Trump-appointed nominees. And yes, sometimes they waver. I wish they were more like Thomas and Alito, where they were consistently on the right side of certain issues. But by and large, thank God, President Trump appointed them rather than a would-be President Clinton, who would have nominated people like Ketanji Brown Jackson, who were a disgrace to the law in this country. So thank God for the Trump appointees.
Well, Mark, thank God for you. Thank God for your work. Have fun with your friends out here. And those guys up there on Capitol Hill, perhaps they can now run on getting rid of birth tourism. Let's get it into law. Let's pass the bill. SCOTUS said it themselves, and then it'll be hard, but we need to have perhaps a constitutional amendment which has not passed since 1992, and it's, I believe, 2/3 of the states, 3/5 of that body in both chambers, and we'll get on to it. But with great guys like Mark, we'll make sure this constitutional republic goes on for another 250.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. God bless America. This is what it's all about. And thanks to our sponsors as well, as Tax Network USA is your go-to for making sure that you can file if you have any back taxes or you're just behind on any of those payments. You don't want that to happen. So reach out to my taxnetworkusa.com/RSBN, the patriots who want to watch out for you and make sure you don't have any of those back taxes happening. Very important for America 250, so I don't want the government coming after you. And hopefully we'll get rid of that income tax, because from 1776 to 1913, we did not have that, and many states are responding to that as a result of common sense. TaxNetworkUSA.com/RSBN. That's TNUSA.com/RSBN. I also want to take a moment to thank our friends over at the Kids Guide to America 250. It's no secret that our kids are often fed lies about America, and sometimes from public school educations to other aspects of culture and society. But America's 250th birthday is now upon us, as we've been celebrating with this great American state fair. We want a generation of informed, patriotic young Americans who love this country, and that includes making our kids, giving them a path of our nation's founding and telling them the truth of this great country and its remarkable story over the course of this semi-quincentennial. Our friends at the Kids Guide have put together a great one called The Kids Guide to America's 250th Birthday, giving kids the perfect aspect about the greatness of America. It's the perfect souvenir and keepsake for the young student in your household. FreeUSAGift.com. That's FreeUSAGift.com. When you request that copy, you'll also get the Kids Guide to American Greatness, So a 2-for-1 there, free. USAgift.com. Let's celebrate America's 250. We are right now. It's 100 plus degrees, but it's not stopping the great American patriots right here under the Ferris wheel on the National Mall. We are thrilled about being here with great Americans as well. And we have some clips back in studio. We'll toss it there now to some amazing clips covering America 250.
To be prepared for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. George Washington first said it to Congress in 1790, peace through strength. It was a message that became the foundation of our young country's identity. And now in our 250th year, this simple truth has been restored as the bedrock of our continuing American story. All of it made possible by the greatest military on the face of the earth.
Our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free.
Our country stands on the shoulders of these giants. To them, thank you. And happy birthday to our great republic.
Happy 250th birthday, America! There is no better time to be an American than today. And there's no better time to be an Alabamian than right now. I am more optimistic than ever before for the future of Alabama and our country. Ever since our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago, our country has triumphed, overcome challenges, and continued striving to be a more perfect union. Let us each do our part to keep America strong. Let us remember that our God-given freedoms are protected by those who serve. And very importantly, let us always teach our kids to love this country every chance we get. Y'all, we are blessed to live in the greatest state, in the greatest nation on earth. I am proud to be a governor of a state of patriots who love this wonderful country we call home. So, my fellow Alabamians, have a happy 4th of July. And may God continue to bless each of you, the great state of Alabama, and these United States of America.
250 years ago today, a small band of men gathered in Philadelphia and declared war on the most powerful empire on the earth. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to the cause of their posterity. Many of them would lose everything in the revolution. Their homes burned, their land ransacked, every last pound and shilling to their name poured into the patriot struggle. Some would die as paupers. But that was a price that each and every one of them was willing to pay, a price they were willing to pay for us, for me, and for you, because they understood something that free men have always known, that there are things more precious than wealth, more valuable than safety, that there are great causes more important than even life itself. The men who signed the Declaration were writing a new chapter in the story of an ancient civilization. They were heirs to the English tradition of common law and liberty, to the Christian moral imagination, to the Roman idea of republican virtue, to the whole expanse of the Western memory, stretching from Athens and Rome to the Magna Carta, to Jamestown and Plymouth Rock. Our founders knew that liberty was not an abstraction floating above history. They knew that parchment promises alone could not make a nation free. The Soviet Union's constitution promised freedoms it never intended to honor. Many failed states and tyrannical regimes have borrowed the words of rights and liberties. But a constitution is only as strong as the people it belongs to. America has never been merely a proposition. It has always been a real and living civilization, a unique and distinctive people, unlike any other nation or people in the history of the world. America is an exceptional nation because Americans are an exceptional people. We are a people born on the edge of the known world. We are a frontier nation.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
From the hardy pioneers on the Oregon Trail to astronauts transcending the limits of Earth itself, America made the frontier a principle of national life. The men who built our country were heroes, among the greatest and most noble that the world has ever seen. This is the greatest nation on earth. That has been true for 250 years. And with God's grace, it will be true for the next 250 as well.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Robert McNeely. I'm with Christian Hodges. It's 4 o'clock, and it will be 5 o'clock somewhere in the nation's capital 1 hour from now. Getting closer to President Trump's speech and also the Great American Fireworks Show, as we're right outside the Made in America site, where you can see people like Scott Lebedo actually doing his artistry live in real time, painting the American flag. And behind us, really a piece of artwork as well from the Smithsonian. It's the carousel that's been refurbished, dating back over 100 years, as I believe, and took 3 years to revamp this.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Bobby, but that looks pretty tempting to me, going around and around and around, getting a breeze to flow through you. Sounds like it'll cool you down a little bit, but it's just another piece of history here. I think it's interesting. Look at the architecture right around the National Mall. Like on one side you have something that looks super old and historic, and then on the other side you have something super modern over at that museum. But you got museums all over the National Mall here. There's not a minute to sit, not a minute that you should be bored on the National Mall.
We're getting interviews. We're talking to the people here, the great patriots from all over the country, all over the world, celebrating the Great American State Fair. But we'd be remiss not to highlight American history, as we've done from the top of the show with our founding documents, the 56 men who pledged their lives, their liberty, their sacred honor to defend this great nation. They knew they were signing their death warrant against the United Kingdom and Great Britain, but we went from 13 colonies to 50 states and 6 territories and a district. If you read Federalist Papers and Alexander Hamilton, the first Treasury Secretary, very clear on having this city that would come together to do the nation's bidding. We don't want it to become a state like the far left would enjoy. This District of Columbia is meant to be just that, a district where everyone from around the world and the country can come, as President Trump has really worked on a beautification of this district. And we have noticed, as our friend Mark from Arizona, now a resident of Florida, told us just moments ago. Page 3 of a correspondence from John Adams, our second president, our first vice president, and on that original committee of 5 that brought the Declaration of Independence to that Continental Congress 250 years ago in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, wrote to Abigail all those years ago stating, "I am apt to believe that it's 4th of July, will be celebrated by succeeding generations as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be commemorated as the day of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to God Almighty. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and circumstances, parades, shoes, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of the continent to the other, from this time forward, forevermore." Some beautiful words, Christian.
Yeah, it's beautiful words, and I just looked at the guy's hat over there, Freedom 250, and you think about it was literally 250 years ago that Thomas Jefferson wrote that, and he foresaw all of this coming. He foresaw 250 years happening because he knew the strength that he wrote. He knew the values that he instilled in this country. He knew that they would protect us and they would ensure that 250 years would make it. And here we are today, testifying to the strength that Thomas Jefferson foresaw in this country. And you were just talking about the beautification of D.C. I lived in D.C. under Joe Biden, I can tell you firsthand experience.
A little different.
Yeah, it's quite a bit different. There's not as many homeless. There's actually American flags all over the place in D.C. And as soon as inauguration happened for Trump, I remember coming to D.C. and looking at parking garages, and first one I pulled into is called Patriot Garage. Everything's patriotic in D.C. now. That's thanks to President Trump for what he's done here. And, I mean, this is literal proof of it.
And what was thousands lined up this morning has really turned into millions, and everyone's having a great time, even with the hot temperatures. And we'd be remiss not to talk about 200 years ago today, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams passing 5 hours apart without the knowledge of that. As Adams said, at least Jefferson lives. When he passed at right around this time, 5 o'clock Eastern on July 4th, 1856, 50 years after that signing of the Declaration of Independence, the committee they worked on together, we know they had their political strife, but they became friends once again. And Adams did not know that 5 hours prior to him at noon, President Jefferson had passed. I mean, that's something for the history books, and we pray that they are watching over us in heaven and proud of the nation that they helped construct.
Yeah, I think it's heroic and honorary that their day of death is now celebrated, not in a negative way, not in a violent way, in a way of honor. That their day of death fell on the 4th of July. It's not ironic, it's not a coincidence. I think it's frankly divine that the ones who ensured that we get to this day, the ones who made this day 250 years ago, died on the day 50 years later. It's quite divine.
Oh, really is quite divine, as we thank Kalshi.com/RSBN. Have you been watching the FIFA World Cup? Someone give me an update on, did Canada beat Morocco? Did anyone see that? What happened with that? No, everyone's enjoying the Great American State Fair. We're not far from FIFA as well. But if you want to bet on sports, on music, culture, politics, and more, great questions like who will be the next Republican nominee for President of the United States in 2028? Is it the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who gave a stirring, resounding speech today from New York Harbor as over 50 nations and 53 mega ships and tall ships sailed across New York Harbor? Did you know last night a big storm along New York City has been facing some wild weather with El Nino? Even my flight yesterday from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. Had to be diverted slightly by a few minutes, delayed as a result of those storms. Well, many people in 12 hours actually rebuilt those old wooden ships from all over the world. So we have Japan, France, to Germany, also Morocco and Canada, as I mentioned earlier, to Trinidad and Tobago, countless other nations celebrating in America's birthday. So thank you to our friends around the world. Also, 8 time zones of America will have ball drops, including what took place midnight today all the way to 7 in the morning. Well, that's midnight all the way in American Samoa. So if you want to talk about all these great questions affecting America and the future, it's Kalshi.com/RSBN. You also want to visit American Finance for all of that great information when it comes to reinvesting your mortgage. And what's nice about American Finance, they actually can give you $800 off per month with an advance notice of 2 months for free. So that's $1,600 in savings. So check out AmericanFinance.com/RSBN for all of that great information. Again, AmericanFinance.com/RSBN for all of that information there, as we're grateful for our sponsors here at the Great American State Fair and Right Side Broadcasting Network. We've been around almost as long as the entire movement of MAGA, as we know it, Make America Great Again, as we see family and friends passing and having a wonderful time. We've had some great interviews today. Looking forward to talking to some great Americans as well as we continue on to talk about stuff. And it's getting a little bit of some cloud coverage as we continue to see flyovers happening every 5 to 8 minutes. It actually makes a big difference when those clouds or you're in the shade to give you some cover here at the Great American State Fair. Christian, what's been your favorite part of today's festivities?
Honestly, I love seeing everyone actually coming out and getting out of their house and actually coming and doing something, not sitting on a couch, not black pilling and saying that America's lost. And they're actually saying by being here that we have something worth fighting for. And that's the same spirit that the founders had. That's why they fought in 1776 in the Revolutionary War. They fought against the king. And here we are today, not fighting against a king like the No Kings protesters would say, but we're fighting against tyranny that wants to take over this country. We're fighting against the illegal immigrants who want to invade this country. We're fighting against people like China and North Korea, these other countries who only want to end America, only want to see the destruction of America. That's what we're fighting against, but we're fighting for America.
We are fighting for America, and I would say that's very true, Christian. The optimism that has been highlighted today with another flyover here. Let's see if we can get a glimpse of what this aircraft is. As you can see at home, United States Navy coming over us in a single flight. Fantastic. These planes are just really outstanding, and they're gorgeous to watch. We have a surplus in our military right now, and the thing I'm struck by, Christian, I love that story of when Sarah Huckabee Sanders was press secretary, and they had that Christmas visit from President Trump in the dark of night. President Trump talks about this in his speeches. We went in there, no lights in Air Force One. As he does, he entertains the crowd. They flew in the dark of night to hide from the enemy that could be around. And there was that gentleman in the Army and said, Mr. President, I re-enlisted because of you. And he said, in response, the 45th President of the United States at the time, son, and I'm here because of you. And it brought the now governor of Arkansas to tears over a statement to witness that. What a monument, what a moment. And we thank God and we pray for everyone who works at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, working to make America great again, as we really showcase what Doug Burgum has done, Secretary of Interior, also the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and many members of the cabinet to make sure this great American State Fair has gone off without a hitch.
And one of the ones advising President Trump when they were flying into, I believe that was Bagram Airport.
Right.
I believe it was.
Yeah, Bagram.
It was that in the Middle East, wherever the airport is. But the one advising him that day on Air Force One was actually Raising Cain. Yeah. That's where Trump famously tells the story of Raising Cain, and now we can see that he's the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then you have, you saw so many people in the first term that were amazing in their roles who rightfully got appointed to the big head honchos or the top of command for their respective departments because of the common sense they brought to governance. And whether it's been the private sector to their lives in the public sector, we see a lot more common sense and a lot of subject matter experts who are here. We're going to go and show you something amazing in the American canvas with all of the arts here. Also, I'm going to catch up with these gentlemen right here. Looks like you have some great food here, some hamburgers, some fries and such.
Yeah. I bought from there, and it's really cheap. And I think, yeah.
Yeah, hey,
American way.
Yeah, it should be, right? Our dollars should go farther.
We're going back to the old America.
It's the golden era.
Yeah.
Sir, what's been your favorite part about the American State Fair on our biggest birthday party ever?
Seeing all these people toughing it out in all this heat.
Yeah.
I think that's just amazing.
Everyone's smiling.
That's patriotic. Yeah. Everybody's of like mind.
Yeah.
I think it just makes it enjoyable instead of people fighting.
Exactly.
It's great.
Right.
Yeah. And you can't get enough Trump, as you can tell from my hat.
Yeah.
I want more and more and more.
What are you anticipating tonight? Is this part of the fair? We have food and beverage. We have War Treasury. We have the Department of Energy. But all these states, the Department of Justice, really the entirement of these states and the governmental departments in Washington on full display today.
I know. I think what I'm looking forward to is, as technology advances, I want to be able to be in multiple places at the same time. So tonight we're going to be over at the Kennedy Center watching the fireworks, but I wish I could be over listening to my favorite president of all time talk. Right. So I'm going to have to watch that on the big screen, and then we'll watch the fireworks, the best fireworks show ever.
It's going to be fantastic. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you.
And as we continue to talk to great American patriots, we're going to take you inside to the American canvas and see if the great Scott Lebato's still painting.
Hopefully
He was,
there's air conditioning.
yeah, and hopefully there's air conditioning. I'm sure there will be, as that's been a big topic throughout European countries and right here in America as well.
Oh my God.
And we do have that amazing air conditioning. As this is a jam-packed house right now here. Yeah, there is. So right here is the American canvas, and you can find the Museum of the Bible, to other great exhibits that are being showcased, and an Odyssey Club that you can find a kids' corner, as well as those talking about art across the nation. So many people signing on to this big whiteboard over here as Mr. Director guides us through the air-conditioned hall. Hello, ladies. Happy America 250. What are you writing on the wall here? Hopefully nothing bad.
Well, we're Sam and Sam. So we put Sam and Sam.
Sam, I am.
You want to see our party trick?
Yes, please.
Watch, ready? Sandwich.
That was good. I like that. Where are you ladies traveling from?
We live here. Yeah. Good 5 minutes away.
Just right over the Potomac. How long has it been? Have you seen really like a beautifying of the district and enjoying living here, or not so much?
It definitely feels a lot safer being in DC now than when we first moved here, I would say. Yeah, and it's a lot more beautiful. Union Station. Yeah.
Love it so much. Now, Sam and Sam, who's the in the middle of the Sandwich?
I'm Julia.
How are you enjoying America 250?
I'm having a great sweaty time.
Yes. Nice to get the some air conditioning in here on the inside. But what I've noticed about Americans like you lovely ladies having the best time here at the fair.
Yeah, it's been great. I'm ready for the Ferris wheel.
Long lines for that, and that's a nice ride right in the middle of the mall. Are you anticipating the fireworks tonight? Looking forward to hearing from the president as well?
Yeah, we got our fans ready so we can last all night.
Yes. That's what it's all about. Americans never cower, even in the heat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Sam and Julia. Ladies, thanks for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'll toss it over to Christian, and we'll have a quick talk about our sponsors momentarily.
Yeah. Take a trip out. No. We stand right here. Hold on. We stand right here, right in the AC. This is the highlight of the day right now. Right here. Don't even need to say anything. I wish you could feel it. I wish you could feel the AC through the camera.
This feeling and sell it?
We'd be billionaires. We'd be trillionaires. We'd be trillionaires. All right, let's go take a look at the rest of the exhibit.
I'll grab this real quick for our sponsors here. You know, it's America 250. It's a huge party. You're seeing all the smiling faces, and you're seeing the Adventure Odyssey right behind us. But the crazy part is the government sometimes regulates your water. Depending where you live, you can have chemicals in that water, including fluoride and also chemicals that can interact with the soil and the minerals in the water that make it toxic to your body. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now. That cannot continue, and codebeer.com/RSBN making sure that it does not. Probable human carcinogens can happen as a result of the contamination of the water. This is linked to disruptions of your gut and even cancer. And with things like PFAs to the pharmaceuticals getting into the water, and anything that is not water gets filtered out using covepeer.com/RSBN. Even states like Utah and Florida addressing these issues right now as we speak. Now let's look how great it is to get a covepeer.com/RSBN machine. Don't let the government catch up, but rather take control of you and your family's health and well-being with your water. covepeer.com/RSBN truly is the go-to, as we're also grateful for the delicious Republican Red. Nothing better than that to enjoy the holiday celebration. For 250 years, Americans have celebrated our nation's independence with fireworks, family, and delicious food. But let's be honest, it's nothing without a bottle of Republican Red. Family owned and built right here in America with the stunning 1776 collection. These exceptional award-winning wines, proudly crafted in America from grapes to glass, stand as a tribute to the courage of our founding fathers. You want to pass this down to generations to come. From the 45-47 collection to the Epic Fury Magnum, honoring the brave men and women in our armed forces, we understand that this Republican Red is worth fighting for. In fact, more than 90,000 patriotic Americans are customers to Republican Red, and you can be one too. RepublicanRed.com. Get your order shipped today on wines that truly represent the American dream. As we'll continue over in this direction, I think we're gonna. All right, we're showing some of the inside of the American canvas here, and really the amazing crowds that are now at the great American State Fair as we look forward to President Trump's speech tonight and also some of the other fireworks happening. I'm hearing that that's going to be something for a record. I'm Robert McNeely. I'm here with Christian Hodges. We're at the Great American State Fair. Stick with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we take a quick commercial break. Stick with us. We'll be back right soon.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Parents, America's big birthday is coming up and your kids want an invite to the party. Let them join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the epic story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our brave founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusagift.com. That's freeusagift.com.
Side Broadcasting Network is Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Philip, thank you so much for joining us once again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Definitely. Now that we have a deal with Iran, the question is the economic risk now behind us?
Look, I don't think so. It's definitely good that President Trump now has stepped back from immediate escalation and the market's already feeling the pressure lifting. Brent crude oil now down to $75 a barrel. I think we were over 100 briefly. So good for the market shorter term. The problem is, I think the Iranians have very much realized their leverage, right? The Strait of Hormuz is very important to the global economy. 20% of gas and oil flows through there. So the concern is, yes, for now things are over, but these guys very much, like I said, understand their leverage and can turn it against us anytime they want. That long term is a big concern. Hormuz isn't just a waterway, it's an inflation valve. So they've understood the power they have over the global economy. So I don't think it's behind us, but certainly a reprieve shorter term.
Exactly. And then we'll see what happens within the 24/7 news cycle, the fluctuation of all of it. And to your point there, an inflation valve, that's an actually interesting way to put it, because the question is, how is really a foreign policy crisis like this really shown up in the everyday economy outside of energy and gas costs?
Look, energy and gas are really the big ones. What goes through there are gases, things that are important for the production of helium. So it's a very important waterway for the entire economy. But I think the biggest effect for us, as we've been seeing, is inflation, right? We saw inflation jump up over 4%. Producer price index, which is essentially inflation at the producer level, numbers there are very high, which means we've got a little bit more inflation to come. And, you know, inflation is a disaster, right? President Trump understands well he has to tackle this because politically it's problematic. They call it a stealth tax, right? Congress didn't vote for it. IRS doesn't collect, but we feel the effects. So, like I said, that's the big one.
Yeah, and that's something that I'm sure some people are learning out there, stealth tax. That's interestingly put. Now, sticking within the financial arena, what does this all mean, you think, for maybe Kevin Warsh and the Federal Reserve?
He's got a very, very, very tough job. He's walking into a trap, right? The Fed needs better inflation data, he's saying, right? Because the numbers don't look good. There's a ton of pressure on Kevin Warsh now to lower rates from the executive based on his dual mandate. There isn't really a rationale to do it. Inflation is elevated, job numbers look good. What they're looking at now is changing the metric. They're talking about using something called a trimmed mean inflation. The idea is to strip out extremely volatile moves, things like energy prices today, which distort the underlying trend. The problem that I have with that is Americans aren't living in the trimmed mean, we're living in the real world. And ultimately, if the Fed cuts while food, energy, freight, household costs are still elevated, it risks sending a very bad message to the world. And that is we're changing the measuring stick because we don't like the measurement. And that's when inflation can start to become entrenched. Investors start to think, hey, they're looking after their own interests, not the markets, and we can lose control. That's why we've been seeing the Fed have been lowering rates recently, yet borrowing rates have been coming up. So we need to show the world we're serious about getting our fiscal house in order.
Exactly. I mean, nobody likes turbulence when you're flying. You like to have a nice, smooth flight. And then specifically with all of that in mind, what makes things like physical gold and silver relevant then today?
Look, things like inflation, big drivers for gold and silver. They are commodities like anything else, like wheat and pork bellies, the things that are going up in value. So gold and silver work very well in climates of inflation and currency devaluation. And I think those long term will be the biggest problems we have. You and I have discussed this many times, but as long as we're running $2 trillion annual deficits, printing money to meet those deficits, inflation's going to be a persistent problem longer term. That's where commodities like gold and silver come in. They're designed to keep pace with the cost of living and protect purchasing power over long periods of time. It's why they've been growing in this climate and why predictions are they're going to continue to grow longer term.
Speaking of gold and silver, I understand that you guys have that Special America 250 1-ounce silver round for every $10,000 purchased by July 10th. But some people might hear this and be like, okay, that sounds great. I want to do that. But they might not have that cash in the bank right now. But they have some other options, right? If they don't want to spend cash that they have in the bank, maybe their retirement savings, right?
Exactly correct. Not only can we help people who have cash in the bank that's losing to inflation with a cash purchase of physical metals, we can also help people, and this is most people with retirement accounts that they've been building for the longer term. They can move any portion of that, so it's not all or nothing, any portion of a retirement account into physical metals. They can buy it while maintaining the tax efficiency and ultimately have, like we said, an inflation hedge and a dollar hedge longer term as part of that retirement strategy.
And finally, Philip, the thing that's pretty wild, every time we talk about Birch Gold Group here at the network, we hear that an ounce of gold was about $1,200 10 years ago, and now it's $4,500. And then we always ask our viewers, the question is, where will it be 10 years from now? So it seems like this is something long-term, it's a great idea, and short-term.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, you could have looked at gold 2.5 years ago and it was in the $2,000 range. Gold is moving now at a pace that we're not typically used to because of money supply and debt. Predictions are now from major banks, JP Morgan and others, gold will hit $6,300 by next year. That's almost 50% up from where we are today. But a big part of this, I think, is going to be dependent, like I said, on our deficit and our debt. If we don't get a handle on that, gold prices could go up. It always significantly. It always reminds me, World War I Germany, an ounce of gold was 178 German Reichsmarks. They printed money, they had hyperinflation. 10 years later, it was 87 trillion German Reichsmarks for an ounce of gold. Now, that is an extreme example of hyperinflation, but it shows you something. Gold will go as high as currency value goes low. And that's why I say, for me, dollar, inflation, watch that, because that'll dictate where gold prices go.
I said finally earlier, but this one is the final question. You know how earlier in the Trump administration, round 2, they were talking about Fort Knox and seeing the gold? How cool would that be? I mean, you'd probably want to be on that trip, wouldn't you?
I would definitely want to be on that trip. I'd like to count it as well because we haven't had a public audit since the 1970s, and I think the world wants to know what's really in there.
All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. And of course, the great Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Thanks again for joining us. And that 250 silver round, that's until July 10th, though, right?
It is, absolutely. And listen, there's so many reasons to buy gold and silver. This is not the one. This is just a cherry on top. So anybody who buys before July 10th, get a free silver round for every $10,000 purchased.
Awesome. Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Thanks again for joining us here on Right Side.
Thank you.
To be prepared for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. George Washington first said it to Congress in 1790, peace through strength. It was a message that became the foundation of our young country's identity. And now in our 250th year, this simple truth has been restored as the bedrock of our continuing American story. All of it made possible by the greatest military on the face of the earth.
Our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free.
Our country stands on the shoulders of these giants. To them, thank you. And happy birthday to our great republic.
It's Christian Hodges, and we're back with RSBN, coming to you live from the Great American State Fair. And we're just watching while we're off the camera, while we're on commercial break, watching an F-35 do a couple barrel rolls right over top of the Washington Monument for about 10 minutes. Just truly spectacular. It's innovation that America has. We just took a look through the building of America's innovation. We saw SpaceX. We saw there's an F-18. There we go. Tell me about it. So I stand corrected. That's an F-18, not an
Super Hornet. It's the premier fighter jet of our country. Outside of the F-35, the F-15 has never lost in a combat mission, air-to-air or air-to-ground. But that's the Navy's premier fighter.
You serve? No. How do you know about it?
I'm an aviation buff. I have models of that plane.
Tell me all the details about it.
I don't.
G's. Who's G for it?
At top speed, that pilot's pulling 8.5 to 9 G's, close to 10. When he's vertical, going up with the afterburners, close to 10 G's. But he can only sustain that for so long before he's got to roll and get out of that.
How hard is that for the pilot?
He would pass out if he kept it up.
Yeah. What kind of pilot does that take for the Navy to put in F-18?
Years of training and discipline. Years and years. The best of the best.
The best pilot that we have?
Best in the world. We have the best in the world.
Yeah. What did you think about, did you see the B-2 fly over yesterday?
Yes, we did.
Is that the first time you've seen a B-2?
B-2 and the first time I've seen the B-1.
Really?
In person also.
Really?
Yeah.
What did you think about it?
It was amazing.
You feel safe?
I feel very safe.
Yeah, I think our enemies, if they see that, they're in trouble, right? But if we see that, we know we're safe.
How fortunate are we that we get to see all these aircraft flying around, just putting on a show. Right. It's like, for them, it's like taking their sports car out for a weekend drive, right? But in other places of the world, people see that death and destruction come raining down, you know? So we're very privileged.
I think that's the definition of peace through strength. Having the American innovation to be able to go do that, I think that's what it means, right? What's been your highlight of the Great American State Fair so far?
The aircraft.
Yeah, the aircraft. Which one's the best? Is it F-18 or what is it?
F-35.
F-35.
Lightning.
Is that coming later? When is that?
The F-22 Raptors. They're comparable stealth aircraft, super fast, hypersonic planes, you know. If you think about it, here's a simple way to think about it. I was just telling my wife, at top speed, these planes that fly Mach 2.5, you know, they're traveling at 1,500 to 1,600 knots. That's close to miles per hour. But they can lock on a target, an air-to-ground missile, deploy their armaments, hit their target, and go. By the time that you hear that plane is 5 to 7 miles away.
Right. What does it take for a plane like that to break the sound barrier?
Permission.
Do you know what the mile per hour is? What the knots is to break the sound barrier?
So the speed of sound is 686 miles an hour. So in knots, that would be probably close to 700 knots.
So you're telling me the F-18 is going close to twice that?
Yeah, they fly Mach 2 too.
Really? That's
Over
incredible.
Twice the speed of sound.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Well, where are you guys from? You guys first time to DC or no?
New York.
New York?
Yeah, Rochester.
First time in DC or no?
Together, yes.
Yeah, first time. Does it feel safe seeing the National Guard walk?
Absolutely safe.
Better than New York?
Yeah, much.
Better than New York. So thank you guys for being here, and thank you for giving a lecture to myself and everyone else watching on all of the fighter jets flying.
Happy to help.
Yeah,
God
thank
bless.
you.
Enjoy your day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I definitely learned something in that conversation. I didn't even know it was F-18. I thought it was F-35, and I stand corrected. But I hope you learned something with that too. Let's see if we can find someone else to talk to here. Yeah.
Coming next, according to the schedule.
Yeah.
And that's 4 of those.
Right.
So imagine
4
how loud.
F-18s.
Yeah.
Where are the Blue Angels based? Is that in the Panhandle?
Pensacola, Florida is their home base. But they tend to stick around Andrews Joint Air Force Base, which is local here. They flew this morning in New York City. They did a show. So now they're going to be here in about 15 minutes.
What makes the Blue Angels special? Is it just the F-18 or what is it?
Again, the pilots. These guys are colonels, lieutenant colonels, lifers. I mean, they are the best in the world.
How many times have you seen the Blue Angels fly before this?
I've seen them once before this, yes,
Yeah.
the Blue Angels. I've seen the Thunderbirds a handful of times. They'll be performing later on today. And those are F-16s.
F-16.
Yep.
Well, I will definitely be watching for the Blue Angels flying over here. Yeah, I got one. You need some. Yeah, you too. Let's see if we can grab some other people here. But the Blue Angels in 15 minutes. I've seen those fly a couple times in my life. I actually just saw them about a week ago. I was at a friend of mine's wedding from high school, and they were practicing right as the wedding ceremony is going on. You couldn't hear anything. You couldn't hear the vows or anything. They're about the loudest thing that there is. The loudest jet that I think America has. The F-18, the Blue Angels. But you want to be interviewed? I know you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah. Oh, we got to get both of you guys. Scotland? All right. Where are you from? We'll start with you.
Michigan.
Michigan?
England.
England? Scotland. All right. Let's start with Michigan. That's a super blue state, right?
Yes.
Is it more blue than the UK?
No.
No?
No. It has its pockets.
Yeah, I think it does. I think most of Michigan is pretty red, isn't it?
Trump won?
Right, he did.
Yeah.
He actually won the youth vote by over 13 points, which is impressive in and of itself. But what about the UK? Tell me about the UK. How blue is that?
What is blue, which is mid-Democrat.
Liberal or conservative?
Right. It's more blue at the moment, and we don't like it.
You don't mind it?
No, we don't like it.
Oh, you don't like it? Yeah, nobody likes liberals, right? Tell me about, is this your first time to D.C.?
No, I came about 10 years ago.
Okay, but first time back since then? Okay. What do you think about DC now versus then?
I love it.
You love it?
I love it, yeah.
What's been the highlight of the fair today for you?
The highlight, the air display, for sure, yeah.
I was just talking to that guy. He just gave me a history lesson on F-18s and F-22s. We have the Blue Angels flying over in about 10 or 15 minutes. Have you ever seen those before? No.
Only on TikTok and on YouTube.
You sound like a young person talking about TikTok. Tell me about Scotland. Let me come over there. What's Scotland like compared to the U.S.?
Cold.
Cold?
Mm-hmm.
You struggling in the heat today?
No, I'm loving it. I am loving it, yes.
I think you're the first person I've ever met in my life who loves 100 degrees.
Yeah, probably, but we didn't have the heat wave in Scotland that everybody else had.
What's the weather in Scotland now? Is it, 70 degrees?
What's 18? 18 Celsius.
18 Celsius. I can't do that math. But that sounds pretty cold to me. Yeah.
That's warm for us. Yeah, 67, 60-something, 70.
What? Talking to both 64 Fahrenheit. The producer just came in my ear. 64 Fahrenheit. Just 40 degrees cooler. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
So, both of you guys, what made you guys want to come to the Great American State Fair today?
Gorgeous cousins. We're the cousins. They're the
You just had to come see America.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we just thought for the 4th of July, why not? You know, so, because we were coming anyway this year, so come for the 4th of July and really do it properly. It's once in a lifetime, and I mean, we're never going to do it again.
Right. 250 may happen 500, but this is only 250.
Well, I'm not gonna see another 500.
We're not going to live over.
Definitely not.
No.
I'm certainly not planning on it.
Right.
No.
What do you think about England losing the Revolutionary War?
She's happy. I'm still here.
You're still here?
Yeah. What do we think about losing? Well, may the best man win, that's what I say.
Yeah. Is America the best man?
Well, yeah, kind
Yeah.
of. Yeah.
Don't let Keir Starmer or anyone else hear what you say.
Don't like him, no.
What do you think about Keir Starmer?
Honestly, you know I can get jailed for a tweet, don't you?
We'll protect you. We'll get you out.
Yeah.
I wrote a book about this lady who was arrested around a Planned Parenthood in the UK. This was back in 2022, 2023. Isabel Vaughan Spruce. She was arrested in 2023 for walking around Planned Parenthood silently praying in her head. And she was arrested on suspicion that she was praying in her head. And when they got to court, what evidence did the cops have? It's thought crime in the UK. Have you seen anything like that, or any friends that you know jailed for tweets?
I don't know anybody personally, but we all know it happens. Yeah. So we've all got to be a little bit careful, yeah.
You see the story of Tommy Robinson? Yeah. Did you ever go to one of the Tommy Robinson marches?
Yeah. It was nothing at all like what they said it was on the television. Absolutely.
What was it actually like?
It was just the kind of people that you'd meet in a pub on Sunday afternoon. Just your average person, just your average critical thinking person. Lovely, very patriotic. We were branded as far right. It's absolute rubbish. And they got the numbers all wrong as well. They said it was a few thousand. It wasn't. It was 1.5 million. There were 500,000 trying to get in, and 1 million listening at home. So the numbers were all wrong. You had to be there. It was lovely. Absolutely lovely.
I've got to ask you. I saw when Charlie was sadly assassinated back in September that in the UK they were marching, celebrating his life. Did you ever go to those?
No, I didn't. But that isn't because I didn't.
Look at that. Zoom in on that. Little miniature Charlie right here. Miniature Charlie. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Particular march, but I was very deeply saddened by his death. It really shook me because I'm a Christian, so it was just awful. Absolutely awful.
Yeah. What about the rise in Islam and immigrants in the UK? Does it feel like a third world country? Or is it not as bad as the American media says?
No, you're probably right. Yeah. I've got to be careful what I say.
All right. I understand that. I thank you guys for being here. And thank you for celebrating America, even though you guys lost a couple years ago. Thank you for being here. This is proof that we were right to fight the Revolutionary War. You're living proof. So thank you for being here. And what do we have next? Let's go find someone else. I think Bobby's back. Bobby can say hi to the crowd. He's finally back.
It's cooling off a bit, so that's pretty nice around here. We'll talk to this gentleman over here. Sir, how are you enjoying the fair today? Having fun with it?
I am.
Where are you coming from?
Pennsylvania.
The Commonwealth, we love it. A lot of Pennsylvanians out here today. What's been your favorite aspect of the Great American Fair?
The flyovers are amazing. Yes. Yeah.
Are you military yourself?
I am not. No.
Yeah, it's really a special time to reflect on 250 years of the semi-quincentennial. What is your most proud moment as an American? What brings you out? Because it's hot today, but there's a lot of people out here, millions in fact.
It is, but it's 250 years. It's a big deal, right? You know, we should be out here. Our military's been amazing. We've enjoyed years of freedom.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Truly born for such a time as this. What are you expecting to hear from President Trump tonight?
Oh, I'm leaving.
Yeah, you're taking off? Stay for the fireworks?
No. I've been here early.
Yeah.
I'm going to see the Blue Angels, and then I'm taking off. So,
well, it's still a big day.
When is he speaking here?
Should be around past 9 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a while.
That's my bedtime. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you'll catch the fireworks from it's 850,000 from around the district. So
Yes.
40 minutes of fun.
Yes.
Absolutely.
you go.
Well, enjoy safe travels back to Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
As we continue to celebrate this amazing American anniversary, we're grateful for all of our paramedics and the military and anyone in uniform, as a Freedom Truck is right across the way as well, making sure that people get hydrated and have cooling centers in order to get ready for what's really the main event of tonight. I will toss this over real quick to Christian.
All right. Well, I got to say I love the mullet. You got to rock the mullet together. I love the American flag bandana. What brought you here?
I'm here with one of my friends for 4th of July. Basically, just came, decided that this is probably the most interesting place to be for the 250. So,
You're definitely right. I think everyone knows that you're right. But you're one of the most patriotic ones here, most patriotic dressed. Why do you love America?
it's hard to describe. It's just everything, you know. It just feels good. Feels good to live here, to be free. You know, I think it's not perfect, but I think it's more perfect than pretty much anywhere else. And that's just everyone's just seems to be doing the best they can, and that's all.
What state are you from?
Northern California.
Northern California. So I was talking to a California guy earlier. He was telling me there is hope for California, especially Orange County. He was saying, what do you think? Can California be saved? Is it as red as they say, or is it gone?
I think that it's fine. I don't think that a lot of people don't really like California, but I like living there. I think it's fine. So I don't think that there's any problem. I mean, there's problems, obviously, but I don't think that it's beyond repair or anything like that.
Right. I think that's the also resounding message that we've heard. There's still hope for California, like there's still hope for America. How old are you? 20? I'm 21.
I'm 20.
Okay. Perfect. We saw in the 2024 election, people like you and I, the young men, put Trump in Oval Office. Why did you vote for him?
I didn't vote in that election, no.
Why didn't you vote?
I don't know. I just didn't.
Okay. Would you ever vote for Trump in a third term?
I think that presidents should be limited to 2 terms.
I agree. It's just funny seeing people's answers. Some people have told me they want a third term. Yeah, it's funny.
I think that 2 terms is enough for anyone.
Right.
For anyone.
History tells that story, and 2 terms is enough. What are you looking forward to tonight out of the fair?
More flyovers and fireworks, mostly. I'm pretty excited for that.
What's been the best flyover you've seen?
I don't know. They're all been pretty cool. The Thunderbirds are really good. They put on a good show, but it's all been cool to see.
I think we've got the Blue Angels coming in about 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah. And looking forward to that one. You see the B2 flyover yesterday?
I caught a glimpse of it, but I was kind of under the tree, so I didn't get a good view. But I'm hoping there'll be more today.
Right. So. What about the world record fireworks show tonight? You looking forward to that?
Yeah. I think it should be good. Yeah. It'll be fun.
Best fireworks show you've seen?
I don't know. I've seen some decent ones, but nothing great. And I think this will be way better than anything else I've seen.
This will be great.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you still standing for America and still being patriotic. That's what we want to see, right? Yeah. Thanks for being here.
No problem.
We're still here. Yeah. Let's go see if we can hold out for the Blue Angels coming in a few minutes. Do we have a time on that?
I do not know.
We still don't have a time on the Blue Angels coming, but it should be the next 2 to 3 minutes. But the Blue Angels are just a pinnacle of what America is, what American innovation is. And I think everyone's looking forward to those. That's what we're hearing. Is that they're really enjoying the flyovers. The flyovers are a highlight of everyone's day to day. Most people don't get to see these planes fly over any day, let alone back to back to back to back to back on one day in the nation's capital and doing tricks around the National Monument, around the Capitol, and doing it in 100 degrees as they're hitting 10 Gs. It's pretty spectacular. And hopefully, I think I might hear them in the horizon. I hear something in the horizon. But we might catch them, we might not. But they should be here soon. Yeah, we might just miss them. Yeah, my producer probably will not even catch these Blue Angels flying over. As soon as we see them, they're going to be gone, basically. But I'm looking forward to them, and I think most people here are. And that was a great interview, Mark. You should come back. What about the Blue Angels? You looking forward to the Blue Angels in about 2 minutes?
Amen, yes. That's the best thing ever.
What's been the best flyover?
Best flyover? Probably Marine One, just because I thought the president was in there.
Have you ever seen Marine One?
No, never in my life, especially not flying. Only at the Nixon Library, and that was the decommissioned one, so this was awesome.
Yeah. What about the B-2 yesterday? Did you see that?
Oh, I was not here yesterday, but I heard great things. People put it all over social media. It was
Have you ever seen a B-2?
Never actually flying, never in my life. So
that's pretty spectacular to see that. Yeah. Most people who need to see it don't see it. The people who don't need to see it see it.
Amen to that, you know. But sometime maybe in Tricentennial, I'll watch one of those things fly over that.
Yeah. I know Robert was talking to you about the young male vote. In Michigan, people like you and I, the young men, put Trump in the Oval Office. In Michigan, we voted for him plus 13 points. And that's a 40-point swing from the 2020 election in the youth vote. Why did you vote for him? Was it just immigration? Was it fiscal issues? What was it?
On the economy as well. But I will say in Michigan, too, the Arab vote hated quote-unquote killer Kamala so much they helped us win, and that was huge. But I mean, largely it was Charlie Kirk and TPUSA's ground game that helped, and a lot of young Americans just want a stable economy and a businessman as president who understands how to generate like tax cuts that are pro-worker and advance growth more than anything else. I mean, when you have a president that has succeeded like you wouldn't believe in the private sector with the Trump organization and businesses like Trump Winery, and you have him in the Oval Office calling the shots, it's so much better than a lifelong politician who's only seen, you know, what's going on in D.C. and wants to keep the status quo going. The president, no matter what, understands how to get the economy rocking and rolling, and I think that's why people voted for him in droves, and especially young Americans like me who are facing Bidenflation and the after effects of a disastrous policy agenda from the congressional Democrats and Biden administration. And thank God we got President Trump and congressional Republicans in charge to revitalize this economy, bring jobs back, and get growth coming along.
Did you ever have the privilege of meeting Charlie?
No, but I saw him and I walked by him at a VP Vance rally in Glendale, Arizona, and that was and he just exudes aura, and you'll never see, honestly, like a person that loves this country more than him, besides maybe the president. But I mean, Charlie was someone special.
Charlie was a friend of mine, met him and talked to him a number of times. Talked to him a week before he was assassinated. What impact did Charlie have on your life?
Well, he taught me that, you know what, the conservative movement isn't just for, you know, owning the libs or winning the culture war. The conservative movement is designed to help America thrive and ensure the American project and democracy endures for 250 more years, and actually forever, honestly. And he proved that the principles upon which we were founded, freedom, equal opportunity, equality under the law, law and order, the rule of law, all these foundational principles, if we stick to those and remember those are vital, this country will remain the best in the world, hands down.
You're completely right. I'll pass that along the people over at Turning Point, and Charlie impacted your life, he impacted mine. If you had one message to Erica now, what would you say?
Never listen to Candace Owens. She's a degenerate, and she needs to be, pretty much canceled by the conservative movement. But I will say Erica is the strongest woman I've ever seen. To be able to forgive Charlie's murderer, that is a remarkable indication that she's a Bible-believing Christian, and she is an evangelist for the Christian gospel. And that is so inspiring. It's unbelievable. So I always will praise Erica Kirk.
Yeah. And being there and witnessing Erica forgive him was probably the greatest, most touching demonstration of Christ's love that I've felt in human form, I would say. Are you involved in Turning Point USA now?
No, so I'm no longer an undergrad, but I was a big supporter then. I mean, sure, maybe financially I'll support him, but I should go out, and I intend on going out to do some door knocking this election cycle and writing messages and doing phone calls and trying to get out the vote for the conservative candidates, the true MAGA candidates, the true America First candidates across the board in this country, so that we can retain Congress and avoid the Democrats taking charge, God forbid, and doing whatever it takes to undermine Pax Americana, the golden age, which we can't afford Democrats to take charge. So I'll do whatever it takes to maintain the Trump agenda, not just through 2026, but through 2029 and beyond. So I'm hoping for the best, to be honest.
I got to ask you, probably the biggest issue among young people is affordability. The average age of the first-time home buyer is now 40. Does that scare you?
It does, and that's why we need growth. We need to implement the Trump Freedom Cities, for example. We need to expand development, encourage home builders to go. And that's why I'm happy Bill Pulte is running things at FHFA, because his father was a great home builder, and we need more of that. It's a supply problem, not anything else. You increase supply, you'll meet demand, and then we'll bring homes down so that we, Gen Zers and Millennials and Gen Alpha, will be able to afford homes just like the Boomer generation was able to, back when we were allowing development in this country and letting the home builders run free. And we need more of that, get rid of horrible zoning restrictions, and just let the developers go, and we'll be in a good position.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of everything that James Fishback says, but one policy that I think is almost genius is he has a policy. He wants to have a first-time home buyer, not buyback, but down payment assistance program. What do you think about something like that on a national level?
Amen. But make sure it's not just tailored to certain minorities or certain people with certain immutable characteristics. Make it available to every American, regardless of how you look. And that could be really, really good if we extend financing to everyday Americans that are just being priced out by institutional investors. That would be a brilliant policy to implement at the national level. And I'm sure if you put such a policy idea in front of President Trump, he'd be probably willing to support it. I would put a bet on that. So I'm very optimistic that we will get affordability back in check. You know what I mean?
That's something I would love to see happen on a national level. And last question, what about Walmart today? You've walked into Walmart lately?
I shopped there, yeah. I didn't hear any policy news about them, but they provided all the bottled waters here, so I do appreciate that.
Yeah. What do you think about Walmarts in Florida? Are they like a third world country? Because back in my home state, Delaware, I can't walk into Walmart and hear English.
Well, we've got some great sheriffs down in Florida. For example, Grady Judd, close to where I live, and they keep things in check. So I don't actually have to worry about it all that much. Like, things are safe. When law and order is in place, and we're having governors in place like Ron DeSantis, who fires rogue prosecutors in these left-wing jurisdictions, we're okay. And shoppers like me, we can breathe easy in Walmarts across the state. So I hope that's the case in the rest of the country. But I can imagine how difficult it is to walk in Walmart in Delaware when you're governed by Democrats who could care less about law and order.
Right, and it's living proof that they can actually fix what they're doing, because other states can do it. If Florida can do it. How many people live in Florida? 15 million?
23 million, and yet they tax us half as much as New York, and our budget is half as much as New York, with far more people.
That means Florida is 23 times the size of Delaware. If you could fix the Walmarts, Delaware certainly can fix the Walmarts, right? And you just need a governor like Ron DeSantis. So Governor Matt Meyer, if you're listening, if you were listening to RSBN, you wouldn't be a liberal. You'd actually be fixing the state right now. But if you are listening for some reason, you see this clip, you should actually fix the Walmarts and give Governor DeSantis a call and ask him what he's doing.
Amen. Jay Carney takes some lead from Governor DeSantis. Governor DeSantis is the best. Follow his lead, and life will be good for your constituents. Yeah. It's really that simple.
It's very simple policy. Just support DeSantis and replicate him, and I think every state will benefit from that.
Amen. It's not rocket science. Just remember, conservatism should always rule the day, And if you let freedom guide your agenda, your constituents will be thriving. And it's really that simple. Governance is not complicated. It's just about letting people be free to lead their lives, become the best version of themselves, and make something out of their lives without the government intervening.
Yeah. Last question, actual last question before this flyover, the Blue Angels. What is your message to young people like us, or young people who don't think like us, to be entrepreneurial, to actually love this country and produce another 250 years?
Hey man, I will tell young people that want to be involved, you should go out on a limb and try starting a business. Follow your dreams. Remember that this country is still the land of opportunity, and there's no better place to just become rich than America. And so long as you trust your instincts and take some risks in life and embrace the entrepreneurial spirit that President Trump, embodied throughout his career, and millions of other hardworking small business owners, never give up on your dreams. Always remember that there's no better place than America to start a business, get rich, and make a better life for yourself and your family, and to establish generational wealth for all of your offspring and everyone that you're affiliated with. So just remember, take risks and embrace the opportunities this country has to offer.
It sounds like we have a future Elon Musk here. But good to meet you, Mark. And thank you for being here. Thank you for loving America. Yeah. Looks like we've got the vetted, I believe these are Wounded Warriors who have a band. I believe this is what I heard earlier. This would be really cool to see. You want to get closer? Oh, Blue Angels are coming. Watch everyone whip out their cell phone and take a video of the Blue Angels as soon as they fly over here. It'll be easy to miss. You can see them all the way in the horizon, just past the Washington Monument.
Every step I take, first breath burn like smoke and fade. Hand in my teeth, sweat in my eyes, thunder in my chest, no room for lies. Sky don't blame.
That's incredible. They're about to punch it right past us.
Stealing my hands, fear in my throat.
Look at that. Right over the Washington Monument. You can see everyone just taking it in. They're taking a video because they won't forget this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's America. If that doesn't make you love America, I'm not sure what will. Just move out of the country now. Not sure what will make you love America. More than that, more than Wounded Warriors singing on a stage with the Blue Angels flying over the Washington Monument on the 4th of July, on the 250th birthday of this country. That's America for you. That's why people move here. That's why we're still the best country on the earth. Are they coming back around? I think they might be coming back around. That's incredible. 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 Let's talk to these guys over here. What'd you guys think about the Blue Angels flying over?
It's awesome. That was so cool. Yeah. That was what I was waiting for, man.
Really?
Yeah.
You came here just for that?
Pretty much.
Really?
Yeah. Today. She told me, so that's why I'm here.
Is that your first time seeing them?
I think that's my second.
Yeah. That's hard to beat. If that doesn't make you love America, I don't know what will, right? That is like the picture of America. The Blue Angels flying over the Washington Monument on the 4th of July, on the 250th, with everyone here. I mean, that's incredible to see, isn't it? Yeah. Look at this.
I mean, I already loved America, so.
It's gotta make you love America more. What about your hat?
I don't know. I had a black hat. My mom was just like, you probably shouldn't wear that. So we went to a shop and they had this hat. And I'm like, I probably should get that.
I think every person should own one of those, right? How'd you raise two good boys?
I actually have 5 boys. These are my youngest two. So,
how'd you do it?
With the help of my husband and a country that we love and faith in God, here we are. Yeah. Oh, look, they're right there.
Back. Look at that. They're so low, too. Are they coming back? That's incredible. It's incredible. And why do you want to see the Blue Angels so bad?
Thank you guys so much.
This is so cool.
Happy birthday, America.
Did you see the B2 yesterday? No. It was incredible to see. The B2 is probably the most patriotic thing I've ever seen. Even more than the Blue Angels, honestly. Honestly. It's incredible to see. Did you see the F-18s before that? Doing the barrel rolls? Did you see that?
That was cool. Dude, yeah, no. I mean, like, they're just so cool.
Yeah. Would you ever want to be a pilot?
I mean, I'd be down. I mean, it might be a little scary, but...
Yeah, I just got a lecture on the F-18s and everything. The guy was telling me they hit 10 Gs when they go upside down. And they're going twice the speed of the sound barrier. They're going Mach 2. It's over 1,600 knots. It's incredible. You want to do that?
I think it'd be fun.
That's one way to serve your country. I think everyone would be proud of you. I know your mom would be. I know your brother would be. Everyone would be proud of that.
I'm sure.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for loving America, still showing up, even in the heat. Yeah. Let's see who else we can find. Who else we can find? Okay. Well, I think JD Vance is about to take a stage. We're about to look at that Blue Angels again. It's incredible. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna throw it back to the studio, and we're gonna watch JD Vance.
Hurrah! Semper Fi! And happy birthday to all the sailors and the Marines and all the service members of this incredible ship. Please, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's gonna be a long day. It'll be a long day. But let me start by saying, first of all, thank you for being here on this incredibly historic occasion. I have to give a shout out to Admiral Caudle and, of course, Acting Secretary Cal, two great Americans. Thank you for your leadership and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also special greetings from the President of the United States for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence. Today, we celebrate 250 years of America facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest firefighters, and of course we have a number of local leaders from across this tri-state area. I'm honored to welcome the dozens of Navy chiefs and other guests from other countries around the world who represent the vessels joining us in today's review. And to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers. Its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this Creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? If the Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born. Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot, and I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm, he later recalled, but he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, "You can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before," he said, "Yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself." It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay, he saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker at every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what we will hear from some loud voices today, because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate, and tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Chuck Adams grabbed his clubs about 9:15. Every Thursday morning, rain or shine, he's headed to the course with some golf on his mind. Me, I pull in slow to the country club gate, coffee in hand, always running late, with a smile and a grin and a ball to a tee. It's game time, boys, just Chuck and me. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laugh and line, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. He's got a sun-stained hat and a heart of gold. Stories from the fairway that never get old. Tells me about a church and a sweet Carissa too. Then he dumps his wedge and we laugh like fools. Lunch at the turn with a burger and fries. Talking about the Lord and college football ties. Yeah, we keep score, but we don't.
Before there was a United States of America, before there was a Commonwealth of the Bahamas, our stories were already intertwined. In March 1776, Continental Marines seized Fort Montague from the British in the first amphibious landing in U.S. Marine Corps history and one of the earliest chapters in America's journey toward independence.
The U.S. founding fathers were not perfect men, but they crafted a perfect idea, the Declaration of Independence. They took a big risk, a dangerous one. But as Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenges and controversy.
250 years later, those same waters remind us that history is not only something we remember, it is something we build upon.
We share more than a border. We share a horizon. We share the same waters, the same winds, and often the same weather. Our histories were braided together from America's very first year.
On an exceptional evening in Nassau, the United States Embassy to the Bahamas welcomed leaders, partners, service members, and friends to celebrate America's 250th anniversary and the enduring friendship between our nations. It was a celebration of independence, of shared history, and of a partnership carried forward across generations.
Because of the bravery of America, they put a man on the moon. And because of the partnership between the United States and the Bahamas, they put the first Bahamian in space.
That friendship continues today through security cooperation, economic partnership, cultural exchange, and the personal ties that connect our people across the waters we share.
The United States is a young country, but it has built one of the most powerful military that the world has ever seen. Not just to provide security for the United States, but security for the Bahamas as well.
In America's 250th year, we honor those who came before. We honor the deep and enduring friendship that unites us, and we look to the future with hope and confidence in a bond that stands the test of time.
If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Happy birthday, United States, and let's keep going far.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. This 4th of July, we celebrate 250 years of American independence and the enduring strength of the American people. The men and women who built this nation understood a simple truth. A strong nation depends on strong people. As we celebrate our independence, we also have to confront the greatest threat to American strength, the chronic disease epidemic. We spend more on healthcare than any nation in history, and millions of Americans are sicker than ever before. When my uncle was president, we spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion every year. Nearly 80% of adults don't get enough physical activity. More than 1 in 3 American teenagers are overweight, and 77% of our young people cannot qualify for military service. This crisis touches every part of American life. It burdens our families, it weakens our economy, it threatens our military readiness, and it puts our future at risk. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams, but a sick person has only one. Under President Trump's leadership, we're reversing course. We are putting prevention back at the center of healthcare. We're challenging the failed status quo. We're shifting our focus from sick care to health care. We're confronting the root cause of chronic disease. We're rebuilding trust in our food, in our medical and public health systems. And we're putting American children and families first. The Trump administration is restoring one of our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom that comes with good health. Every American has a role to play. Take back your health, eat real food, get active, spend time outdoors, build healthy habits, because a healthy nation is a strong nation, and a strong nation is the foundation of freedom. And together, we can make America healthy again. Happy 4th of July.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd. And what a sight it is. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a good friend of mine and all of us. Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry. Lieutenant Governor Van Huysen. Oh, they're good. I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much. And Secretary Burgum, who's doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring Constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth. And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history. And it is great to be your president. It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America. And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless, and it is truly miraculous. Throughout the entire story of humanity, most people in most places have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story. It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves, the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before. There has never been anything like this. The triumph of American independence was the result of the most extraordinary people in history, the most extraordinary culture in history, and the most extraordinary ideas in history, all creating the most extraordinary republic ever, ever, ever in history. It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776. That was a big year. 250 years ago tomorrow, what a big day that is. I consider this a big day because I'm with you. I like that too. And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington, the author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the great emancipator and savior of our Union, Abraham Lincoln, and the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt. These are the men who declared the freedom, and won our freedom, and saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes, a true group of unbelievable people, and we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have been made in the USA. Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are. These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity, and it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength and the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times. And this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody. The identity of a nation is the destiny of a nation, and America has a destiny like no other because we are a people like no other. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is. Here, the old world sent its bravest, boldest, and most resilient, its fiercest, most faithful, and freedom-loving. These men and women brought values, traditions, and customs transmitted over the centuries in Britain and stretching back even further to Athens, Jerusalem, and Rome. The United States of America is where the greatest civilization in human history became greater than ever before. On the grounds and granite hills and the rugged plains of this wide-open continent, they forged a uniquely American character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only before Almighty God. That's right. These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom. And this was the culture that built America and carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore. For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be, we must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture. And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it. But as long as we remember who we are, we have to always remember who we are and what we're all about. The United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will never, ever fail. So tonight, let us say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know that. And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved, almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and I will continue to do so, I promise. Our rights here, given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it. Thank you. So true. Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before, and that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain, and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean, and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem, and we will just solve it. Show us a task the world calls impossible, and Americans will get it done. Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty, and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe. We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the Lord. In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years, that has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. American is all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love our country. There has never been anything like us anywhere on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself, because it never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems, that system has led to more death and destruction than any system ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. The godless communist morality states that anything is justified to bring about inhuman visions and to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they won't have it. But we will not let them win. They have no chance against us. They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights. It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder. Such doctrines can be given no quarter in a democracy, because the first thing they do when they get into power is turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best people like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and who conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot and pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world. So on the eve of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time. You know they're wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will away, and we will continue to build our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. America will never be a communist country. We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election for 100 years. We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was. And it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the railroads. We raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers, harnessed electricity, and invented the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane, the assembly line, the television, the microchip, the personal computer, the internet, the GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome to cure diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans fill the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture. We invented baseball, basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the rodeo. We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world by far, the most Nobel Prizes. Well, they haven't given me one. Settled 8 wars, I still haven't gotten it. That's okay. And the most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes the world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years, in 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are being built all over the United States right now, and they're being built at a number that we've never, ever seen before. So much more. We're breaking records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars, the Cold War, and left America's enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in 1 day. And we knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying to settle. They want to settle so badly. We gave them a week off for a funeral because we're nice. It's true. For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked, and a nation in decline. We were in very serious decline. Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody respects us like no nation. Remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected like us. Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us more than any other country by far. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come. So in conclusion, from the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushes of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and barley of our farms in the Midwest, to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing sacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before. We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years. To technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country, from the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies to the white sand shores of the Gulf of America. And to right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas, after 250 years, American freedom still rings, the American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not fail, the country that will not fall. No matter how hard the enemy tries, we cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America. And together we will make America bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
This maneuver and landing pattern requires incredible precision and is a testament to the skill of our naval aviators. The F-35C is capable of carrying advanced medium and short-range air missiles, including the AIM-120 AMRAAM and AIM-9 Sidewinder, as well as a variety of GPS and laser-guided air-to-surface bombs. To maintain its stealth profile, however, these weapons are carried in 2 internal weapon bays. As Major Rogers approaches from our right, he will cycle the weapon bay doors, giving you a rare look at those bombs and missiles hiding from the enemy. Folks, take a look at the F-35's weapon bay door pass. Now, for something truly unique, the square loop. From the left, Corby will approach at 350 knots and pull the aircraft straight up. He'll then bring the nose down to fly inverted, creating the top of the square. From there, he will pull down to complete the loop, demonstrating an incredible level of control in the aircraft's raw power. Next, prepare for the pedal turn, a maneuver that highlights the F-35C's advanced flight controls. From 350 knots, Corby will pull the aircraft into a steep 90-degree climb. Then using full lateral stick and pedal, he will command a 360-degree turn, essentially pivoting the aircraft in the sky. This demonstrates the maneuvering capabilities of the F-35C at low speeds and high angles of attack. The pedal turn. Corby is now turning inbound for the high Alpha pass. One of the distinct advantages of the F-35C is its larger wings and additional control surfaces. These attributes provide better handling on approach to the aircraft carrier and make the aircraft extremely maneuverable at slow airspeeds. As Corby carefully works to slow the jet down to an airspeed of about 115 knots, watch as the control surfaces rapidly fluctuate to maintain stability. Corby will now set up for the high-speed pass. He will approach show center at 0.94 Mach. You may notice white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of sound at nearly 750 miles per hour. While the aircraft is capable of speeds greater than this, Major Rogers must be careful not to exceed the speed of sound, as the sonic boom would shatter your windows. The high-speed pass. Corby is now positioning for his final maneuver, the tactical pitch. From a speed of 300 miles per hour, Corby will select full afterburner and roll the aircraft into a 45-degree angle of bake turn and showcase the F-35's ability to rapidly reposition its nose at slow speeds and high angles of attack. Ladies and gentlemen, the tactical pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for the Navy and Marine Corps' newest frontline fighter, the F-35C Lightning II. With the F-18 Super Hornet, EA-18G Growler, and early warning E-2D Advanced Hawkeye, the F-35C is part of a team that is unmatched in the world today. Without the support of our professional maintainers, this demonstration by the Navy F-35C demo team would not be possible. Today's F-35C maintenance team is comprised of sailors and Marines from VFA 125. On behalf of the commanding officer of VFA 125, Commander Christopher Case, and all the men and women of the United States Navy and Marine Corps, we thank you for allowing for us to perform for you today on the nation's 250th birthday.
Thank you. Caller for Scoop on A2. Kill it. Thank you.
where the pines sway free. Chuck Adams grabs his clubs about 9:15. Every Thursday morning, rain or shine, he's headed to the course with some golf on his mind. Me, I pull in slow to the country club gate, coffee in hand, always running late, with a smile and a grin and a ball to a tee. It's game time, boys, just Chuck and me. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laughing line, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday, just him and me. He's got a sun-stained hat and a heart of gold. Stories from the fairway that never get old. Tells me about a church and a sweet Carissa tune. Then then he dumps his wedge and we laugh like fools. Lunch at the turn with a burger and fries, talking about the Lord and college football ties. Yeah, we keep score, but we don't need proof. When you're playing with Chuck, the joy's the truth. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea, that's all got you. Where we feel free, laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday, just him and me. So here's to the greens and the stories we share, to the slice in the woods and not a single care. If you ever need joy or a brotherly hug, just come tee it up with old Chuck. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Saugahatchee, where we feel free. Yeah, that's our game and always will be. Chuck Adams and me, wild and free.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Wow, it got a bit cloudy, cooler, and windy right over the Washington Monument. Just a spectacle before we celebrate what's happening just west of us. On that stage, President Donald Trump will be speaking tonight. And then the biggest fireworks display in the history of time. I can't tell you. Christian knows it as well. We're having so much fun. Everyone's still energized, even though it was a warm day in Washington, D.C., just north of the Washington Monument here, of course, the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm Robert McNeely, as we thank our friends at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, kicking off Independence Day with the biggest sale of the year. And if you're thinking about getting prepared, you don't want to miss this, through July 7th, ivermectin, mebendazole, hydrochloroquine, and capsules ready for you and for your loved ones. All Family Pharmacy believes in medical freedom, patient choice, and giving Americans easier access to the medications that you need. Providing that prescription through a physician, sending it right back to your door. So kind of a common sense thing to do in these times, as allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN has the buy one, get one free sale. Call 561-717-6794. That's 561-717-6794. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Also, Birch Gold, thank you for sponsoring us. Why buy gold right now in this golden era of America? Well, it's very simple. You want to reinvest and diversify your 401k and your IRA. There's something that's a great hedge against inflation. Yes, that's gold and silver in these days and age. Think about this. 10 years ago, an ounce of gold was about $1,200. Now it's going for $4,500 on average. Text Trump to 989898. And now through July 10th, if you purchase $10,000 worth through Birch Gold Group, you get an ounce of silver there. So a pretty good deal if you're asking me. Text Trump to 989898. Thank you to Birch Gold Group. Let's go talk to some folks. What do you think? It'll be fun. It's getting a bit windy out here as everyone's kind of settling. This is more exciting than Woodstock, I'd have to say.
Oh, it feels so much better now, though. It's dropped at least like 30 degrees, it feels like. This feels fantastic. Who can we talk to? Let's grab this guy over here.
For courage, white for truth.
Hey, sir. Why'd you come out to the salute tonight?
Well, I was around for the 200th one. Yeah.
Where was that?
In Birmingham, Alabama. Yeah, watched it there. So why not come to D.C. on the 250?
Right.
So
What are you looking forward to tonight the most?
the fireworks.
Fireworks?
Yeah.
Do you do your own fireworks back at home?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is going to be the world record, 850,000 plus. Is that what you heard?
That's what I've heard.
What are you looking forward to President Trump saying tonight?
Say that again.
What are you looking forward to President Trump saying tonight?
That we're all united together. So
That's what I've seen. If you had a message for the next generation, my generation, to preserve this country for the next 250 years, something that you've learned in the last 50 years, what would you tell us?
learn your history. Yeah, I mean, not to repeat some of it and keep repeating some of it. Support our military for what they do. And there's elect good officials.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for loving America as much as you do to travel up here from Birmingham, Alabama. And thank you. Yeah. All right.
Together to exhibit the capability.
I am here with a great young patriot and her brother. Okay. What did you guys think about today? Are you excited to see the president tonight?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Okay. What's been your favorite so far?
Oh, definitely going to all the museums.
So what's your favorite museum?
Probably the Air and Space.
Oh, that's a cool one. I love that. Right behind us, the African American Museum. That's newer. And let's do some rapid fire. Okay. What are we under right now?
Washington Monument.
Okay. What's over that direction?
I have no idea. White House.
What's that one? Good guess though. Over there's the Lincoln Memorial.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Have you been over there yet?
Nope.
Okay. What's your favorite plane that's come over so far?
F-35.
Oh, that was pretty awesome. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Top Gun. So.
Great movie.
Oh, the best.
Great movie.
So, what do you two hope to be when you grow up?
Probably a tourist.
Yeah, I like that. How about yourself?
Cosmetologist.
Oh, I love it. It's a great career. My mom is a hairdresser, so she's the best. You get to talk to everybody. It's lots of fun, just like I do. So, have a happy 4th year at the fam.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, have a great time. Enjoy it. Was it hot today? But now it's nice and cooled off.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you. You're great patriots. Keep it up. Let's go see what else is going on around here. Thanks, Mom. Lots of fun as we are enjoying the Great American State Fair has converged upon right under the Washington Monument, and these flags are flying high in the sky. We might get rain, we might not. It looks a little dark in the direction of the White House. I'm looking at those new flags President Trump has put in. Just to the east of us, looks like a little bit of clouds and some rain happening. So everyone's getting their spot. This is like a big concert. We got tents flying. Oh my goodness. I think Mother Nature's going to get in on some of the fun today. Let's talk over here. This gentleman, sir, how are you? Are you enjoying this Great American State Fair? It's unbelievable.
Yes, sir. It's awesome. Glad to be here.
Well, it really cooled off the last few minutes here.
Oh, yes. We're very grateful for that. We've been sitting out here since probably noon, so yeah.
Yeah, a good amount of time. And, ma'am, what are you anticipating to hear from the president tonight on that stage just east of the Lincoln Memorial?
Lower gas, lower the coffee prices, and just lower all this stuff that has been inflated. But yeah, hopefully good things, what's to come in the next couple of years.
Are you an advocate for passing the Save America Act?
I'm not going to respond. I'm for America. Anything to help our country, whatever. Anything that doesn't cost them more money, less taxes. You can say, yeah.
Well, it's been a great celebration today. I think we're having a lot of fun here. Mother Nature might change that slightly, but it's kind of fun to see all these American flags flying really well. And now we got the Japanese Prime Minister offered that gift of 250 cherry blossoms around this Washington Memorial. So that would be coming.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful because when we come around here, there's no shade in the daytime. Right. You know, it's really hot, and you see people out here playing sports and different events and stuff. It's so hot.
It's a great spot in D.C. just to hang out with your friends and sometimes to feel by yourself, but enjoying these illustrious monuments. So happy 4th to you.
Happy 4th to you guys too, and to the nation.
Yes, amen.
God bless America.
God bless America. Thank you. Yes, we are from Auburn, Alabama. It's Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, that's fantastic. We're from Florida.
Oh, fantastic. Right. So you're used to this weather. Well, or at least the heat.
The heat, the humid, yeah. The more humidity than you guys get up here.
Right.
Yeah, or they get up here. Yeah.
It's the swamp. We're literally built on a swamp here in Washington, D.C., so sometimes it gets hot and humid, but it did not stop the great American patriots from coming out to enjoy today's festivities.
That's right, and this is great to be here. God bless America. Happy 250th birthday, America.
Yes. I love it. Enjoy. Thank you so much. And again, we're going to have quite a fireworks display. 850,000 fireworks, 40 minutes. It's going to break American records, world records, and the Guinness records when it comes to fireworks. Let's keep going down the crowd here. Of course, we want to make sure safety and security is the first and foremost. We might have, we're going to have another flyover coming here. As we've had in the last few minutes, they're getting pretty low out there. That's a front row Joes who are here for what could look like a Trump rally in a lot of ways, but turning into a celebration of America 250. Here we go.
I got it.
They got the Vapor Jets right behind them. And again, American military might coming right over the stage, and the reflecting pool where President Trump will speak just hours from now. Really remarkable watching American firepower in all of its glory. You do not want to be on the receiving end of that, my friends. Still able to maneuver in all of this wind and all of some of the rain that's around us. It hasn't really quite started to pour here yet, but we do have lots of wind. As you can see, the flags brilliantly flying through the sky around the Washington Monument. And look at the precision by our United States military. Truly incredible. Christian, I'm really floored by the pilots today more than anything else.
And this has got to be the best day of their lives.
Oh, yeah.
To be able to do this in D.C., not just in the middle of a desert in New Mexico, to do this with the Washington Monument, to fly around it, to do barrel rolls around it. Oh, yeah. If I was a pilot, this would be my birthday.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't imagine the flight logged hours on top of this is usually a no-fly zone. So we have really a remarkable thing happening. I think we'll cut across here because I see a War Eagle, Auburn University, perhaps alumni, but he's got the AU shirt on. And of course, Auburn, home to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just amazing to see the crowd out here. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people descending upon the mall to hear from the 45th and 47th President of the United States on this, America's 250th birthday. And you think about Martin Luther King from the Lincoln Memorial on August 28th of 1963. Remember the Restoring Honor legacy as the Tea Party had their restoration in 2010, also on August 28th. The history that's happened right here, inspiring countless generations of Americans and recommitting ourselves in this 250th year to God and country. War Eagle. So, my friend, did you come all the way from Auburn, Alabama for this event today?
No, I live here.
He just went to Auburn. Does not want to talk. That's okay. We're going to go back to this walking path over here after this epic flyover. What a sight to see in what normally is a no-fly zone. Our military precision and the hours logged, truly incredible. Sir, Lily, got some good footage on your phone there.
I think so. I think I got some real good footage on it.
It's almost as if the party is just getting started, and we've already had a huge festival today, but it's cooling off right now. We've got the wind going. What are you expecting to hear from the president tonight?
You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be a good, positive message.
Yeah, and you're going to be here for some amazing history. 40 minutes of fireworks. 850,000 fireworks are about to go off.
That's going to be amazing. That's going to be amazing.
I think about the history of the mall, the history of what's happened on the mall, and this day is going to be part of it forevermore.
Yeah, it sure is, and I'm glad to be part of it. I'm glad to be here during the Trump administration. I'm glad to be at our nation's capital in 250 years. I was just a kid when they did the bicentennial, and I remember that. I was 10 years old.
Right, and now the semi-quincentennial and putting those time capsules in the ground now. Right. They'll be open again in another 250 years and some 500 years.
How about that? I don't think I'll be here. Bucket list. My wife has wanted to do this since she was 5 years old.
So first trip to D.C.?
Yeah. First good trip to D.C.
Oh, yeah. You can never necessarily have a bad one, but I can't imagine a better one than America 250.
I can't either. And I can't imagine a better one than America 250 during the Trump administration.
Amen. Absolutely. Well, enjoy your evening, and happy birthday, America.
Happy birthday, America.
We'll go over towards the sidewalk here. Oh.
Where are we going? Taking the sidewalk? Look at that, upside down. Thunderbirds upside down. That's incredible. That's incredible. It's incredible.
Track. So fast.
Can I ask you a question?
About?
Charlie Kirk.
What about it?
How did he change your life?
Just his openness, honestness, willing to talk and debate with anybody was moving.
Once again, Charlie Kirk. The reason he's here. Can I ask you a question about Charlie? Yeah. Did you ever meet Charlie?
I never did.
You never did? When did you first hear about Charlie?
Probably about 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
Yep.
Was it just a campus stop, or how'd you hear about it?
You know, it's one of those, it wasn't never a campus stop. 21 years military, and just started seeing some, I'm not very religious, I'm agnostic, but the point he had, the dude had so much information, and he was so knowledgeable, that even when you wanted to be mad at him, you couldn't be. He did awesome.
Charlie, look at that. How did Charlie change your life?
The one thing that I saw after he was killed, was murdered, is my son is 20 years old. Now he's an airline pilot, and he took it really, really hard. And that was the time I really found out that what he meant to other people. My 20-year-old son took it to heart.
What do you mean to your son?
You know, the guy had again, back to information, that the history he knows about the world and what he could do to tell somebody how he felt with the knowledge that he had. And again, people wanted to meet him even though they wanted to hate him. Right. But they wanted to know what kind of answer he would give, and he never disrespected people. Right. He was awesome.
What brought you to D.C. for the 4th?
I live here.
You live here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, and thank her for her service for me.
Appreciate that.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. You take care. Have a good one.
Here we go. See anyone else? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I gotta adjust my IFB.
tell me what you need to do.
Yeah. Look at that. That's incredible.
No, tell me what they need to do.
Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you see the now millions of people here on the mall, it's pretty cool. Calci.com/RSBN. Make those bets. Who's going to be the next 2028 Republican nominee for president? Could there be J.D. Vance, who gave a riveting speech this morning on New York Harbor? There were 50 3 different ships, tall ships, modern ships, all from over 50 countries to honor America. Also, there's a storm last night, 12 hours of a storm, as we continue to see more of a flyover. Those ships being rebuilt overnight for that New York Harbor presentation, and Vice President Vance having his President Reagan moment there on New York Harbor. As you look at calci.com/RSBN for music, sports, culture, politics, and more, make your bets today at calci.com/RSBN. How about freeusagifts.com? And they have the Kids Guide to America 250. They also have the Kids Guide to American Greatness. Get yours today. It's a 2-for-1. And part of this American greatness is definitely the flyovers and our mighty military that we are seeing almost on a minute-by-minute basis here as we are on the mall awaiting to go into the press area. And we got some patriots right here who I'm sure love the Kids Guide to America and 250.
USA!
Let's go, dudes.
USA! 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 USA!
Gentlemen, what makes you proud to be an American?
Yeah, what makes me proud to be an American is that we live in the best country ever, and that we're here, and stuff like this, baby! And stuff like this!
It's been amazing to watch these flyovers as we get ready to see the president and some fireworks. Quite a birthday party like none other.
Like none other, man. 250th, this only happens once in a lifetime. So, very glad to be here, and this is the greatest thing ever, man. I love
Residents of the district, or did you travel in for the festivities?
We're from Chicago.
There we go.
From Chicago.
Go Cubs, go.
Go Cubs, go, baby. Go
Talking about big Cubs fans here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And how long are you going to stay in town? What are you going to see besides these amazing flyovers that will probably, wow, I mean, it's just once in a lifetime, no question about it.
I mean, there's not many opportunities you get to see multiple jets fly over. Yeah. But yeah, it truly is incredible.
You know, it's young guys like yourselves who really swayed the last election. How do you think your influence in the midterms and coming up in a few short years of 2028 will make a difference?
You know, I mean, every vote counts. You know, every vote matters. Every little thing is there. So everybody vote, and it's great, really. It's great. Every vote counts.
And today is really a bipartisan event celebrating the greatness of America in 250 years. Gentlemen, enjoy. And make sure you get down Lincoln Memorial. You can go inside of there now.
Oh, most definitely, man. We'll make our way over there.
Do that last week. Do you have a favorite booth at the fair?
Yeah, favorite booth? Yeah. I mean, I gotta say the Illinois state, the Illinois booth was the best one, man. I gotta say.
Texas. Texas.
He likes Texas. Wow.
They really a star-spangled banner of fun. Gentlemen, thank you. God bless you. 250. And you're seeing the formation, the barrel roll right now happening in the skies above you. And here we go. From east to west. Whoa! Now they're moving in all directions. Christian, I've never seen anything quite like this.
I've never seen anything like this either, especially doing it around the monument. You can do an open sky that's 2 different things. That's incredible. Imagine being in the jet. Imagine being in the jet, being the pilot. This is probably the biggest workout of their lives as well. I was talking to a guy earlier, he said they were hitting 10 Gs. They're going upside down 10 Gs. They're going 1,600 knots. Mach 2. Mach 2.
I'm going to talk to this gentleman here.
I can barely stand right now.
Sir, thank you for your service. I saw your hat, and have you? Oh, no need to apologize. America 250. Have you done barrel rolls like that as a pilot?
I have not. I guarded them, actually. I guarded the planes and bombs.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's still a very noble service. What have you thought about America 250, the Great American Fair? Now we're going to see the president soon. Fireworks display unlike any other.
That's going to be amazing.
And everyone having a great time, even with all the heat.
We appreciate you being out here. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I told my wife as we were waiting for 6 hours in the line that this whole thing is so emotional for me. I'm trying to restrain the emotion and restrain the tears, just how powerful this celebration is. we were in line for a long, long time, and the camaraderie and the friendship, everybody passing each other water. I just embraced and hugged a Navy guy over here. Don't tell anyone, but but just the family nature of this celebration. We all have one purpose to celebrate, and it's just exciting and it's amazing.
It really is special. Well summed up.
Can I tell you one thing that I saw over there?
Oh, absolutely.
A lady collapsed. She passed out. She hit the ground. A D.C. Metro police officer, I believe his name was Nelson. I tried to make sure I paid attention to that. He comes over. He picks her up because he couldn't get the ambulance through. He picks her up, puts her on his shoulder, and just pushes through the crowd to get her to the ambulance. Amazing.
Oh, it really
amazing testament of service.
Yeah, thank you to all the D.C. Metropolitan Police, to our National Guard, and also the first responders throughout today have been remarkable.
100%. And also thanks to the journalists and independent and, legacy media, whatever the term is these days. But to get out here and get the message and show the world what the United States is all about, and we know how to party and we know how to celebrate our independence and our legacy.
Well, it's an honor because it's truly not the journalist who gives the free speech in the First Amendment. It's not even the lawyer who provides good laws for this Republican form of government. It's you, the veteran, who provide all that. And that means the world to us. So thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you. And what's your name?
Absolutely. It's Robert McNeely, Right Side Broadcasting.
Be blessed, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for being out here for us.
Absolutely. Likewise. God bless you. Happy 250. Let's continue on down here and see some more great sights. There are a lot of American flag overalls today, and that's been a real hit for attire. As I think everyone's just a little bit a little regrouping, a little bit tired, a little bit spent. It was hot out. Now it's really cooled down. It seems as if, though, the clouds and the rain holding off a bit. I mean, it's a little bit overcast, but yeah, we thought we saw lightning a little bit earlier, but we'll see if that holds off. We know that the clouds parted for the great Flag Day DJT birthday over at the White House for the UFC fight, so perhaps we'll be in store for one of those today. But I'm not a meteorologist, so we'll go on for there. I'm just your humble correspondent looking at what's happening here, this great celebration of the American people enjoying on their national mall this flyover to really top off America 250. And you can hear the power, you can hear the energy of these extraordinary pilots. I can't imagine the amount of flight logs and hours that have been put into this. It's truly remarkable stuff. Hey, we got a young patriot over here from Martin, Tennessee. We love the volunteer state. Are you having fun today? This is just the best birthday party ever.
Yeah.
What's been your favorite part about America 250?
Probably the planes and the jets, yeah.
Pretty amazing. This is normally a no-fly zone, but I think they got a permit or two for today.
Yeah, probably.
And perhaps on the authority of the commander-in-chief. He lives right over there.
Oh, nice.
Just north of here is the White House. And he's going to be on stage here later tonight. What do you anticipate to hear from the president?
This is just a great country, and it's just an honor for him to be here. Yeah.
No question. How about from the little lady? What was the most exciting thing of today?
Hearing by a sitting president and about the jets flying around and all and everything, I think.
Well, it's a special time in history, and you're here to be part of it. Absolutely. Enjoy your time and have fun. Thanks, Mom. As we continue down the mall. So we're heading actually... We're going to look at some more planes here. True barrel roll precision, rather remarkable. And I think as you can see, as you can peer over me, quite a crowd developing here on the National Mall as we look west towards the Lincoln Memorial in that direction, the reflecting pool, and also that stage where President Trump will speak to the American people. And wow, it has turned windy, a little bit dusty, a couple of drops of water, but really it's... The remarkable noise, the thrill of these engines roaring above us, as President Trump said last week to kick off the Great American State Fair. If you see these planes up close and personal, and you're on the enemy side of the United States of America, it's probably too late for you. But we are very fortunate as citizens of this great country to have these selfless souls flying above us, defending all of American liberty and American greatness. Thank you to all 6 branches of the military. Again, thank you to all uniformed officers today, the Secret Service, to the D.C. Metropolitan Police, to first responders and paramedics. You heard the United States Air Force veteran just earlier, the amazing might and help of everyone coming together today to celebrate America 250. Quite a display of might and force. That is our United States Air Force, Navy, Army, Space Force, Coast Guard, all on display. How are you? You enjoying the 250?
We are. We're from Canada.
Canada?
And we love President Trump. My dad's first time in the U.S.
Oh, fantastic. Well, welcome, sir. How are you enjoying the 250 celebration?
Having a great time, and everything is so put together. It's just amazing.
Sorry, I should know this earlier. How did we hang on to Morocco earlier? Did Canada do well today? The round of 16 for FIFA?
No.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Canada sucks.
It's okay.
I hate my own country because we got evil Mark Carney.
Hey, we got to turn it around up north.
Trump will.
Yeah. I think so. I have a feeling. He says he works well with liberals up in Canada.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Canada's bad. They got a liberal majority, and they just doing whatever they want.
Trump can deal with the liberals really well.
Oh,
and
he does.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Carney's on a hook like a fish real soon.
Right. He has fun with it, but we're happy to have you here for America 250.
We're happy to be here. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Enjoy, sir. Christian, what you finding out here with all these great people?
I mean, everyone's here because they love America. It's that simple. I know I've said that over and over and over. But we could talk about policy here, but nobody is. Nobody's talking about who's in the White House. Nobody's talking about who's in Department of Commerce. Nobody's talking about any of the politics behind America. They're only talking about the American flag and why they love it. But, I mean, once again, more American flags in my eyesight right now than I've seen in my life combined, and more than I could probably hold. Yeah, we're going to go back to studio now, but we'll be back here shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we're back again, the Army 250th Parade.
This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering... Ladies and gentlemen, the safety of our guests, performers, and staff is our top priority. Freedom 250, United States Secret Service, United States Park Police, National Park Service, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and all public safety partners are actively monitoring weather conditions. For your safety, all guests must seek shelter in the various white tents on the left and right side of the back of the event site. Please remain calm, follow the directions of law enforcement and event staff, and stay tuned for Freedom 250's official channels for updates. Freedom 250 will share updates on programming and doors reopening. Please stay close to our official channels for updates. Thank you.
To the war on terror. The courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our...
get up and go to that big building right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been asked to tell you, our officials have asked to tell you we need evacuation right away. There are 3 locations you can take refuge in at this time: the African American Museum, the Department of Commerce, and the Ronald Reagan Building. We'll keep you updated so we can get our program underway, but we're just keeping you advised at this time you can take shelter at the African American Museum, Department of Commerce, and the Ronald Reagan Building. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, for your safety, Freedom 250 is directing all guests to immediately evacuate the event grounds due to approaching severe weather. This decision made in coordination with the National Capital Safety Planning Committee and our public safety partners. Please remain calm, proceed to the nearest exit, follow all instructions from law enforcement, event staff, and volunteers. We thank you for your cooperation. Again, for your safety, Freedom 250 directing all guests to immediately evacuate the event grounds due to approaching severe weather. It was made in coordination with the National Capital Regional Planning Committee and our public safety partners who always have your safety in mind. Thank you for your cooperation.
Semper Fi, and happy birthday to all the sailors and the Marines and all the service members of this incredible ship. Please, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day, But let me start by saying, first of all, thank you for being here on this incredibly historic occasion. I have to give a shout out to Admiral Caudle and, of course, Acting Secretary Cal, 2 great Americans. Thank you for your leadership and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also special greetings from the President of the United States, for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence. Today, we celebrate 250 years of America facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest firefighters, and of course we have a number of local leaders from across this tri-state area. I'm honored to welcome the dozens of Navy chiefs and other guests from other countries around the world who represent the vessels joining us in today's review. And to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers. Its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this Creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? If the Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born. Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot. And I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers. He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, They were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win, but in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay, he saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker at every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what we will hear from some loud voices today, because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate, and tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
Today, America wakes. 250 years later, as a light for those seeking hope. A republic entrusted to its people. An idea that changed the world. A nation worth preserving. A dream worth pursuing. Freedom defended by every generation. The story continues. With this dawn, the next chapter begins.
We all had to sit and watch that vile commie mayor sit on the wrong side of our founding fathers' desk to try and lecture us about our own history. Notice how the communist always attacks your history. The communist must attack your history. Why? Because history is what anchors you. It's what makes us attached to something. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. History breeds an almost irrational attachment to things, an attachment that is more powerful than anyone can imagine. Erasing history is how you demoralize people, how you unmoor them and detach them from their society so you can take it from them and rewrite it in your image. Think of your country like a home. What makes your home special? It's not the marble countertops or the expensive furniture or the fancy appliances. It's the memories you have there. That backyard is where we got married. That living room rug is where our son took his first step. Hey, don't touch that. That was his first teddy bear. It doesn't matter how torn and tattered that thing is. You will never get rid of it. And you will fight anyone who tries to take it away. Why? Because you have history with it. You ever buy a new home? Remember those first few months? Even the first few years there, it doesn't feel like home. It could be a million times nicer than the crappy apartment you came from, but it doesn't feel like home for a long time because you don't have history there. It's easy to knock down some walls, change the floor plan. If you have no memories to attach you to it, it's just wood and drywall. Who cares? Get rid of it. Memories make it a home, even the bad ones. Hey, remember when Dad hit his head on the rafter in the attic and we spent all night in the ER? That's the avocado tree I fell out of and broke my first bone. Isn't it weird how even the bad memories make us cherish a place? It's not like we long for those bad times, but bad times are part of what makes us stronger, a part of what makes us who we are. How can you resent those memories without fundamentally resenting who you are? History is so important to humans that even bad memories anchor us to our home. And that's what the communist always starts with, the bad memories. Oh, we can get rid of that little story. We can knock down that statue. We can change the name of that street. That's a bad memory from our history. You don't want that memory hanging around. You're not a bigot, right? And slowly but surely, this wall comes down, then that wall gets sledgehammered. The rafter where dad hit his head, that's gone. The rub where your son took his first step, that's gone. The gash in the wood floor where you stomped the glass on your wedding ceremony, that's gone and replaced with shiny vinyl planks. And now you've got a brand new home with no memories. Now what? Do you care what they do with it? Do you care what color they paint the walls? Nah. Do whatever you want. I don't care. I have no attachment to it. I have no memories with that. You love your home because of the memories you have there. And that's why the communist always must destroy your memories, destroy your history. If the communist wishes to take your home, he must first destroy your memory of it so he can erase your attachment to it and demoralize you. Mao destroyed what he called the four olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. If you call them olds, it makes them sound bad. You don't want that old thing. Get rid of it. But it is fundamentally human nature to cherish your history. We crave learning about our history, where we came from, who our ancestors were. That's human. But communism is an evil, anti-human religion, so it must destroy what makes us human. The communist destroys your history so he can take your home and rebuild it in his image. That's why it's your patriotic duty to celebrate today unashamed. It's okay to love America. Not only is it okay to love America, it's necessary to love America. We are the only bulwark against tyranny on this earth. When Europe descends into madness time and time again, it's our sons who cross the oceans to fight and die for freedom and human dignity. We don't let evil people destroy our history and rewrite it in their image. This is Independence Day. It's not just a number on the calendar. Don't say Happy 4th. That's commie gobbledygook.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
We say Independence Day. Today we celebrate the men who reclaimed a beautiful slice of this earth and claimed it for God, for the values of freedom and rugged independence. Our history is messy. Our history is violent. Fuck yeah, it is. And that's why we love it. We aren't cowards. We don't turn our backs on the painful memories because they make us who we are. Be proud of our country, damn it. America is the birthplace of every great invention of the last 250 years. Like literally everything. Airplanes, spaceships, internet, telephones. As a country, we are batting 1,000. Not only is it a miracle that this radical experiment in self-governance even survived past 1776, but we are the champions of the world. Be proud of that. Be proud of your history. Millions of your ancestors fought and died to preserve it. Kami Mamdani's ancestors never bled for this country. He has no history here, so he has no attachment to our home. He has no place to rewrite our history and lecture us about what our country stands for. So celebrate today. Show some American pride. Honor your history. Raise your flag. Raise a finger and say, fuck you, communists. This is our home, and you can't have it. Today we celebrate our Independence Day. God bless America.
To be prepared for war is one of the most effective means of preserving peace. George Washington first said it to Congress in 1790, peace through strength. It was a message that became the foundation of our young country's identity. And now in our 250th year, this simple truth has been restored as the bedrock of our continuing American story. All of it made possible by the greatest military on the face of the earth.
Our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning,
Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free.
Our country stands on the shoulders of these giants. To them, thank you. And happy birthday to our great republic.
Happy 250th birthday, America! There is no better time to be an American than today. And there's no better time to be an Alabamian than right now. I am more optimistic than ever before for the future of Alabama and our country. Ever since our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago, our country has triumphed, overcome challenges, and continued striving to be a more perfect union. Let us each do our part to keep America strong. Let us remember that our God-given freedoms are protected by those who serve. And very importantly, let us always teach our kids to love this country every chance we get. Y'all, we are blessed to live in the greatest state in the greatest nation on earth. I am proud to be a governor of a state of patriots who love this wonderful country we call home. So, my fellow Alabamians, have a happy 4th of July. And may God continue to bless each of you, the great state of Alabama, and these United States of America.
250 years ago today, a small band of men gathered in Philadelphia and declared war on the most powerful empire on the earth. They pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to the cause of their posterity. Many of them would lose everything in the revolution. Their homes burned, their land ransacked, every last pound and shilling to their name poured into the patriot struggle. Some would die as paupers. But that was a price that each and every one of them was willing to pay, a price they were willing to pay for us, for me, and for you, because they understood something that free men have always known, that there are things more precious than wealth, more valuable than safety, that there are great causes more important than even life itself. The men who signed the Declaration were writing a new chapter in the story of an ancient civilization. They were heirs to the English tradition of common law and liberty, to the Christian moral imagination, to the Roman idea of republican virtue, to the whole expanse of the Western memory, stretching from Athens and Rome to the Magna Carta, to Jamestown and Plymouth Rock. Our founders knew that liberty was not an abstraction floating above history. They knew that parchment promises alone could not make a nation free. The Soviet Union's constitution promised freedoms it never intended to honor. Many failed states and tyrannical regimes have borrowed the words of rights and liberties. But a constitution is only as strong as the people it belongs to. America has never been merely a proposition. It has always been a real and living civilization, a unique and distinctive people, unlike any other nation or people in the history of the world. America is an exceptional nation because Americans are an exceptional people. We are a people born on the edge of the known world. We are a frontier nation.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
From the hardy pioneers on the Oregon Trail to astronauts transcending the limits of Earth itself, America made the frontier a principle of national life. The men who built our country were heroes, among the greatest and most noble that the world has ever seen. This is the greatest nation on earth. That has been true for 250 years. And with God's grace, It will be true for the next 250 as well.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. This 4th of July, we celebrate 250 years of American independence and the enduring strength of the American people. The men and women who built this nation understood a simple truth. A strong nation depends on strong people. As we celebrate our independence, we also have to confront the greatest threat to American strength, the chronic disease epidemic. We spend more on healthcare than any nation in history, and millions of Americans are sicker than ever before. When my uncle was president, we spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion every year. Nearly 80% of adults don't get enough physical activity. More than 1 in 3 American teenagers are overweight, and 77% of our young people cannot qualify for military service. This crisis touches every part of American life. It burdens our families, it weakens our economy, it threatens our military readiness, and it puts our future at risk. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams, but a sick person has only one. Under President Trump's leadership, we're reversing course. We are putting prevention back at the center of healthcare. We're challenging the failed status quo. We're shifting our focus from sick care to health care. We're confronting the root cause of chronic disease. We're rebuilding trust in our food, in our medical and public health systems. And we're putting American children and families first. The Trump administration is restoring one of our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom that comes with good health. Every American has a role to play. Take back your health, eat real food, get active, spend time outdoors, build healthy habits, because a healthy nation is a strong nation, and a strong nation is the foundation of freedom. And together, we can make America healthy again. Happy 4th of July.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd, and what a sight it is. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a good friend of mine, and all of us. Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry. Lieutenant Governor Ben Heisen. Oh, they're good. I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much. And Secretary Burgum, who's doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it. In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one, the one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring Constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth. And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history. And it is great to be your president. It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America. And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless, and it is truly miraculous. Throughout the entire story of humanity, most people in most places have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story. It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves, the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before. There has never been anything like this. The triumph of American independence was the result of the most extraordinary people in history, the most extraordinary culture in history, and the most extraordinary ideas in history, all creating the most extraordinary republic ever, ever, ever in history. It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776. That was a big year. 250 years ago tomorrow, what a big day that is. I consider this a big day because I'm with you. I like that too. And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington, the author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the great emancipator and savior of our union, Abraham Lincoln, and the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt. These are the men who declared the freedom, and won our freedom, and saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes, a true group of unbelievable people, and we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have been made in the USA. Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are. These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity, and it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength and the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times, and this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody. The identity of a nation is the destiny of a nation, and America has a destiny like no other because we are a people like no other. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is. Here, the old world sent its bravest, boldest, and most resilient, its fiercest, most faithful, and freedom-loving. These men and women brought values, traditions, and customs transmitted over the centuries in Britain, and stretching back even further to Athens, Jerusalem, and Rome. The United States of America is where the greatest civilization in human history became greater than ever before. On the grounds and granite hills and the rugged plains of this wide-open continent, they forged a uniquely American character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only before Almighty God. That's right. These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom, and this was the culture that built America and carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore. For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be, we must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture. And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it. But as long as we remember who we are, we have to always remember who we are and what we're all about. The United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will never, ever fail. So tonight, let us say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know that. And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved, almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and I will continue to do so, I promise. Our rights here, given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that some people are envious and some people are not. We are not. but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it. Thank you. So true. Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before. And that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem and we will just solve it. Show us a task the world calls impossible and Americans will get it done. Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty, and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe. We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the Lord. In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years, that has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. American is all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love our country. There has never been anything like us anywhere on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack. A generation after we fought and won the Cold War against the menace of communism, there is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere, everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself, because it never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems, that system has led to more death and destruction than any system ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. The godless communist morality states that anything is justified to bring about inhuman visions and to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they won't have it. But we will not let them win. They have no chance against us. They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights. It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder. Such doctrines can be given no quarter in a democracy, because the first thing they do when they get into power is turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people. The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best people like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence, who crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and who conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot and pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly a great country, the greatest country ever in the world. So on the eve of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time. You know they're wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will away, and we will continue to build our country bigger and better and stronger than ever before. America will never be a communist country. We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election for 100 years. We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was. And it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the railroads. We raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers, harnessed electricity, and invented the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane, the assembly line, the television, the microchip, the personal computer, the internet, the GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome to cure diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans fill the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture. We invented baseball, basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the rodeo. We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world, by far. The most Nobel Prizes. Well, they haven't given me one. Settled 8 wars, I still haven't gotten it. That's okay. And the most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes the world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it. With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years. In 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are being built all over the United States right now, and they're being built at a number that we've never, ever seen before. So much more. We're breaking records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars, the Cold War, and left America's enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in 1 day. And we knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying to settle. They want to settle so badly. We gave them a week off for a funeral because we're nice. It's true. For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked, and a nation in decline. We were in very serious decline. Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody respects us like no nation. Remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected like us. Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us more than any other country by far. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come. So in conclusion, from the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushes of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and barley of our farms in the Midwest, to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing stacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before. We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years. To technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country, from the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies to the white sand shores of the Gulf of America. And to right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas, after 250 years, American freedom still rings. The American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before. Over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not fail, the country that will not fall. No matter how hard the enemy tries, we cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America. And together we will make America bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
Hello, Patriots. Happy America 250. We're outside the Commerce Department right now, 15th and Constitution. I'm Robert McNeely, Christian Hodges. We had a forced evacuation by Secret Service and by the staff really running America 250 and Safety First. We have some incremental weather coming in at the moment, and at 8:30 right now, not a lot of rain, a lot of cloud coverage. It's changed about probably 15 degrees at least. I mean, I'm not a meteorologist, but it's really cooled down. But expecting about 95% of showers at 9 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, we were just standing there on the pressurizer, and we were walking up, actually, and our producer thought that Secret Service was canceling the event and kicking everyone out. Turns out they were just postponing it. As of right now, 8:30, 8:31, it is postponed. A couple of raindrops are hitting us right now as we're speaking. And right here at about 9 o'clock Eastern, we're expected to get 95% chance of thunderstorms. So it's likely to delay it even further. I know the people in the National Mall with the Great American State Fair are also evacuated. They're expected to stay open till at least midnight tonight. But we're here until we get further notice.
We got some cool flyovers, the old Air Force One, the new Air Force One, also some more military aircraft coming over where President Trump is supposed to speak tonight. It still could happen. We're waiting for an update. We don't have that all right now as we're speaking to a number of patriots hanging out outside of the African American building across the street, the museum, also Commerce right here. The government has made available a number of buildings to go inside to seek shelter. We're going to go over just to the corner here. Provide a little bit more room. Oh, thank you for that. For us, just a better view of what you might be able to see as people are coming out there from 15th and Constitution. So everyone pretty much obliging, of course, following the rules, a little bit reluctant. And then we had a moment where we thought it was back on about 30 minutes ago, and they ran towards back safely, but ran towards back the stage. And then Secret Service said, no, please, you got to get out of here. And so that's where we stand right now.
Yeah, not optional whatsoever, mandatory. Secret Service has been very kind the whole time. They've politely asked everyone to leave, one by one almost, of maybe 100,000 people in there. And I'm sure a few are still, more than 100,000 people in there.
Oh, easy.
But there may still be a few people in there trying to trickle out because a lot of people have waited almost all day in line just to make it in there. People have traveled all over the world to make it here tonight to see the world's largest fireworks show. So I'm sure the president's in the Oval Office there sitting with his team, looking over all the options possible, and he wants to make this work. I mean, that's exactly the kind of guy he is. Yeah. If he could, security-wise, he'd invite everyone to the White House and make it work, if he could.
Right. Very similar to the weather of Flag Day last year for the big military parade that almost had it rained out, but it stayed steady. But that was more throughout the day versus today. Really hot, humid, around 100 degrees, and that's all changed a bit with the cloud coverage in the last 2.5 hours or so. And we know at the Flag Day this year, the UFC fight on President Trump's birthday, the clouds literally parted around the White House, but that was a 2-hour delay. And this crowd, I think, was probably going to hang out and wait to get back in. They're not wanting to leave necessarily, just coming down the street, and you can see all the way in the distance, still people coming out. Crowd control can be a bit difficult, so if you are watching right now, no updates at the moment. Seek shelter, stay safe, and just listen to law enforcement. They've been really good with us tonight, so thank you to all uniformed officers and our military, the National Guard, helping out.
Yeah, as of right now, we expect it to continue, but we have no real hard, concrete proof that it will, except that the president wants to make it happen. He doesn't want to make it July 5th. He wants it to be July 4th. 87 degrees right now. It was over 100 degrees earlier, so at least a 15-degree difference, like Bobby said. But it's definitely noticeable. It doesn't feel like the sun's beating down on you, making you a lobster like it was earlier. The cloud coverage is here, but we do expect the rain to start imminently.
Yes, we do. So please seek shelter if you're watching right here from Washington, D.C. Not saying to go back to your hotel necessarily, but you never want to get stuck in a torrential downpour. But we're watching all this. The IRS building is now at capacity, same with the African American Museum as well. I think Commerce might be as well, because we're hanging out outside of Commerce on 15th and Constitution, and people are standing outside of the doors, actually on all corners. And again, the government being very generous. Yeah, so there are people really all over the place. We'll say on the corner here is Mr. Director getting some footage of that and hoping that it all reopens again.
How many people are still in line? Look at how many people are still in line over by the security checkpoint where we came in just a few hours ago. I would expect there's at least 100,000 outside still waiting there, if not more than 100,000. I mean, everyone's expecting to go back, and they don't want to delay this, and they don't want to make this another day, and they don't want to make this a 2 a.m. feat. They want to get this storm over with and get back in there as safe as possible.
Yeah, but some of the highlights today already, I mean, I think the flyovers were the biggest for everybody. What an amazing coordination from literally about 1 o'clock on, and every 8 minutes, the United States Air Force, the Army, Coast Guard, to the Navy, and countless other branches coming together with their different fleets, and of course, the executive fleets of helicopters, which again, Marine One and Marine Two, when President Trump is aboard that, or Vice President Vance. So as we wait and watch for what might happen on the mall here, you know, Vice President gave a great speech today. It really was his Ronald Reagan moment from New York Harbor. I can remember that speech about 40 plus years ago now. And the Vice President really reiterating the threat against America, but the hope that is in the MAGA movement to make America great again and to pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honors. That last paragraph in the text of the Declaration of Independence, again, 250 years ago today, those 56 men signed their death warrant, and it worked out.
It did, and 250 years is proof that it worked out. But like Bobby and I were talking about, Bobby and I went around, we interviewed maybe 100 people at this point, maybe more than that, and asked them what the highlight of today was, why they came. And I would say majority of the responses were because they wanted to see the air show, they want to see the flyovers. This guy right over here is just walking by, interviewed him earlier, young man, and he came just to see the Blue Angels earlier. It's the sole reason he came, to see the Blue Angels, and he was just starstruck. When he was just smiling ear to ear, and I think that's the common reaction here, is that people are just starstruck that this is America. This is America in 2026. We haven't lost the plot. We're still here. We're still fighting, but today it's time to celebrate.
You know, I'm thrilled, Christian, by the young families, especially the young people, how their days have been. And we got to interview a lot of those young students and kids about the greatness of America, and very articulate on the future and excited for it. But also, there's been, with El Nino going on, so many storms across the country, so stay safe this summer. Even my flight was delayed a bit, given the storms that were in Atlanta, Georgia last night. Secret Service now asking us to step off of the main street here, and we're seeing all that, so we'll get on the sidewalk. And
the rain's picking up now.
The rain is picking up as well. Also, there was a storm last night in New York City, so those tall ships and those big military ships that were going in the harbor as well, a little bit safer in that moment, but a lot of those tall ships took some damage, and whether it was from the United States of America or the 50 plus countries that joined us today for our celebration, they fixed those ships overnight, and the Vice President called that out as really a monumental feat to enjoy the armada that happened earlier in New York Harbor today. So from New York City to Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, PA, where it all began, this nation celebrating from coast to coast, and especially those places where this American story began 250 years ago.
And lest we forget the story of last night. We were talking to a colleague from Newsmax on the pressurizer while all of this was going on and Secret Service was evacuating us. And he reminded us that he was there at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota last night, and golf ball size hail was coming down before the president was scheduled to speak, and yet they continued with it. It might have taken 2 hours, but they continued after the hail. The president came out and he delivered a 27-minute speech. So no matter what happens, I'm sure we will hear from the president tonight. He has a pre-prepared speech he wants to deliver and unite the American people.
Yeah, there were a lot of generators as well, as we see behind us, being removed. So for the most part, I would say keeping people cool and keeping people safe throughout the day. There are some tent areas as well on the mall. A few open spots where you had a lot of sunshine, but for the most part, I mean, you had a couple people who had the moments of passing out, but you know, it's bound to happen on a hot day. But everyone really cheery and very focused on celebrating America, as you had huge crowds showing up. I'd like to see a final number, because it was definitely hundreds of thousands, if not millions today, coming to D.C. to celebrate. Just want to read the final paragraph of the Declaration of Independence. When we had a quick break, I thought about these words were so amazing to conclude with, and the fact that these 56 men were really willing to put their lives on the line for this great nation. We, therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in General Congress, assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world for the rectitude of our intentions, do in the name and by the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnity, publish, and declare that these United Colonies are of right, ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as a free and independent states, they have full power to levy war, conclude the peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and do all other acts and things which independent states may have the right to do. And for the support of this declaration, we, with a firm resolve, on reliance on the support of this protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And to remember those names today, as we have for now 250 years, we will keep this republic, if we can do so, just as Mr. Franklin said, outside of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm going to show stuff. I have to describe it if you don't want to. Okay. See what I think. You want to talk about what I see? If you're just joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network, Mr. Director will take you through some of what we're seeing right now. We're on 15th and Constitution, and I'm Robert McNeely, and I'm with Christian Hodges as we cover everything here in Washington, D.C. today. You gotta say like at least 15. Microphone range is about 15 feet. Okay. So right now we're on 15th and Constitution. We still have people coming out of the mall right now on the Secret Service order because there is supposed to be torrential downpour come a few minutes from now. Yes, sir. And they're doing a tremendous job with that. It's hard to do crowd control, and Secret Service has been extraordinary today.
And they have, and there's definitely been a few people who have tried to say no to Secret Service. I don't think that's a very smart idea. They have the authority to arrest if you refuse to evacuate. I think that picture's gotten across pretty clear. As we still see a few people still evacuating the area over there, still trickling out one by one by one. I do expect it to continue, but these people really want it. They really want it. Like when we were still there at the riser and walking our way out, people started booing the Secret Service, not to disrespect them, but to say that they wanted the party to continue because this is why they came. They were chanting USA, USA as we're walking out. The American spirit is here, it's well, it's alive, and they want the party to continue.
And like we were born 250 years ago, this was somewhat of a peaceful defiance, but everyone, for the most part, when you remember the terminology mostly peaceful during COVID, this actually was, by and large, completely peaceful. It wasn't like anything was on fire in the background. Now, as you can see as well, this is the Department of Commerce, one of the most beautiful buildings in D.C., and decked out Secretary Howard Lutnick and his team, putting up the Freedom 250 flags and the Betsy Ross flags in a Greco-Roman architecture, just delightful here on 15th and Constitution. So we'll see what President Trump has in store. We know that he is someone who does not take no for an answer. So I think the worst comes to worst, perhaps an address tonight on this 4th of July from the Oval Office. If not, just delayed slightly, and then we'll get the party started once again. But we're waiting for an official update from the Secret Service and the police in the area. And hopefully everyone gets to see it in action because, like Christian said, there's a lot of people here who spend a lot of money, spend time this weekend, and extending their vacations, enjoying our nation's capital.
Right. And the rain's really starting to pick up right now. The droplets are the size of a dime falling down here. What we're looking at is the Department of Commerce. It's actually connected to the largest building, largest federal department, which is the U.S. Postal Services, which is surprising. It's connected on the other side, leading up to the Waldorf on the other side of this building. But worst comes to worst, like you said, an address from the Oval Office from the president is to be expected. He's not going to leave the American people stranded without hearing from him personally. We know that for a fact. But we also know that the party was not just tonight. The party has been going all day. And everyone knew that. Everyone's been celebrating all day. And we want to see the fireworks. We want to set a Guinness World Record. But we've been celebrating as a country, as a people, as the populace all day, all week, really. The Great American State Fair has brought so many people together. The attendance has been impeccable the past few days, and everyone's united around the idea of America. And America itself is more than an idea, but that's a whole nother book.
It is it's an exceptional place where countless people have sought shelter and sought adventure, as we continue to do in the next 250 years. And something else that stood out to me today, Christian, was the fact that, to your point, this party really kicked off last year in so many ways. If you've been an avid viewer of Right Side Broadcasting Network, we were in Des Moines, Iowa last year on July 3rd and enjoyed their state fair that kicked off their 4th of July. But President Trump was there on the Des Moines Fairgrounds to state that this is really the kickoff to the biggest birthday party you're ever going to see, and it's really come to fruition. But it doesn't stop after today. We'll continue the 250 celebrations, and especially I hope your municipality or your town is jumping in on that. I can give a big shout-out back home to Roswell, Georgia. Yep. Yeah, it's just overflowing there. So everyone seek shelter. Don't go back at the moment. Continue to listen to police orders, because they're not optional. Some people like to look at it this way, but you know what? We'll take you through a stroll of one of the most beautiful spots in Washington, D.C.
Right down 15th Street in Washington, D.C., right off Constitution, right between Constitution and East Street in Washington, D.C. Beautiful. We're walking up to the Willard Building. It's a hot spot for a few White House officials to have lunch. Everyone loves the Willard. A lot of office buildings that are really nice, and great hotel there. But what we also know is that, like Bobby said, they've been planning this for over a year. I think that's the saddest part of it all, that the White House, the administration, has been planning the events tonight. And if you know anything about President Trump's team, you know there's a few surprises up their sleeve. You know there's stuff that we don't know that they want to surprise us with, and that we could see, we could not, even if they postpone it.
Right. He is a master builder, a master planner. He knows how to do a thing or two with that, as nighttime sunset descending upon the nation's capital. Named after our father of our country, General George Washington, the very first president, the only president who did not live at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So really amazing. Inaugurated in New York, and never saw the White House, but his memory honored here in an extraordinary way. My favorite city, I gotta say, in so many ways. I love coming to D.C., and always good to see our colleagues in action, especially on the Media Riser, even though it was brief. And we'll keep you updated here at Right Side Broadcasting Network if we will turn around and go back to the fairgrounds on the National Mall. You usually get fairgrounds elsewhere that are year-round fairgrounds, like in Des Moines, Iowa last year to kick this off. But those fairgrounds at National Mall turned into that today.
Yeah, I think the one thing people are missing from like their state fair tonight, especially tonight right now, is food. The vendors, the food trucks that are usually out at state fairs, there's not that right now. I think a lot of people are looking for a bite to eat while they're waiting and bracing for the moment of truth, whether they're going to go back or we're going to postpone, or if we're just going to hear from the Oval Office. But look at this crowd right up here. A Secret Service has them barricaded off right in front of the Treasury building in the Willard. This is at least 10,000 people that we're looking at just in front of us, and that are just barricaded off, waiting and waiting for the moment of truth.
There are a lot of entrances. So waiting to hear if there's any other specific updates happening as we walk down towards the Treasury building and actually towards the White House. So maybe we'll go knock on the front door, see what the president's up to, what he's thinking, see what he's thinking. You know, back in Abraham Lincoln's day, he kept the gate open. You could walk up and you could just meet with the chief usher right there, but things have changed a bit security-wise. Although, fun fact, every door is unlocked at the White House. That's the Treasury building. So Treasury building right next to the White House. And so you see Commerce right here, catty corner from the Department of Treasury. So Secretary Lutnick and also Scott Bessent, Secretary Bessent, Both have quite an easy commute to the White House when the president summons them for a cabinet meeting or two. And this administration having, I think we're at 14 meetings now officially, if not more. So this cabinet meeting on a regular basis and looking how to streamline the size and scope of the federal government. That's something that struck me, Christian, about as we reflect on the second term. Really remarkable how government, as Ronald Reagan put it, the president, the 40th president, a great communicator, the closest thing to eternal life on earth is that of a government program. But these people working to get rid of that, including the Department of Education.
Right, and there's a lot of government waste, government programs that are just wasted money that we're sending to test whether rats can be transgender. Right. All these crazy things that we're wasting money on. If this was a private business, if Elon Musk was the CEO, if you or I were the CEO, right, would we be spending money on this? Ask yourself that question. Would you be spending money to see if rats could be transgender? No, you wouldn't. The federal government, there's a lot of waste. You just got to cut the fat away. Vivek Ramaswamy was involved early on, and Elon Musk. I think we need to bring back some of the DOGE policies, bring back some of the special government employees as soon as we can.
That is true, and $4.8 billion in fraud found, Christian, by the vice president, his staff, when it comes to the healthcare fraud. Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy touching on that recently in a press conference. So we're right by the White House. We're right by the Department of the Treasury, outside of the Commerce building, and across the street, some of the more beautiful hotels here along Pennsylvania Avenue, a great stretch that will take you directly to Capitol Hill. And we like that route during the inauguration. Of course, last year did not happen with how cold the temperatures were. So we are used to here at Right Side Broadcasting Network being at super cold temperatures and super warm temperatures. But we still have a big crowd out here waiting to potentially get back in to enjoy the festivities tonight. Again, no update right now, but as the Salute to America continues, it's a 4th of July celebration unlike any other.
It's quite a tournament event from inauguration. Inauguration, the parade was canceled. Why? Not because of heat, but because of extreme cold. The parade was canceled today, not because of extreme cold, but because of extreme heat. A year and a half later, after the president was inaugurated, his biggest event since inauguration has been postponed for the very opposite reason. It's similar, it's ironic, but it's the tale of Trump's world at this point. There are definitely forces that in existence that would love to divide Trump world right now and would love to make all of these people believe that Trump is trying to do something and this is a bad look for the administration. It's none of the above. You can't control the weather. Some people believe you can, but you can't control the weather, and if thunder starts to rain down here in a few minutes, so be it.
And we'll see if the clouds part as it did just for the Flag Day celebrations and President Trump's birthday on June 14th. We have the big UFC fight to celebrate so much of what America is all about. And speaking of America 250 and the celebration of this country, I'm struck by the, we're just listening right now. Yeah, Secret Service continues to push everyone out here. And some people still lingering and hanging. Everyone's listening, abiding by the rules that are at hand. Oh, yeah. Right. No, people are very, very eager. I'd like to share a few things of what people have been sending me today or even posting on Facebook, just friends of mine, including Robert Belmonte back in Atlanta, Georgia, saying, happy semi-quincentennial, everyone. Wishing you and your families a blessed 4th of July 2026. May God continue to bless the United States of America and our nation and your loved ones to the prosperity and the American exceptionalism for the next 250 years. From one grateful patriot to the many others conversing here, thanks for being part of my American dream. God, family, country, that's what has cultivated us in times like these and will sustain us with great company. I also saw that Jeff Jaworski posted on Facebook. As I was putting out our flag for this coming 4th of July grand celebration, my thoughts were directed to those brave men and women who once raised the same colors of red, white, and blue in the triumphant glory amidst battle and bloodshed with the scent of victory in their hearts in places like Iwo Jima and many other sacred places of slaughter and mayhem. But then a reminder that what we've heard on the radio, a quote from one of the prospective candidates for our own Congress, whose name isn't worthy of mentioning, who was quoted that she washes her dirty hands with the same flag. My heart turned sour, realizing that those who fought, died, and were dismembered for defense of this glorious symbol were probably younger than this piece of blank of a human. They who gave everything for her right to do what she pleases with the American flag makes me unequivocally suggest that her and the rest of those who think our country sucks and needs to pay retribution for its shortcomings, please move. Leave this place you obviously hate and go somewhere else away, far away from where you can denigrate the greatest land of the free from a distant place where the ramblings before those younger people or misguided ones may actually pay attention. So thank you, Jeff, for those poignant words. I think it's worth, with all the celebrations as well, remembering what matters most to defend this great nation.
Yeah, I think we should go talk to the people and see what the people are thinking. You guys seem pretty eager to go back in. Where'd you guys come from?
I'm from Florida. Yeah.
Pretty long flight?
Yeah.
To go back in? Everyone wants to go back in. You want to see the fireworks show? What do you want to see?
The fireworks show, yeah.
Everyone's waiting for the fireworks show. Where'd you guys come from?
From Guatemala.
Just for the fireworks show. Just for the fireworks show.
USA.
Yeah. Guatemala? Where'd you guys come from?
Local.
Okay. You guys would go home, sleep in your own bed tonight. Yeah. But you guys want to get back in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone does. Everyone wants to go back in. Where'd you come from?
I'm from Syria. I come from Syria.
Yeah. Syria, just for the fireworks show, just for the 4th of July. Well, hopefully we'll get back in. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's really on lockdown at the moment, but that's to be anticipated. Ma'am, what do you think about this? You want to get back into this great celebration?
I do. Yes, I think we are all excited to celebrate America's 250th birthday, and we know that God is bigger than any storm, and we're not afraid of a little bit of rain.
Amen. Well, that's the MAGA way, if you will.
Yes.
I think, and in defiance of our founders were the same way. The 56 men who signed their death warrant were in defiance of a nation that was taxing us without representation. And I wonder what they would think now, 250 years later. 342 barrels of tea that went into the ocean there in Boston, Massachusetts, into the harbor. But what a celebration this is right here in the nation's capital.
Yes, no storm can stop the momentum and the movement that we're seeing across America, across the world, and the impact that America has had on future generations and being able to cast what's to come the next 250 years. I think that no matter what happens this evening, we all are excited to celebrate America, and our founding fathers had to go through a lot of storms and they persevered, so we're able to take heart in it.
May we do the same. Where are you traveling from?
Denver, Colorado.
Okay,
Yes.
A good distance out there. There's a couple of communist candidates out there in Colorado. Now, what is happening in that once very red state?
Well, actually, I think it's going to be turning red very soon, and there's some great leaders like Victor Marx and several others that are going to take the state back.
It is gorgeous out there. Talk about Purple Mountain Majesty, I think about Colorado every time that happens. Well, stay safe out there. It's drizzling a little bit, but we might be okay here. Oh, absolutely. Sir, how are you enjoying America 250? This is just, what a blast.
Indeed. It's an honor to be here for the 250th celebration.
I've been amazed by how patient everyone is today, considering the hot temperatures for one. We're down to 87 degrees now, so a little bit of this brought the cooler weather, but a little bit of a disappointment thus far. But we know this president, he's just hanging out right down the street there. He's going to look to every way possible to make this happen.
Yes, I agree. I think that it's going to be big, and that's why we're all waiting patiently, because he can only go big. So, yeah.
I want to emphasize that too. Everyone's so patient, and we're at. I want to see the final number because we're at hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who showed up today to Washington D.C. Really making a summer and family vacation. Where are you out from? Where are you traveling from?
Colorado.
Okay. We got the Colorado corner over here, as we're outside the Commerce Building, and of course across the street from the Department of Treasury. And right now, I mean, we might get on the lucky side. We've seen how the storms have parted, and the clouds parted for Flag Day and the UFC fight. Perhaps that will happen tonight.
Let's hope. Let's hope. That's all we can do.
So when did you start waiting today to get in initially to the mall?
We've been kind of back and forth. We came earlier, and they turned us away, so then we tried again, and then we just came now. So we've been out here for about 2.5 hours. Yeah.
Now, did you have a highlight? Were you able to go along the mall and see the Great American Fair?
We came Thursday night, and we were able to get in there, and then yesterday they closed it right as we were getting to the entrance. And then today they didn't open till 5, so we wandered over to George Washington's Mount Vernon and saw some other sights. So
what a nice place to be for America 250. Navy veteran?
I am.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your service. The Navy, 2 veterans right here, my friends. Amazing to see the Navy flyovers today, Air Force, Army. Do you have a favorite flyover? I don't know if I could pick one. The F-35s were incredible.
They're all good. I appreciated seeing Air Force One with the F-35s with it.
Yeah, that was a great time. Yeah. The new and the old.
Yeah, I mean, we're out here for the fireworks. We'd love to be able to see Trump. We don't know if we'll get close enough, but and then also for the flyovers. All of them. They're amazing. Yeah.
It really is special. Well, thank you for joining us at Right Side Broadcasting, and hang in there. It's a patient group, and we'll seek to have fun. And most of all, thank you for your service, and happy birthday, America. So a special time as we see more people kind of funneling into this exit here, but staging that area just to the right of me for the Salute to America. It's a 4th of July celebration unlike any other. I don't think we've asked you over the course of these hours of broadcast, what are you doing if you're not in Washington, D.C., or even New York City or Philadelphia, PA? How are you celebrating at home America 250? I hope you had a great time with family and friends, perhaps some burgers and brats and dogs right on the grill. Makes me think of our 40th president, Ronald Reagan, opening up a cold one, I think it was a Red Stripe, and grilling a bunch of hot dogs for those enjoying the nation's birthday when he was president of the United States. But again, thank you to all those in uniform today, whether it's our Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, to first responders. We heard the story moments ago when a couple people fainted from the heat, and those paramedics responding immediately. We saw it throughout the day, and they make this process smooth and orderly, and it's hard. Crowd control is just difficult, but again, these amazing American patriots, it's all of you, it's the people here who put Donald John Trump into office not once but twice and changed the course of human history since 2015, ever since coming down that golden escalator. And that's why we started as an organization to show you the crowds and what's really happening, because some outlets just don't do that. And we are just going to listen for some natural audio here, just get a sense of what's happening out in the crowd so you can hear right at home.
You just got one, you can get there right in front of you early. What's this crowd for, sir? Good luck. See you later, brother. Where are they? That way? Exit only. Exit only. Exit only. No, we ran out of here,
Exit only.
Delta Northwest. D Street. D.
It's all barricaded. I don't know what's the crossroad. Like we're trying to get to our car. It's on D Street. It's at 875 D Street in the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't want to get into this and not know which direction I'm going. So give me just one quick moment. Hold on. Here's your dad.
All right, man. All right. No, I don't know. Sorry, man. We
What are these people waiting for?
To get in? Are they waiting to get in?
That's a good point.
Just tuning back in, I'm Robert McNeely here with Christian Hodges, covering everything America 250 for you. We're outside of the Commerce Department, and people steadily coming out again, some waiting. You're seeing emergency vehicles leave this direction, away from 15th and Constitution where we were, off of the National Mall and the Washington Monument, but no updates right now. We're hoping for the best. It's steadily getting wetter, but really not knowing what will happen right now. People asking Secret Service if they should stay close by. Regardless, we're going to continue the party.
Yeah, we just talked to a few people in the crowd. Someone traveled from Sierra Leone. Someone travels from Guatemala. Someone traveled from Florida. They're traveling all across the country, all across the world to be here. Yet they don't want to go back right now. They want to go right back in here as soon as possible. And I think the most concerning part about the whole night is potentially the emergency vehicles leaving the Washington Monument and the salute to America, and seeing those guys walk out of there. The night could be over, but we know the president wants to make this work. It's the 250th, it's the 4th of July, but no news yet. But we're still here, and everyone else is toughing this out, waiting and waiting and waiting, and they're willing to get wet just to stick this out.
We know President Trump is not one to skip out on a big party. So in the meantime, we'll give you the sights and the sounds of everything happening and hope to give you an update as soon as possible of what will be happening next year at America 250, a special celebration, one for the ages. We were born for such a time as this. And I think moving forward as a nation, how do we select where we're moving next? How are you going to make a difference in your respective community, in your state, in your country? Because everyone here has a sphere of influence. The hundreds of thousands to the millions who have showed up for this have a difference to make, especially in the midterm elections. President Trump's name not at the top of the ballot, but those incredible issues that have made America great clearly there. As he made the distinction yesterday from Mount Rushmore and the hail that came through momentarily, President Trump speaking for 27 minutes last night at that iconic site of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Theodore Roosevelt and Abraham Lincoln. President of the United States, breaking news, just sending out an X post.
Hold on, make sure you read it exactly.
Stand by for breaking news. The Freedom 250 at President Trump's direction. Gates to the National Mall will reopen at 9:45. So it's 30 minutes from now. The Salute to America celebration will move forward, and the president will deliver remarks at 11 p.m., and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride and our patriotism and our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world, and RSBN will be right here for it.
That's the president we know and love. That's what we expected all along. The gates will reopen at 9:45, and the president will speak at 11 p.m. Fireworks will follow. So everyone, I think, is going to stay put here, and they're going to be right back in there at 9:45, ready to watch the president, ready to watch the world's largest fireworks display in history.
It's going to be an exciting one for the ages, and we are all here for it. So you still have people coming north, so north towards the White House, towards the hotels, and then also the Department of the Treasury in the camera's view. So we'll head back down south as soon as we get the okay from Secret Service to do so, and that's why we're standing on this side of the barricades. But as it stands right now, if you're watching and you're here in Washington, D.C., we are open to go at 9:45. I'm listening to Mr. Director right now at the President's discretion, again opening at 9:45 at his direction. They are, it's an official email from Freedom 250. The President has authorized this to continue to move forward. So we look forward to it. I'm sure everyone else here does as well. We'll give you some sights and sounds in the meantime, see what's going on, and we'll be back with you momentarily. So continue to watch as we celebrate America 250 at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Let's go, make a hole! People are trying to cross. What are all these people waiting for? Is there any protesters anywhere we can go harass? Huh? There was?
Is that the exit to get out?
Huh? Exit only, guys. It's exit only. Exit only.
And I've had it on like medium. Wow. Pretty wild.
Hi. What's going on with the fireworks? Okay, thank you.
Have you had fun today?
Hey, you guys can't go down there.
Oh, it really is phenomenal. So, yeah, we're reopening at 9:45, and the president wants to have a party. So, yeah. So these.
No one's coming past here.
I got my phone's over there. It's charging. Okay. Well, we got some patriots who are really interested in the reopening of sorts. So tell me what you did today at America 250.
Well, we walked around. We went to the FIFA World Cup area. Okay. That was very fun.
Yes.
We took the metro.
Okay.
Metro was amazing.
Very good.
Yes, and it was free today, so that was awesome.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen all kinds of people, talked to all kinds of people.
And we're just disappointed we didn't get a chance to hear the president speak, because he's the greatest.
Right. But he said on Freedom 250, the official site of all this, that a little rain's not going to deter him from coming and talking to the Patriots. And then the fireworks, of course, afterwards. So we've seen this before. We saw it on Flag Day, the clouds parting around the UFC fight. Where are you from?
We live in Falls Church, Virginia.
Falls Church, Virginia.
Yeah, so not a bad drive necessarily, although traffic can be kind of a mess around here at times. But
it's
we are.
a great metro ride.
It is. It's not a bad metro ride for sure. Tell me more about some of the stuff you saw at the fair today and what might be a highlight, because this thing is still going on to July 10th.
Unfortunately, we're terrible interviewees because we got here late, so it was closed by the time we got here. We heard there's a lot of neat stuff all the way from the Capitol down to the Lincoln. It sounds incredible.
Oh, yeah, it's very special. Perhaps my favorite, Scott Lebedo, is out there doing his own paintings of the American flag. It's his favorite thing to draw, so you might be able to see that a time or two. So amazing exhibits.
Ferris wheel, very cool.
Everyone loves a Ferris wheel. Being a Chicago native, I enjoy Navy Pier, and I think still the tallest in the world. But if you stick around a little bit longer, you might see President Trump.
Yes, thank you. We're in a good spot.
Thanks for having us. Go Donald.
Go Donald. Yes, sir. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Yes, God bless you. Absolutely. And it's a Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Right Side Broadcasting.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, thanks for being on. We're watching. It's kind of getting crowded. Oh, absolutely. It's getting a bit crowded around here at the moment. And we are just awaiting direction from Secret Service. Yeah, so it's
we're kind of like,
it's not officially open.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's a little stuck in a holding pattern at the moment, but still everyone very eager and anticipating the president tonight. We do know that with Freedom 250, the official statement is the president will be making, or will reopen at 9:45, then to make statements perhaps in between then and 11 o'clock, and then to follow, of course, fireworks. And then I'm hearing, this area here, thank you, Mr. Director, this is like one of 8 entrances. So if you're watching RSBN right now and you've been here all day waiting for updates, go to where you were before, or perhaps where you are closest, and of course listen to law enforcement, especially Secret Service and HSI making those calls. You can see them right down here. And what we normally do, as you know, the people who watch often, and the viewers, great viewers and patriots at home, we like to talk to the crowd a lot. We're being pushed away from that a little bit by Secret Service and authorities at the moment. And we have some emergency vehicles going in and out, back and forth at the moment. We're not sure on the sign of that and what that necessarily means at the moment. Fireworks are going off, though. And that has brought some smiles and cheers with at least one test firework going off. We are grateful you're here with us tonight on America 250. Again, I'm Robert McNeely. I'm the Director of Broadcasting and Grassroots Engagement with the Tea Party Patriots. And thrilled to be back with you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network for the special coverage of Freedom 250. A salute to America, the 4th of July celebration in Washington, D.C. And we've seen celebrations throughout Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to New York City, where Vice President Vance gave a wonderful speech this afternoon with an armada of 53 ships, tall ships, and active military ships from over 50 nations, our friends and allies, celebrating in the culmination of 250 years of freedom. I'm joined with Christian Hodges of Turning Point USA. They had a great gala last night as well in Washington, D.C., as many celebrations underway for America 250. And we've read the history. We have recited the names and the sights and the sounds of not only present day, but those 56 brave men who signed their death warrant 250 years ago today, after that Lee resolution on July 2nd, and then, of course, followed by John Adams' immortal words to his lovely wife, Abigail, who would become First Lady of the United States, that this celebration should be one that is devoted to the sovereign God who has given us these blessings of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. It should be met with games. It should be met with sports. It should be met with fireworks and fanfare and celebrations and gatherings of family and friends
and that it should be done on the solemn occasion of the 4th of July forevermore. And we're continuing that 250 years later on the 200th anniversary of John Adams' passing, along with the great Thomas Jefferson, the Committee of Five that put together the Declaration of Independence, Mr. Robert Livingston and also Benjamin Franklin, presenting that to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, all those years ago. I always find it remarkable, as someone who loves history and who loves this country, that John Adams and Thomas Jefferson would have a political rivalry at one point, amend that and become friends once again, and then pass away on the very same date, on the 50th anniversary of their handiwork, the Declaration of Independence.
try hard.
Where would you stand? No, I know. This side here. I think that's the
TSA's lining up.
Yeah, that was a good sign seeing them go back in.
Turning point. That's how we know. Oh, wow! They're open.
Hey! Let's go! Everybody slow! With your permission, I'll head over there.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mike is back there. They just ripped all the lines over there. They just ripped all the lines.
Guys, watch your step.
Watch your step. Right here.
I'm just telling you.
Still live, Buck. Still hot.
Okay.
Are you recording? He is! He made it!
40 pounds. Good, man.
Well, maybe just forcing everyone to and then 30 minutes more on camera and come back down. This is the best way to do this.
Outside broadcasting, baby. Awesome.
Over on the side, on the left.
Now we're in a big hurry.
Well, I need to get out of this mess we are.
don't see the 4th of July.
I'm gonna be a 1950s parent with some ass. Okay? Promise you Johnny Dirty kids. Where are you there?
Come every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. At this time, we ask you to proceed slowly and cautiously back into the National Mall. Thank you. America, it's time to celebrate. At President Donald J. Trump's direction, gates to the National Mall are now open. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The President will deliver remarks at 11 p.m., and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. At this time, we ask you to proceed slowly and cautiously back into the National Mall. Thank you. America, it's time to celebrate. At President Donald J. Trump's direction, gates to the National Mall are now open. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The President will deliver remarks at 11 p.m., and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. At this time, we ask you to proceed slowly and cautiously back into the National Mall. Thank you. America, it's time to celebrate. At President Donald J. Trump's direction, gates to the National Mall are now open. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The President will deliver remarks at 11 p.m., and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. At this time, we ask you to proceed slowly and cautiously back into the National Mall. Thank you. America, it's time to celebrate. At President Donald J. Trump's direction, gates to the National Mall are now open. The Salute to America celebration will move forward. The President will deliver remarks at 11 p.m., and the fireworks spectacular will follow. Rain or shine, the American people deserve a celebration worthy of our nation's historic 250th birthday. For 250 years, Americans have overcome every challenge with grit, resilience, and determination. A little rain will never diminish our pride, our patriotism, or our celebration of the greatest nation in the history of the world. At this time, we ask you to proceed slowly and cautiously back into the National Mall. Thank you.
Down in Opelika where the pines sway free, Chuck Adams grabs his clubs about 9:15. Every Thursday morning, rain or shine, he's headed to the course with some golf on his mind. Me, I pull in slow to the country club gate, coffee in hand, always running late, with a smile and a grin and a ball to a tee. It's game time, boys, just Chuck and me. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laugh and line, shanking a few just him and me. He's got a sun-stained hat and a heart of gold. Stories from the fairway that never get old. Tells me about a church and a sweet Carissa too. Then he dumps his wedge and we laugh like fools. Lunch at the turn with a burger and fries. Talking about the Lord and college football ties. Yeah, we keep score, but we don't need proof. When you're playing with Chuck, the joy's the truth. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea. That's all got you where we feel free. Laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. So here's to the greens and the stories we share, to the slice in the woods and not a single care. If you ever need joy or a brotherly hug, just come tee it up with old Chuck. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Saugahatchee, where we feel free. Yeah, that's our game and always will be. Chuck Adams and me, wild and free. Down in Opelika where the pines sway free, Chuck Adams grabs his clubs about 9:15. Every Thursday morning, rain or shine, he's headed to the course with some golf on his mind. Me, I pull in slow to the country club gate, coffee in hand, always running late, with a smile and a grin and a ball to a tee. It's game time, boys, just Chuck and me. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Saugahatchee, where we feel free. Laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. He's got a sun-stained hat and a heart of gold. Stories from the fairway that never get old. Tells me about a church and a sweet Carissa too. Then he dumps his wedge and we laugh like fools. Lunch at the turn with a burger and fries. Talking about the Lord and college football ties. Yeah, we keep score, but we don't need proof. When you're playing with Chuck, the joy's the truth. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. So here's to the greens and the stories we share, to the slice in the woods and not a single care. If you ever need joy or a brotherly hug, just come tee it up with old Chuck. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. 1 for the scorecard, 1 for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salgahatchee, where we feel free. Yeah, that's our game and always will be. Chuck Adams and me, wild and free. club's about 9:15. Every Thursday morning, rain or shine, he's headed to the course with some golf on his mind. Me, I pull in slow to the country club gate, coffee in hand, always running late, with a smile and a grin and a ball to a tee. It's game time, boys, just Chuck and me. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. He's got a sun-stained hat and a heart of gold. Stories from the fairway that never get old. Tells me about a church and a sweet Carissa too. Then he duffs his wedge and we laugh like fools. Lunch at the turn with a burger and fries. Talking about the Lord and college football ties. Yeah, we keep score, but we don't need proof. When you're playing with Chuck, the joy's the truth. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. So here's to the greens and the stories we share, to the slice in the woods and not a single care. If you ever need joy or a brotherly hug, just come tee it up with old Chuck. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Yeah, that's our game and always will be. Chuck Adams and me, wild and free. Chuck Adams grabs his clubs about 9:15. Every Thursday morning, rain or shine, he's headed to the course with some golf on his mind. Me, I pull in slow to the country club gate, coffee in hand, always running late, with a smile and a grin and a ball to a tee. It's game time, boys, just Chuck and me. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. He's got a sun-stained hat and a heart of gold. Stories from the fairway that never get old. Tells me about a church and a sweet Carissa tune. Then he dumps his wedge and we laugh like fools. Lunch at the turn with a burger and fries, talking about the Lord and college football ties. Yeah, we keep score, but we don't need proof. When you're playing with Chuck, the joy's the truth. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea at Salcahatchee, where we feel free. Laughing, lying, shanking a few. It ain't just golf, it's what we do. Chuck Adams swings with grace and glee every Thursday. Just him and me. So here's to the greens and the stories we share, to the slice in the woods and not a single care. If you ever need joy or a brotherly hug, just come tee it up with old Chuck. We take 2 shots off the tee, that's how we roll. One for the scorecard, one for the soul. Mulligans fly like sweet iced tea. I can't walk out.
What light? My field's like jumper. Fucking one. Is this the real life?
Deo principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardi le stelle che tremano d'amore e di speranza. Ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, il nome mio nessun saprà, e l'onna sulla tua bocca lo dirò, quando la luce splenderà. Ed il mio bacio scioglierà il silenzio che ti fa mia. Tramutate stelle all'alba vincerò, vincerò la verità. Ladies and gentlemen, that means in Italian, no one sleeps, because no one sleeps tonight, and we hear our president speak. And now, if you'll do me the great honor, please join me in God Bless America. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above.
Happy Independence Day, America. If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, sing it, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Good evening, America. If you think that was easy, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred. and they estimated they had 375,000 people before. Everybody had to leave, and they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen, at least. And I want to just thank you, and I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people, and we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, "Don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week." I said, "It doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American Republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good, shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us, and with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better. Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. Our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence to remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us. We are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is.
This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made of the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those rights, but to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will never say that. That's for sure. Few heroes remind us of these truths more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the front lines of battle, he saw a comrade struck down by enemy fire while carrying the stars and stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African American to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African American, and he was some man. They've written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this Forward March of Freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great. He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man, thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong, beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job, and now it's overflowing. We have so many, setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We use it a little bit in our, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the 8th wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, the Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West, Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you, to honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America. We also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening. Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt." He was a victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there at 104 years old and looking really good. Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance, please. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history. Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever. Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood for every inch of mountain that they reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and stripes for all to see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching. They couldn't believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen. With us today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago, and you've all seen that flag many times. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, America stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place, where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke. America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight, we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall, where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are really very special. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Stars and Stripes cast the hammer and sickle into oblivion before, and we will do it again if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think people have learned. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You're amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that, huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are. So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we were having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew. It was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic, and they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House, so it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars, right? We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind, and we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of, and some people smiled. They thought it was foolish, and now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing, and it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors, a tough honor. There's nothing tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much. And that special person is looking up there and looking down at mom and dad, husband, wife, but they're looking down with great pride. You know that. You know that. And we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage. I brought them. I thought I'd be handing them out about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they loved. They loved our country. They sacrificed it all. And these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. From 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you. Major Kyle Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, we just saw that, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country, and one of the most beautiful. To the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there is nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams. And no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army, an unbeatable army, until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that A free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the world has seen the great empires, vast kingdoms, mighty nations, and terrible tyrants. They came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic still stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God. And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty. And there is nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started because the best is yet to come. This is only the dawn of the golden age of America, and on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country and for our children and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels, to levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you, and the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all, and it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. We have a great fireworks display tonight, and I'm going to be watching it with you. It's going to start very quickly, so thank you very much. You're going to really like this. Thank you very much, everybody.
join us in singing the national anthem.
small town girl living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere.
sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Sing it! It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, are you listening to me? I say, young man, what do you want to be? I say, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you've got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Well, young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I thought, no man, cared if I were alive. I thought, was so jive. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. There's a place there called the YMCA. Can't start you back on your way. Come on, sing it like you mean it. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Oh, young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, get yourself off the ground. YMCA. And if the elevator doesn't bring you down, go crazy. Reach a higher floor.
If you don't like the world you're living in, take a look around you. At least you got friends. You see a homo lady, friendly word. She picked up the phone, dropped it on the floor. That's all I heard.
stand up and salute. We'll always recognize when we see Old Glory flying. There's a lot of men dead, so we can sleep at peace at night when we lay down our head. My daddy served in the army where he lost his right eye, but he flew a flag out in our yard till the day that he died. He wanted my mother, my brother, my sister and me to grow up and live happy in the land of the free. Now this nation that I love is falling under attack. A mighty sucker punch came flying in from somewhere in the back. So as we could see clearly through our big black eye, man, we lit up your world like the 4th of July. Hey, Uncle Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and it'll feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. All brought to your courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Well, justice will be served and the battle will rage. This big dog will bite when you rattle his cage. You'll be sorry that you mess with the U.S. of A. 'Cause we'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Hey, Uncle Sam, put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly, and there's gonna be hell till you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and you feel like the whole wide world is raining down on you. Oh,
That's when I know you're my heart's one and only desire. Here I am, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Come on, sing it with us. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Well, say a lot of poor things that I really didn't mean. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Here I am, baby. Oh, signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here I am, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered, I'm yours. Well, I said signed and delivered. Ooh,
Yeah, we know you guys know this one. This is a group effort. Where it began, I can't begin to know when, but then I know it's growing strong. Was in the spring, and spring became the summer. Who would believe you'd come along? Hands touching hands,
reaching out, oh, touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline, good times never seem so good.
I'm getting mine.
To believe they never would. Now I
Look at the night, and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up with only two. And when I hurting runs off my shoulders. How can I hurt when holding you? Touching one,
well, reaching out.
Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in? Jumped in the cab, here I am for the first time. Look to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. Time is turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. 'Cause when the taxi man turns on the radio and a Jay-Z song was on, and a Jay-Z song was on, and the Jay-Z song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song, the butterflies fly away. Nodding my head like yeah, moving my hips like yeah. Put my hands up, playing my song, you know I'm gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Yeah, it's a party in the USA. Get to the club in my taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Who's that chick that's rocking kicks? Gotta be from out of town. So hard when my girl's not around me. It's definitely not a Nashville party. 'Cause all I see is stilettos. I guess I never got the memo. My tummy's turning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. It's when the DJ dropped my favorite tune and the Britney song is on. Britney song was on, and a Britney song was on. So I put my hands up, playing my song, the butterflies fly away.
Yes, God bless America indeed. On his 250th birthday, what a show. President Trump, an incredible speech. So inspiring as we thank our sponsors. Birch Gold. Buy gold and put some silver in your pocket. You can do that right now by texting Trump to 989898. Pull your head out of the sand and get that gold. Diversify the 401k, the IRA as well, with all of those smart actions. And now for a special America 250, if you purchase $10,000 worth of gold with Birch Gold, then you get that ounce of that silver coin. Did you know that gold is now worth $4,500 as compared to 10 years ago? An ounce of gold only $1,200. So it only increases in its effectiveness and value. And again, you can text Trump now to 989898 at the most wonderful Birch Gold, an amazing sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, thank you to our friends over at All Family Pharmacy. Of course, you can visit them and get ivermectin, mebendazole, all these capsules now. Buy one, get one free through July 7th. A huge 4th of July sale. Truly an amazing thing to take advantage of right now at allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. As we know with President Trump, quite the showman, and we know that this rain, the lightning on the verge of Washington, D.C. and around us tonight decided to come pouring down right at the conclusion of this great celebration. Christopher Macchio kicking us off in ample fashion as he normally does with Nessun Dorma and Ave Maria, and a stunning rendition of God Bless America, and of course our United States military in their choral glory, in the glory of the band that they are, also showcasing some American classics including Sweet Caroline, some YMCA, definitely feeling like a Trump rally of all Trump rallies. And again, projecting over 300,000 people here tonight. Behind us at the wall, Freedom 250, the Washington Monument lit up. And behind us, the reflecting pool and the Lincoln Memorial as Andrea Bocelli singing Time to Say Goodbye. This president has quite the taste in music, very similar to my playlist. So many people behind us on the mall that you can't see right under the Washington Monument. And to the north, a beautiful night at the White House. And President Trump stayed here throughout as the Eisenhower building on the campus all lit up, stayed here to watch the fireworks. As he said, it's an honor to be your commander-in-chief and the president of the United States. Perhaps the most moving thing tonight, you see those flags. One that flew over Iwo Jima in that famous scene as we took that battle. The American flag that was draping the coffin of our 16th president, Abraham Lincoln, who defended the Union, who preserved this great nation and kept us together through a bloody, terrible Civil War. The ancestors of Francis Scott Key, Major Key, coming to salute the flag of those Belgians who knit the flag together, inspired by Francis Scott Key. The flag of the USS Arizona that went down with that ship at Pearl Harbor, then raised from the harbor. This is our story, America, 250 years young. We stand on the shoulders of giants, and it's truly an honor to be here with you at Right Side Broadcasting Network as we conclude from our nation's capital, America 250, Freedom 250. May we continue to shine as a beacon of hope for the entire world as they came to celebrate not only the FIFA World Cup, but the United States of America. I'm Robert McNeely, Director of Broadcasting and Grassroots Engagement at the Tea Party Patriots. It's been an honor to be with Christian Hodges tonight, really a Gen Z influencer of his own right, doing some amazing work with Turning Point USA. Please sum up for us, Christian, just some of your thoughts tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the most powerful displays of American history that we've seen, honoring a 104-year-old veteran with the flag. I mean, the story behind every flag it's American history that none of us have ever really heard before. It's just beautiful to see. The fireworks show, that is the Guinness World Record. We just witnessed it with our own eyes. 40 minutes, the grand finale with Party in the USA was one of the highlights of the last year of this day for me.
and the Gold Star families as well, the ultimate sacrifice that they've paid, honored here. The American flag that also flew over the Capitol today with the Artemis II crew. They were there earlier on the main stage of the mall. This really then becoming the main stage later on in the evening after President Trump's keynote speech. That flag will likely go on the moon or either Mars, so we look forward to both missions. It's nonstop for NASA and SpaceX and the Artemis crew as they seek to really go into the final frontier. And President Trump, again, in his own way, gloriously highlighting Kitty Hawk and the first in flight 1903 with the Wright brothers, all the way to the peaks and the valleys and the tops of the mountains, all the way up to Alaska. We are truly blessed here, Christian, as citizens, residents of the United States of America.
I mean, and even as President Trump started it, that this nation's here because of the providence of God. That's how he started his speech in the first minute. And we are here because of the providence of God. None of this would have happened if George Washington crossing the Delaware had have never happened, that the Lord would have spared us, would have given us victory against England back in 1776. And here we are showing a full display of victory. And frankly, I think it's the most beautiful thing I've seen in terms of patriotism in this country.
For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network on this 250th birthday of America, on the 200th anniversary of the deaths of the original Committee of the Five, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, passing 50 years after that Declaration of Independence that they wrote and brought to us, we think about their lives and the 56 men who signed that declaration and the death warrant that ended up granting liberty and the greatest nation and the greatest constitutional republic in the whole of human history. For Christian Hodges, I'm Robert McNeely. For all of our colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, happy birthday, America. Freedom 250. It's America 250. God bless you and yours, and we'll see you again very soon. Good night from a rainy Washington, D.C., your nation's capital.